We're just going to start the live.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the council meeting of Eastleigh Borough Council to determine the planning application submitted by Southampton International Airport. Councillors are reminded that this is a continuation of the meeting that was adjourned yesterday evening and that all declarations of interest declared yesterday are still valid. I will now ask Laura Johnston to take a roll call of councillors. Laura, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Airy.
Here.
Councillor Allingham.
Here.
Councillor Asman.
Present.
Councillor Atkinson.
Present.
Councillor Bearder.
Present.
Councillor Bicknell.
Present.
Councillor Bourne.
Present.
Councillor Broadhurst.
Present.
Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Corbyn.
Here.
Councillor Caldry.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Cross.
Present.
Councillor Dean.
Present.
Councillor Doogie.
Here.
Councillor Dogood.
Present.
Councillor Garton.
I'm here.
Councillor Goma.
Present.
Councillor Grajewski.
Present.
Councillor Groves. Councillor Groves. Councillor Hull.
He was at the hospital a little while ago with his dad, so there may be a delay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor House.
Councillor House is here.
Councillor Irish.
Present.
Councillor Jerd.
Present.
Councillor Curl.
Present.
Councillor Mann.
Present.
Councillor Manning. Councillor Marsh.
Present.
Councillor Parker-Jones.
Present.
Councillor Pragnall.
Yeah, here.
Councillor Pretty.
Here.
Councillor Rich.
Present.
Councillor Tidridge.
Present.
Councillor Tennant, apologies.
Present.
Councillor Trace.
Here.
And finally, Councillor Clarkson-Payne.
Still feeling I'm bringing up the rear.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Laura. Before we start tonight's meeting, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the sad news today, the passing of His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. As the Worshipful Mayor of Eastleigh, Councillor Darshan Mann, said earlier today, on behalf of the people of Eastleigh Borough and the Council, I would like to express our deep sadness. His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, visited the borough on a number of occasions, and he will be remembered fondly by all who met him. We send our deepest condolences to the royal family and wish them strength during this very sad period. I would like to ask now that we hold a minute's silence as a mark of respect. Can I ask all councillors to please mute their microphones? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. closed last night, having heard from many members of the public and interested parties. I will ask Andy Granfield to remind us of where we are in the process. Andy, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen and show a couple of slides as a quick reminder of the proposal that is before councillors. If you could let me know, please, once you can see that.
Yep, I can see that, Andy.
Excellent, thank you. Hopefully that's moved onto a big screen now for you. Yeah, excellent, thank you. So this is the application for consideration of an extension of a runway at Southampton International Airport. And just to recap on what the key components of that application are, it's a 164-metre extension at the northern end of the runway. Just to the north of that is a blast screen, a 3-metre high blast screen. To the west of the site, there is the removal of a bund proposed, which would facilitate the extension of the existing car park, which would be delivered in a phased fashion as set out within conditions. There's a very detailed committee report before members, which has conditions and section 1 and 6 heads of terms within. And within the report itself, we have got a number of issues which we're asking members to consider as part of this planning proposal. And as I set out last night, there is a planning balance to be struck here. There are elements of the scheme which conflict with policy. There are elements of the scheme which align with policy. And we do also have to take into account both planning and aviation policy on this. So just quickly running through this planning balance, which we're asking members to consider and form a view on. Obviously, the starting point is the adopted local plan, and is the principle of development acceptable? This is an allocated aviation site within the countryside and within a strategic gap, so we have to accept that in principle development on this site is acceptable, but it is in conflict with countryside and the strategic gap policies. Also, I remind members that policy 115E, which is the adopted local plan policy for the airport site, there is some conflict with that, in so much that criterion 5 does prevent the extension of runways. So we then have to look at, are there any other material considerations that we have to take into account? One of those is the NPPF, which is the National Planning Policy Framework, which was produced after the adopted local plan. So if there's conflicts between the NPPF and the adopted local plan, then the NPPF has to take priority. The NPPF is a little light in terms of information on aviation, but paragraph 104F does support aviation development. So we have to adopt a presumption in favour of sustainable development on that basis. So looking at other material considerations, we have got aviation policies, details of which are set out within the committee report, and that is material when forming a view. And within that, those policies, there is an encouragement about making best use of existing infrastructure. Looking more at the impacts locally, there is 3 strands to the NPPF we have to consider: social, environmental and the economic strand. From a social perspective, there is an acknowledged impact in terms of human health, set out in chapter 15 of the environmental statement, and there is an impact particularly on people who may suffer from mental health issues. There is an impact as a result of impact on the noise experienced in outdoor space, both private and public. And as part and parcel of the planning application, there is a health strategy which is proposed, which is set there to seek to address some of these impacts. From an environmental perspective, there is an impact on the climate as a result of aviation, and there's quite a lot of information within your report around that. But as set out, the majority of the emissions related to the development proposal are covered at a national level and not at a local level. In terms of other areas within the Eastleigh Borough that we are considering, and also the adjoining boroughs, particularly with Southampton, is looking at the impact on air quality. And the report sets out there is no harmful impact on air quality, but a continuation of monitoring is required. There is an impact on the countryside and the local gap by virtue of the physical development proposed. but that is a negligible impact, and so there is some conflict with policies related to that, but not to a degree that the application should be refused on those grounds. In terms of ecological impacts, we've considered the impact on designated sites, both at a local level and an international level, as well as habitat and protected species. The application is not considered to cause significant adverse impact on those features. The site can be adequately drained, excuse me, and there is no unacceptable impact in terms of hazards. There is an impact as a result of noise with this development, and as we've expressed in quite a lot of detail in the report and in the evidence that was given yesterday, that impact is major adverse prior to mitigation, but is reduced to a moderate adverse impact through various methods, including a noise contour cap, a noise action plan, and a noise insulation policy as well. The information that we heard yesterday set out that whilst there is an increase in traffic associated with this development, that it sits within the calculated numbers for the local plan moving up to 2036, and there's no objection from the Highways Authority, either Highways England or Hampshire County Council. There's no unacceptable impact on trees, certainly of trees of notoriety or that need protecting, and there's potential for some land contamination issues, and there's a condition recommended covering that. There's also no unacceptable impact on features of heritage value. The third strand is the economic strand, and we heard yesterday that there was discussion over the viability of the airport. The report sets out there's a break-even point of about 1.2 million passengers, and currently without the runway extension, the forecast is passenger growth would sit slightly under that figure, and therefore alternative funding and arrangements would need to be considered. If the development were to be supported, there is a positive impact both in terms of the opportunity for air users and the distances they could fly and the destinations. There is a positive impact in terms of jobs in the local economy and the sub-regional economy, particularly around the Solent area. And there's various opportunities to improve the local economy through spending as well. So it's not just job creation, but it's actually the spending within the borough too. So the recommendation that was put to members last night was that, subject to the conditions that were tabled within your reports and the completion of a Section 106 agreement, which also is set out in your report, and the update that I gave yesterday in terms of the community fund, that the recommendation is to permit, in consultation with the chair and the vice chair of Eastleigh Local Area Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. As I'm sure many of you can remember, we had quite a lot of people speaking at the meeting last night. Unfortunately, there was just one of them that we were unable to get to due to IT problems. That gentleman was Brian Johnson from the Solent LEP. We now have a written statement from him, which will be read by Joe. Thank you, Joe.
We write this open letter in support of the planning application by Southampton Airport for a short extension to the existing runway, which will be considered by the Eastleigh Local Area Committee on Thursday, 25th of March 2021. The Solent Local Enterprise Partnership, the LEP, a locally owned partnership between businesses and local authorities, given a mandate by government to provide strategic economic leadership for the Solent economy, determining local economic priorities and undertaking activities to drive economic growth and the creation of local jobs. The board of the LEP is clear that the short extension to the runway is necessary for the viability of the airport and the future economic prosperity of the local economy. The planning application for the short extension to the runway at Southampton Airport is one of regional significance that will have deep implications for local businesses, communities, and the future economic prosperity of our economy. A decision to refuse the application risks bringing the 110 years of aviation in Eastleigh to an end. The long-term implications of this cannot be understated. It will be disastrous for the local economy at a time when the COVID-19 pandemic is having a devastating economic impact, and in particular sectors that benefit from the connectivity that Southampton Airport provides, most notably our visitor economy. Pre-COVID, in the Solent and across Hampshire, the tourism and hospitality sector employed just under 100,000 people, over 11% of all employment, with 65,000 of these jobs in the Solent alone. The area attracts 43.5 million visitors per annum, spending 2.72 billion, and generating 3.27 billion in total. The airport plays an important role in underpinning the significant economic activity, recognising that 40% of the airport passenger split in 2019 had leisure and cruise as the trip purpose. A particular feature of the passenger splits at Southampton Airport, again pre-COVID, was that 30% had business purpose, evidencing the important role that the airport provides for the business community and jobs. The loss of the airport will leave our communities disconnected from their families and support networks, our businesses detached from markets, the employment prospects of our young people curtailed more drastically than any period in living memory, and significantly reduce the attractiveness of the area as a place to invest. The demand for air travel in Southampton can satisfy will not disappear, excuse me, it will simply be displaced to airports such as Gatwick or Heathrow and increase cost, time and carbon. Moreover, to refuse this application will be a decision to step away from an ambition to support the recovery and economy needs, to miss the chance to build back greener and actively drive the pathway to net zero aviation targets. Such a decision will have generational consequences. Our young people will be left behind. The decision to approve the application will be transformative, bringing fresh hope to a region that will see at least 28,000 jobs lost to the pandemic, countless businesses close, a visitor economy decimated, and give our young people new hope and opportunity. A reimagined Southampton Airport can provide the catalyst for positive future, a future in which the Solent economy emerges as a pioneer of sustainable economic growth, providing the green recovery and leadership that will see the Solent flourish as an international beacon of green innovation, ending the apartheid between economic growth and protecting and enhancing the environment. We must do both, and we can. Southampton Airport, with its focus on interregional connectivity, is ideally positioned to be at the leading edge of aviation technology, to push forward low carbon travel and drive the uptake of sustainable aviation fuels. The area can leverage investment in research and development to develop zero emission aircraft and develop the infrastructure of the future to place the Solent at the forefront of green planes. As the aviation sector emerges out of the pandemic and looks towards the recovery over the coming months, we must put our environmental commitments at the centre of everything we do. So not only do we build it back better, but build back greener. This is our opportunity to be the vanguard of the transition of aviation to jet zero and provide our young people the opportunity to be the green engineers of tomorrow, not simply pass the issue on to another airport, exacerbating the carbon footprint and appeasing a minority. The prize is significant, real, and is a decision away. Yours sincerely, Brian Johnson, Chair of Solent Local Enterprise Partnership, and Maureen Mountyfield, Chief Executive of the Solent Local Enterprise Partnership. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Jo, for reading that. Right, we will now move on to the applicant, Southampton International Airport, who will now give a presentation on the application. And I believe the first person we are going to hear from is Derek Proven, who is the Chief Executive Officer for AGS Airports. Good evening, Mr. Proven.
Good evening, Madam Deputy Mayor, and just like to thank you and the committee for permitting me to speak at your meeting tonight. I'll pass over to my Southampton team shortly to walk you through our application and answer any outstanding questions that committee members may have. As you say, I am the Chief Executive Officer of AGS Airports Limited. We own Aberdeen, Glasgow and Southampton airports. And I just wanted to take a few minutes of your time tonight to address some of the points raised at the ELAC of 2 weeks ago and from last night also. I also want to thank everyone tonight and from the ELAC for the time that you're taking to deliberate on what will be the most important decision that will ever be taken on the future of Southampton Airport. I understand and empathise fully on the challenges and pressures, both professionally and personally, that this decision has taken in council members tonight and in previous times, as I and my team are living through exactly those same issues with you. Now, over the last sessions relating to this application, there have been many perceptions, if not accusations, around the values and motivation of Southampton and the hard-working men and women who work there every day. And I would first like to assure you and your committee that AGS Airports Group and my team in Southampton are far from an uncaring and what was said last night, unscrupulous profiteering organisation that some have alluded to as being. We are in fact very much the opposite. We're a company and every member of staff within that company take great pride in the service and the value that we provide to our passengers and the region and the connections that we have within our communities. Now, of course, we do need to make profit to operate. However, our purpose as a business is not to create profit. It's to create national and international connectivity for the regions that we serve, allowing people within those regions to prosper. We serve our purpose by creating routes that are valuable to the people and the businesses of the region, by creating jobs not just in the airport but across the region, driving outward trade and inward investment, allowing people to have well-earned vacations and allowing families across the region to come together with their friends and their families. The importance of creating jobs, creating connections to help business thrive and enabling people to travel should not be lost in terms of the beneficial impact the airport has on people's well-being within the region. The last point I just want to cover tonight is to provide the Council clarity around the future viability of Southampton Airport without this extension. I believe that this was grossly misunderstood or misrepresented at the ELAC with statements like, "We have established that the airport is viable without the runway extension." And I want to put the record straight for the committee members tonight. What has been established is that the airport is not viable without the runway extension. However, what has been established is that the airport would not even reach a break-even passenger number until at least 2037, almost 2 decades away, and this is in evidence in the committee report in paragraph 490. Like all businesses, we carry debt from lenders, shareholders and investors, and all of these need assurances that we can afford to service that debt. Although, just like many businesses, we do have periods of stronger and weaker trading, and our financial instruments are set up for exactly these conditions, but not for the catastrophic loss of 85% of the business, which we experienced with the sad demise of Flybe. I'm sure there can be no one person listening tonight that would believe any business can operate viably with decades of loss. There was also some talk around subsidy at the ELAC. Well, who is going to subsidise this business? There are currently no subsidies available to Southampton Airport, and therefore subsidy cannot be a consideration of the committee tonight. To continue to operate over and above the financial losses from passenger numbers, we also have to consider the capital expenditure required by our business to maintain the infrastructure and the life safety critical systems at the airport, systems like air traffic control systems, which run into millions of pounds every year. We have to be able to invest in these life critical systems to operate. Loss-making and break-even scenarios don't enable us to make investments in those systems that would allow us to operate safely. If we're unable to invest in our own systems, then regrettably we'll be unable to pursue other opportunities like free ports and the Northern Business Park. The decision you're making tonight in this council is the difference between me as the Chief Executive of AGS Airports operating a viable business and one that is not viable. This is all in evidence which shows that without the runway, we do not break even until 2037 and beyond. If I am faced with this situation that should you refuse this application tonight, then as with any loss-making business, I will have some very difficult decisions to make going forward with my board. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, for your time, and hope that you and the committee make the decision that you believe to be right for our region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prover, for your comments and contribution. Before we move on to our next speaker, I understand we have just lost a connection with one of our councillors, so we will just try and get them back in the room. If we just pause for a moment, please. Thank you.
I am back. Sorry, Chair, I am back. But I've missed what that speaker said. How am I going to hear it?
Invite him back in. Would you like us to do that?
Whatever's most, because obviously I shouldn't comment or vote on a planning decision if I've dropped out of the meeting. So I think I probably do need to hear it, don't I?
Right, okay. Let me just 1 second while we pause for Okay, right. We'll invite Mr. Provan back into our meeting again, so you get the opportunity to hear from him. And if you could just summarise what you just said, Mr. Provan, if that's possible, because it's really important that our councillors hear from everybody this evening.
Of course, Chair.
Thank you.
I'll do my
Thank
best
you.
to do that.
Thank you.
I was saying that tonight, thank you for the opportunity to speak to everyone tonight, to highlight that I am the Chief Executive Officer of AGS Airports Limited, which owns Aberdeen, Glasgow and Southampton airports, and that there was a couple of points that I wanted to address that have been made during the ELAC and also that have been made last night. I recognise the challenges for everybody who has to be involved in this decision, not least both professionally and personally, and that this decision is the most important decision for the future of Southampton Airport that will ever be taken. I wanted to highlight that over the last sessions there have been a number of comments made, and I wanted to be able to put those comments correct from the point of view of AGS Airports and the Chief Executive of the company. Over the last sessions there were a number of perceptions around the motivation of Southampton Airport and the hard-working men and women who work there every day. And I wanted to ensure the committee that AGS Airports and my team in Southampton are far from an uncaring and, as was said last night, unscrupulous profiteering organisation. In fact, we're the very opposite. Myself and every member of the company, including every member of staff at the airport, take great pride in the service and the value that we provide to our passengers and to the region and to the communities that we serve. I was highlighting that yes, of course, we have to make a profit to be a business like any other business, but that's not our purpose. Profit is not our purpose. Our purpose is to create national and international connectivity for the regions. It is to allow the people within the regions to prosper. We serve our purpose by creating routes that are valuable to the people and the businesses of the region, by creating jobs not just at the airport, but across the region, driving outward trade and inward investment, and allowing people to have well-earned vacations and allowing families from across the region to come together. And I wanted to point out that the importance of creating jobs, creating connections to business to help them thrive and enable people to travel should not be lost in terms of the beneficial impact it has on people's well-being. And then the last point was around clarity on the future viability of Southampton Airport without an extension. I believe at the ELAC it was grossly misunderstood with statements like, we have established that the airport is viable without the runway, and I want to put the record straight for the committee tonight. What has been established is that the airport is not viable without the runway extension. What has been established is that the airport would not even break even with regards to the passenger numbers that Andy highlighted earlier on until 2037, almost 2 decades away or even further. And again, like all businesses, we carry debt from lenders, from shareholders and from investors, and all of them need assurances that we're able to service that debt. We do, like any other business, have stronger and weaker trading periods, and our financial instruments are set up for exactly these conditions, but not for a loss of 85% of our business. And I hope that no one in the committee would be under any illusions that a business can operate for 2 decades without making profit. Now, there was talk at the ELAC about subsidy, but there are no subsidies available to Southampton Airport, so therefore that shouldn't be a consideration for the committee tonight. And lastly, I also wanted to say that not only do we move in a position of loss because of the lack of passengers, but that's before we consider the capital expenditure that's required every year to maintain the infrastructure and the life-critical systems like air traffic control. And with those loss-making and break-even scenarios, we're unable to meet those requirements. We would be unable to operate the business safely. And therefore, if we're unable to operate our own systems, then regrettably would be unable to pursue other opportunities that we currently are within the region, like free ports and the Northern Business Park. So lastly, it was just to say that the decision that you make tonight is the difference between a viable business and a non-viable business. And I thank you for your time, and I hope that you make the decision that you believe to be right for our region. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Provan. It is really essential that we all hear from the people presenting this evening. I have had a couple of councillors have come up who wish to speak. There will be no questions at this time. At the end of the presentation, that will be the time for questions. Thank you. Right, we will now move on to Steve Thurston, I believe, who's Head of Planning and Development at Southampton International Airport. Good evening, Mr. Thurston.
Good evening. Can you see me, Chair?
Yes, we can see and we can hear you, Mr. Thurston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the airport, and may I take this opportunity to thank the councillors for giving up yet another evening. I'm Steve Thurston, Head of Planning and Development at Southampton Airport, and been working at the airport since 2004. Hopefully you would have seen my previous update at the ELAC, so I will endeavour to not repeat that information. However, a couple of the points are important and should be reiterated for members who may have not seen that. So, some years ago, it became clear in the business that there was a risk that Flybe posed to the airport, accounting for the majority of airport passengers, and with no other airline operating a fleet that could operate off our runway, there was a key risk to the business and the airport. On the 5th of March 2020, our worst fears came true, with Flybe going into administration. That day, the airport suffered the immediate loss of 89% of the airport's passenger business, and within weeks, a complete restructure of the organisation, around 35% reduction in jobs, with countless other third parties suffering a similar percentage impact, or even, in some cases, those businesses going into administration. It was mentioned at the ELAC committee that the airport would have to come up with a different plan. The airport would have to work harder. The 164-metre runway extension was our plan B. It has been for a number of years to offset the risk of losing, or the potential risk, which become a reality, of losing Flybe, bringing in diversification of airlines. And in terms of working harder, I can assure you that the remaining reduced team at Southampton are doing all they can to keep the airport operating and serving key communities such as the Channel Islands during a very difficult time. The airport did very quickly engage with other UK operators who had aircraft fleets which could operate from our constrained runway, these being the likes of Loganair, Eastern and Blue Island. But as expected, without sufficient runway length, this has been limited to such carriers, only having small numbers of core domestic routes backfilled with smaller aircraft and less frequency. We're talking a 50% reduction in capacity, with some key routes such as Glasgow, Manchester and Edinburgh losing over half the frequency. These are key routes for Southampton and have been for a number of years. However, there is a future in aviation beyond COVID-19. People will travel, whether that's for business or for pleasure. Recent restrictions have highlighted people's need of freedom to travel and the effect this has on their well-being. Never has it been more crucial for the airport to extend the runway, to allow operators who have aircraft that can serve the demand from our region and for competition on key routes to keep those airfares competitive. Our region is a growing and prosperous part of the UK, with 3 ports acting as catalysts for growth: the Southampton Maritime Port, the Maritime Port at Portsmouth, and the airport here in Eastleigh. The airport is a key regional transport hub with currently a catchment of some 3.5 million people living within 1 hour and 1.4 million within 30 minutes. Our region is growing, and thus the demand will grow for air travel. And just to give you some facts, housing growth, Hampshire predicts 54,000 additional housing demand across Hampshire by 2026, with 6,500 of those in Eastleigh and a further 7,300 in Southampton. Cruise, largest operation in the UK, just short of 2 million passengers before the pandemic kicked in. But as we heard yesterday, massive growth forecast in the future years. And on business, aerospace and defence in Hampshire equates to 360 local businesses representing 1.2 billion to the economy. And ICT and digital media, 7,600 local businesses, 4.8 billion to the local economy. And as Derek touched on and was spoken around a lot yesterday in speeches, the Solent Freeport, a £2 billion investment and over 25,000 jobs, with a large part of those jobs could be created here in Eastleigh on the greenfield sites that sit to the northeast of the airfield. However, Derek touched on this, for the airport to be part of this investment, we need to be viable enough to raise the necessary capital on top of what we need to successfully operate. So, 164 metre extension onto the existing runway and within the existing boundary. This is the difference between the low-cost regional airlines, EasyJet, Ryanair and Jet2, being able to operate current generation aircraft off our runway year-round with no weight penalties, and gives our region choice without travellers having to travel to other airports such as Heathrow and Gatwick. So what does 3 million passengers look like? There's been a lot of concern and people very much focused on this number as this is the sort of worst case that the application was assessed against. But let's go back to 2016. The airport was operating just below 2 million passengers with around 137 aircraft movements on a busy summer day. Those of you who can think back to pre-pandemic times will also remember that the airport, as most small regional airports, had a very peaky operation. So aircraft departed first thing in the morning, followed by some aircraft arriving. Then there's a quiet period while these aircraft are serviced, turned around before they depart on departures. And these waves carry on throughout the day until the final arrivals in the evening. The other thing to remember is that aircraft take off and land into the wind. So therefore, you will only experience either takeoff or landing. You're very unlikely to experience both takeoff and landing in a single day. So at 3 million passengers, which is not forecast until 2033, there will be a reduction in aircraft busy day movements, down from the 137 in 2016 to just over 118 in 2033. Therefore, in terms of movements, not exceeding what people have experienced in recent pre-pandemic years. This is as a result of the percentage of larger aircraft which will be flown, which will allow each flight to carry more passengers. As to the noise, current fleets operated by low-cost carriers such as the Airbus A320, it does have a higher noise rating on takeoff than the old Flybe turboprops, but it is quieter on approach. Aircraft noise comes from various sources. That's friction and turbulence from the fuselage, landing gear, flaps and the engines themselves. However, airlines are constantly reducing the noise and improving the efficiency of their aircraft, and strict worldwide targets will only speed this development up. Low-cost carriers operate younger aircraft fleets to take advantage of reduced running costs, and therefore are more likely to invest in aircraft such as the Airbus A320neo, with neo standing for the new environmental option. If you check on Airbus's site, you will see airlines such as EasyJet already with orders confirmed for 129 such aircraft. As mentioned a number of times yesterday, this aircraft represents a 50% noise reduction over previous versions, resulting in what is termed as the effective perceived noise and ICAO classification to a lower level than the old Flybe turboprops on both takeoff and landing, i.e. this aircraft will actually be quieter. This planning assessment in front of you today is modelled though on the current aircraft fleet's noise levels. Bringing in new operators who are invested in new aircraft would reduce those forecast levels. We do recognise that noise is still a concern, however, for those living close to an airport. And as mentioned at ELAC, noise insulation policy only gives benefits to residents when they're in their houses and the windows are shut. We have, though, listened to this concern around outdoor spaces, people's well-being, and in response we've introduced the Health and Wellbeing Community Fund, which the airport will contribute £2 per aircraft movement above the baseline forecast. This fund will be managed through an independent group with representatives from the councils of Eastleigh, Southampton, and also include key local community groups who will be tasked to consider where best to support and identify the most vulnerable and benefit people's well-being in the communities most affected by aircraft noise. In addition, the airport is committed to front-loading this fund to the sum of £100,000 ahead of the runway construction. If we get approval tonight, we will work immediately with the council following this to secure and set up the terms of reference and the makeup of this committee. This airport is fully committed to monitoring aircraft and reporting of aircraft noise, providing noise mitigation for qualifying properties, and supporting the health and well-being of our neighbours in communities who are most affected by airport operations. One other point that was raised at the ELAC was concern to noise relating to construction activities. We have briefed residents of Campbell Road back in 2019 when this application first went in, but I'll just share some of those key points. So construction period, it is 34 weeks as been previously stated, but of this period only 22 weeks relates to nighttime working. Works will only be undertaken Monday to Friday. We're not currently considering weekends. There will be no construction traffic allowed on Wide Lane, Southampton Road. We're looking into initiatives with the contractors such as one-way systems to reduce the reverse and siren noise associated with construction vehicles. There will be a maximum nighttime noise. This will be limited to 55 decibels at the closest receptors between the hours of 11 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the morning, and noisy activities such as saw cutting, breaking activities will be carried out before this time, and we will look into the use of acoustic screens to further reduce this noise impact. There will be no piling, and the batching plants that produce the materials that we need for the runway construction are going to be located off-site, accessed via the M27 through Junction 5. And then most importantly, there will be further communication with residents. We will arrange pre-construction presentations to take the residents through the details of this project. And as we touched at the previous presentation we gave to the local communities, we are looking into an engagement app that we know has previously been used to engage with these communities, which will operate during construction, allowing them to make contact with us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So finally, right from the start of this process, members should remember that we have engaged not only with the council, but members of the airport communities, dating back to 2018, when we first shared our master plan ideas at various public events. As the master plan took shape, and during 2019, we undertook further consultations with councillors and the communities through the submission of the pre-application. A year and a quarter since the full application was submitted, we've undertaken several further consultations, listened to opinions, and shaped the plan application that is set out in front of you today. I would like to think that members today recognise that the airport has taken considerable steps to listen and shape a balanced application, and I hope you will stand by the recommendation of your own planning officer to permit development at this committee tonight. Demand for air travel is not going to disappear. If approved, the airport here in Eastleigh will still, though, be one of the smallest UK regional airports, whilst supporting growth in our region, giving communities choice, and will also, for the first time in the airport's history, give control to the local authority, Eastleigh, on key impacts of noise, traffic movements, and the climate impact. Today and during the whole consultation process, we've heard lots of people make representations around the development, but our airport recognises its impact on its communities and has and will continue to go beyond what is required of us to reduce our impact and work with our local communities and authority. This area has already been affected by key job losses over the years, from the reduction of Pirelli cable works, reductions in the rail works, and the loss of Fords. And who knows what the final effects of the pandemic will bring. Let's stand by your planning officer's recommendation to permit the runway development and grow employment from one of our last key employers, our airport in Eastleigh. So my team of consultants are available now and will cover key aspects of this application in more detail. And we will also remain on this call throughout the question session, should there be any further questions of a technical nature that you need clarification on. So thank you for your time today, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thurston, and it's good to hear that people will be hanging around for questions later. Thank you. We will now move to Gavin Hall, who is Director and Head of Department from Savills. Mr. Hall.
Good evening, Madam Deputy Mayor and members. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Gavin Hall and I'm a professional planning consultant accredited by the Royal Town Planning Institute, adhering to its code of practice and professional standards, and have practiced locally for over 20 years. I'm an independent planning expert employed by and head of Savills' local Southampton office, which is an international multidisciplinary property consultancy that incorporates the largest planning consultancy in the UK. We are also a Quality Mark member of the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment, which controls best practice and our practice in preparing environmental impact assessments and working with applicants and local authorities to ensure rigour in the planning process. Whilst employed by the applicant, we remain professional and impartial and are obligated to do so by our Code of Professional Conduct and Ethics. We have considerable expertise in the planning process of important infrastructure projects such as this and associated environmental impact assessments across the UK. To deliver sustainable development, which is the central thread running through government planning policy requirements, such infrastructure projects require the careful, objective and factual consideration and balancing of complex and often conflicting issues in order to deliver the infrastructure that the country requires. We have an onus to work with applicants and local planning authorities to ensure that your decision today can be based on robust, objective, material facts and planning considerations that will withstand scrutiny. The proposal before you has been in gestation for some time, as Steve has mentioned. In 1992, Eastleigh Borough Council entered into a legal agreement with Airports UK Southampton Limited to ensure that the land at the airport would be bound by various covenants to ensure the proper planning of its area. These covenants between the airport and Eastleigh Borough Council remain in force today and include that the airport shall continue to provide the people of the Hampshire region with convenient and effective air transport to a range of destinations, and that the airport shall continue to be financially viable. In line with their legal obligation with your council, Southampton International Airport drew up a draft master plan to ensure that the ongoing ability for the airport to provide the people of Hampshire with convenient and effective air transport to a range of destinations. The master plan sought to secure economic resilience and growth. The extension of the runway is a central feature of the master plan for the reasons that Derek and Steve have both outlined this evening. The draft master plan, which planned for growth to 5 million passengers per annum, underwent extensive public consultation during 2018 and 2019. As you've heard from the thousands of people who have responded to the planning application, the consultation provided confidence that there is an unmet appetite from the Solent region for air travel to a broad range of destinations, avoiding the need to travel overland to airports further afield in order to access such services. In October 2018, your full council voted conditionally to support the master plan and associated growth. This gave the airport the confidence to invest heavily in developing the proposal and making the application that is before you today. Feedback from the consultations shaped the planning application and the range of beneficial and mitigation measures that are embedded within it. More recently again, Eastleigh Borough Council continued to support the airport. At Cabinet in February this year, just over 2 months ago, the Council resolved to support the Solent Local Enterprise Partnership's bid to create a free port in the Solent region. and in so doing reaffirmed its support for the commercial development of the Riverside site, including the North East Business Park of Southampton International Airport, progressing the development of a prosperous and financially sustainable Southampton International Airport, and the construction of the link road to bypass Eastleigh Town Centre, the Chickenhall Lane Link Road. As you've seen in the committee report and heard from your officers, the planning application is beneficial in all of these respects, safeguarding the Chickenhall Lane Link Road route and access to the North East Business Park, and of course sustaining a financially viable future for the airport, which will be critical for the Freeport. The government's aim being to create onshore enterprise and manufacturing as the gateway to our future prosperity, creating thousands of jobs. If you resolve to grant consent tonight, you will help to secure these features. Conversely, refusal of planning permission would accord with none of these resolutions and put the associated prosperity and jobs at risk. So, the proposal is consistent with the airport's legal obligation to the council to maintain and enhance a viable commercial airport. It is consistent with the council's support for growth and resilience in response to the master plan, and it is consistent with the council's support for a prosperous and sustainable airport as a component of the Solent Freeport. I hope members therefore appreciate that the airport has reasonable grounds to expect that Eastleigh Borough Council will support the growth and economic resilience that this application will deliver, which is fully in accordance with recent local council decisions. Finally, we've heard from your planning officer that part of the current adopted local plan policy regarding the airport is deemed to be out of date and therefore no longer carries determinant weight where it conflicts with national planning policy. Conversely, the proposal is fully consistent with your emerging local plan, and specifically policy E9, which explicitly supports the principle of expansion of operations at the airport. Turning to national policy, as is also concisely explained in your officer's very well crafted and balanced report, the proposal is also consistent with national aviation policy. National planning policy for aviation supports airports wishing to make best use of existing runways. This policy is underpinned by the Department for Transport forecasts, and for Southampton, a figure of 3.5 million passengers by 2027 was adopted by the Department for Transport. This policy acknowledges the associated carbon generation and explains how this will be managed as a component of the overall UK carbon budget. As the proposal in front of you is now to cap to a figure equivalent to 3 million passengers per annum, the extent of operations that will be facilitated by the proposed development would be well below the level expected by national planning policy applicable to the airport. National planning policy thus makes provision for the climate change effects of a greater level of growth at Southampton Airport than is proposed within this application. If, however, you were to vote to refuse this application, this does not mean that you, as councillors, would definitively save the 370,000 tonnes of carbon spoken about that is already accounted for in the national carbon budget for flights from Southampton International Airport. All or a significant part of that will be displaced elsewhere and will remain within the UK's carbon budget. However, you will hear from our technical experts that by refusing this application, you will definitely lose jobs and be saying no to job creation, the immediate down payment of £100,000, the Community Health Fund, and no to all of the controls that Eastleigh Borough Council officers have managed to include within the proposal in front of you today. You will lose the opportunity to control Southampton International Airport. As your planning officer highlighted, this application has many complex technical issues, and planning decisions should be policy-led other than in exceptional circumstances. As set out above, both national and local planning policy is explicitly and unequivocally supportive of this proposal. It would be manifestly unreasonable of Eastleigh Borough Council to have entered into legal obligations with the airport and encouraged the airport to reach for growth and resilience, including by seeking to adopt a planning policy that explicitly encourages growth at the airport, only now, in the face of a very significant potential investment by the airport to the local economy, to resist what is a relatively modest quantum of growth. And that modest quantum of growth is one that, if approved, will be accompanied by significant new controls on the airport, securing measures to mitigate local impacts as far as possible. We have worked extremely hard with your officers over the past 3 years to get this application to the stage at which your council officers are able to bring it forward with a recommendation to approve, based on their own independent and robust assessment of all the facts. That process has seen the overall aim of the project remain to ensure resilience of the airport to be able to provide regional connectivity and travel opportunities for the people of Hampshire to the destinations that they wish to travel to in a sustainable manner. Southampton International Airport is actually paving the way in sustainable aviation, and my colleague Amy will touch on this later. But this is a fast and ever-changing environment, and those 3 years have also seen many changes, including the collapse of Flybe. This was an expectation that led to the urgency of the original proposals to enable resilience to an airport that was becoming unfit for purpose in the current aviation world, due only to the length of its runway. But further changes happened right up to the pandemic, which none of us would have foreseen. But that has demonstrated the even weaker position for Southampton Airport's resilience compared to other airports who do possess fit for purpose infrastructure once the pandemic recedes and air travel picks up again. That has significantly weakened the financial position of the airport, as we have heard, and without the runway extension will not be a viable business. This proposal is about ensuring the airport and region are future ready for any recovery. The new controls that would be at your officer's recommendation would be placed on the airport for the first time by you tonight if you grant consent, and will make this proposal part of the local region's green recovery. As a result of the period over which we've been working on this project, it is obvious that new options and scenarios will and have continuously been presenting themselves. But your decision must be based on the facts in front of you and the options presented, which include the reasonably foreseeable position that Southampton Airport can robustly defend, future flight numbers, types and passenger figures for a with and without development scenario now and in the future, and the associated impacts that these will have on the local population, the environment, jobs and the economic resilience of the airport. Your difficult job tonight, having heard all of the evidence of impassioned voices last night from residents across the region and your borough, through to the United Nations aviation experts, as well as from businesses to the states of Guernsey and Alderney, is to consider, in light of these, the robust recommendation in front of you from your officer that has been prepared through an independent assessment by all of your technical officers of the facts that can be considered material considerations in this application. I would just like to spend a final moment reinforcing your officer's carefully balanced position. The period over which we have worked with your team to be able to bring the proposal to you in as robust a position as possible from a social, environmental and economic perspective has seen the Eastleigh Borough Council Planning, Environmental Health and Economic Development Officers, as well as climate change consultants appointed by the borough, bring control into the proposals. That control has often been over and above government guidance and beyond any control that the borough currently or historically has had over the airport. And that has been done in a manner of engagement with the airport in a truly positive and constructive way. This proposal is about making the airport a fit for purpose part of Eastleigh, but respecting the role that it plays in your borough and doing so in a responsible and mature way economically, socially and environmentally in order to sit comfortably with your corporate plan and the declaration of both the climate change emergency and your wider corporate themes and strategies of being a green borough, ensuring healthy communities, and enabling Eastleigh to be a prosperous place. These are all extremely important ambitions, and the difficulty with this application is that it is not a cut and dry to any one of these, one way or the other, but affects them all positively and negatively at the same time and to different levels. The balancing act that has been performed by your officer follows the negotiations by your officers over the past 3 years, and has importantly taken all the pros and cons into account and weighed them up to present you a recommendation based on the facts and material considerations that you must base your decision upon tonight. Your professional technical officers have now reached the position where they are comfortable that the proposal reflects your corporate strategy and these themes in a balanced way. They do not believe it undermines the corporate strategy or the climate change emergency, but indeed gives you back control over these matters. That is the role of a planning decision, to ensure that the planning balancing act that you have heard needs to be made is one where the adverse impacts are controlled to minimise these impacts to a level that is deemed acceptable in order to achieve the aims of the project, resilience of the airport and regional connectivity for the people of Hampshire in a sustainable manner, whilst maximising the significant benefits that the proposal will provide. The controls that will be engaged, should you resolve to grant this approval, will enable Eastleigh Borough Council to take back control of emissions, noise, transport, as well as enabling economic growth. There is presently very little control over the airport or the associated flights that will inevitably mainly take place from somewhere in the UK to meet the regional demand that exists to fly from this area. This application has taken so long in its gestation as your officers and legal advisors have worked tirelessly to ensure that they have all the necessary facts in front of them, that they have assessed these and have suggested and agreed controls to place on the airport. They have reviewed and listened to the thousands of comments made on the application, both the 40% objecting to the proposals, as well as the 60% of all planning representations that are in support of the proposals, both across the borough and wider region, in order to undertake their planning balance. We recognise, though, that this is a tough decision, and many people are concerned about how the future airport may impact them. And hopefully the controls that you will be able to provide tonight will give you comfort. My colleagues will touch on some of the considerations later, but personally, and before that, how does the airport impact me? I personally valued knowing that I was able to easily fly from my local airport 5 miles down the road from my home at Eastleigh to travel back to see my elderly and recently ill parents in Belfast. Without this link, I felt physically disconnected from my family. The presence of the airport and ability to travel is an important positive factor in mental health and wellbeing for many people, including myself. However, we hope that members will agree with your officer's professional judgment of the planning balance as set out in their extremely well-worded committee report. The report sets out a rigorous and well-reasoned assessment of the proposal and explains the support of national and local planning policy positions in detail. The combination of the very significant social and economic benefits of the scheme, along with the extensive mitigation and controls that we are offering to mitigate local impacts that have been identified, most especially in respect of noise, have been assessed by your officers that on balance, the proposal is justified. That planning balancing act that your officers have undertaken has quite rightly given significant attention to noise and carbon emissions, as well as the positive benefits. You have to consider this balance. Refusing this application will not definitely lead to carbon savings, and certainly not the 370,000 tonnes of carbon spoken about. Rather, you will be displacing a significant part or all of that elsewhere, and the UK carbon budget would remain the same. However, the cost of this displacement would be lost opportunity to invest in the airport, Eastleigh and the wider area, lost opportunities for people, lost opportunity for jobs and jobs being lost investment in noise insulation and the Community Health Fund, lost opportunities to increase controls over the airport, and lost connectivity. Approving this application will renew the Council's controls and give you as a Council the opportunity to make it fit for purpose for the future and to allow it to sit comfortably within its community, reporting over what it is doing. Approving this application with the controls it grants you is not in conflict with your declaration of a climate change emergency. You are taking back control of the airport. Approving this application is saying yes to jobs, yes to the economy, and yes to environmental controls. I will now pass over to my colleague Lisa, who will talk to you in some detail about the noise issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gavin. We will indeed now move to Lisa Watt from WSP. Good evening, Lisa.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Deputy Chair and members. My name is Lisa Watt and I'm a Principal Acoustic Consultant at WSP. I am a member of the Institute of Acoustics and hold a postgraduate diploma in Acoustics and Noise Control. I have 15 years of experience working as an environmental noise consultant and have worked on a number of airport planning applications. Most recently supporting Leeds City Council as their independent technical noise expert advising on the Leeds Bradford Airport planning application. In relation to the proposed development at Southampton Airport, I have undertaken the noise assessment work presented in the ES and addendum documents submitted to Eastleigh Borough Council. The assessment of aircraft noise has been undertaken in line with government policy and guidance on aviation. It's also included reference to emerging government policy and its long-term plan for sustainable aviation growth. The assessment has considered the existing and future levels of aircraft noise associated with the operation of the airport. As has been previously mentioned, the calculations of future aircraft noise levels do not include any improvements that could be achieved through airspace change, such as noise preferential routes or steeper aircraft descents and takeoffs, or the potential for technological improvements to reduce aircraft noise over time through fleet modernisation, which Steve has highlighted, such as the A320 neo aircraft. Therefore, the assessment is considered to be representative of a reasonable worst case scenario, which officers agree with. As stated in the Planning Officer's report, noise levels when expressed in decibels, dB, can be difficult to translate into noise levels that are experienced in everyday life. To provide some context, the horizontal guidance for noise part 2 suggests that 30 dB is the typical noise level experienced in a bedroom in a quiet area with the windows shut, the average subjective description being very quiet. 55 dB is the level of normal conversation at 1 metre, and a domestic vacuum cleaner at 3 metres would be around 70 dB, described as noisy. It is important to recognise that when comparing data on population exposure at UK airports, there are a number of noise parameters which are published. For example, the assessment undertaken for Southampton International Airport reports the 16-hour summer daytime average, which is the busiest period and therefore is associated with higher levels of noise exposure. This is important when figures for other airports are discussed, as these often refer to annual average values over a 24-hour period. This is also the case for the WHO guideline values, which have been referenced by previous speakers. The WHO guideline value is the noise level generated over the entire day, so accounts for nighttime periods when noise levels are lower. The WHO recognises that these values are aspirational, and the UK government guidance notes that the cost of achieving the target values is not considered in the WHO guidelines. These values are a measure of noise exposure, which is evenly distributed across the year and a 24-hour period, which in reality is not something residents experience, a point noted in the officer's report. It's also worth highlighting that future levels of noise exposure are not routinely published by airports. Airports publish their noise action plan every 5 years. These report the current noise exposure, but do not forecast what this will be in 5, 10 or 15 years' time. It's only when an airport is looking to expand that future noise exposure is predicted to support a planning application. With this in mind, the noise assessment for Southampton Airport presents a forecast of what the noise exposure would be when passenger numbers reach 3 million in approximately 2033. Over this period, there will be an incremental increases in noise levels as the number of aircraft increase. Therefore, it's not correct to compare the 46,000 figure mentioned by previous speakers, which is a future population number, against existing population numbers at other UK airports. During the application process, we have engaged extensively with Eastleigh Borough Council's environmental health consultant to ensure a robust assessment which accords with the current and emerging government policy and guidance on aviation is provided within the supporting documentation. This has included a package of noise insulation measures, which will be brought forward as part of the development. There are currently no controls on the overall level of noise that can be generated at the airport. In line with developing government aviation noise policy and trends at other UK airports for modernising noise controls, the airport will commit to an operating restriction, which limits the size or the total area of the 51 dB summer daytime noise contour, i.e. the busiest period of operation for the airport. The 51 dB is the lowest observable effect level, or LOL, identified in government policy, and is regarded at the point at which adverse effects begin to be seen on a community basis. It is important to recognise that aircraft noise will already be audible outside this area, and 51 dB does not represent the level at which residents will start to hear aircraft. Rather, it is the lowest level at which research has demonstrated that measurable effects on a community begin to be experienced. The DEFRA-SONA study from 2014, which is the evidence base which underpins government policy on aviation noise, states that 51 dB, which states that at 51 dB, only 7% of people are highly annoyed by aircraft noise. The use of a contour cap limits the amount of noise that can be generated by the airport, thus providing reassurance to local communities and the planning authority that the area of noise impact within this contour from operations will be no worse than considered as part of the planning application, thus providing a restriction within which the airport must manage its noise impacts. It has been previously mentioned at the ELAC meeting that the contour cap will only remain until the airport undertakes its review of airspace, which will be required as part of the government's airspace modernisation strategy. This is not correct. A contour cap will remain in place, but it will need to be updated to reflect the outcomes of the airspace change assessment. This will allow the airport scope to consider the potential noise benefits of all operational parameters, which could reduce noise exposure to local residents, such as noise preferential routes and steeper aircraft descents and takeoff. A commitment to this is secured within the airport's noise action plan. In determining the appropriate size of the noise contour cap that the airport will be restricted to, we have worked with planning officers at Eastleigh Borough Council, and the 16 km² area restriction that will be imposed represents a reduction on the original forecasts. The airport recognises that the level of population exposure associated with future growth of the airport. Therefore, the noise insulation scheme that the airport will bring forward as part of the application goes beyond that expected by the government's aviation policy framework, known as the APF, and will include all properties within the 60 dB daytime summer noise contour and above, rather than the higher 63 dB contour recommended in the APF. The 60 dB threshold is in line with the Aviation 2050 consultation proposals, which is a green paper setting out the UK government's long-term plan for sustainable aviation growth. As stated in the officer's report, this is considered to be a significant improvement on the APF, and this change will benefit more than 1,800 additional residents across 800 dwellings, over and above the APF requirements. The airport is also committed to develop a bespoke assessment of insulation needs for educational establishments within the 60 dB contour. The airport is also committed to there being no upper cap on the contribution grant amount towards sound insulation measures required. The use of the 60 dB noise contour and uncapped payments to cover the full cost of sound insulation measures goes beyond the APF expectation and responds directly to the concerns raised through the consultation process. The officer's report agrees with this and states that the level of protection from noise impacts and restriction proposed are far in excess of that currently imposed on the airport or available for the community. As concluded in the officer's report, officers consider the mitigation package proposed to be appropriate to the development, and the airport has sought to minimise noise impacts to an acceptable level. Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Lisa. We will now move to Amy Laveau, who is the Health, Safety and Environment Manager from Southampton International Airport. Good evening, Amy.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. I'm Amy Laveau. I'm the Health, Safety and Environment Manager here at Southampton Airport. Southampton Airport has been committed to understanding its energy consumption and impact on climate change as far back as 2011. But it was in 2014 that we took formal steps to start our annual carbon footprint report. Since then, we have demonstrated a year-on-year reduction, which has resulted in reducing our carbon footprint by nearly 80% since those early reporting days. Our carbon footprint covers all three scopes of emissions. Scope 1 includes fuels burnt on site through boilers, generators, operational vehicles, and our fire training ground. Scope 2 refers to our purchased electricity. Our procurement process dictates that only 100% renewable power is purchased for use across site. Scope 3 refers to third-party operational vehicle fuels, tenant energy, aircraft landing and takeoff cycle, business travel and staff commute, passenger surface access, water supply and wastewater treatment, and waste disposal. 2019 saw us invest £500,000 to install fixed electrical ground power to our 4 most used stands so that parked aircraft can make use of this instead of diesel generators or their own engines, reducing both point source emissions and noise further. We have plans to roll fixed ground power out to more stands in years to come. Already, much of our ground handling fleet is electric. However, we remain committed to delivering further use of electric vehicles and buses airside wherever possible. Savings and improvements continue to be seen through the intelligent use of our building management system, which controls the LED lighting, heating, and cooling based on several environmental and local factors, such as outside lighting levels, temperature, wind speed, as well as occupancy levels. In 2019, Southampton Airport joined the Airport Carbon Accreditation, achieving Level 2, known as Reduction, as well as offsetting our remaining emissions by achieving PAS 2060 in carbon neutrality. More than 300 airports across the world have committed to Airport Carbon Accreditation. This is the only institutionally endorsed global carbon management certification program for airports. It independently assesses and recognises the efforts of airports to manage and reduce their carbon emissions through 6 levels of certification, that being mapping, reduction, optimization, neutrality, transformation, and transition. We believe that we may be among the first airports in the UK to offset all our CO2 emissions across all 3 scopes within this level, making this a tremendous achievement, not just for the airport, but for Eastleigh and regional transport. During these projects, Southampton Airport became a leading business in the region in reducing its climate impact, as well as being a founding signatory of Southampton Green City Charter. In addition to this, we continue to remain an ally to Eastleigh Borough Council through our collaborative partnerships in the delivery of climate change objectives. This planning application for a 164-metre runway extension means that Southampton Airport will be looking at a partnering relationship with Eastleigh Borough Council, whereby the new Section 106 provides the Council the opportunity to monitor the airport's progress against the reporting of its carbon strategy. Eastleigh Borough Council will have the opportunity to be part of the discussions around our aims and goals and will be able to actively review progress, providing an element of control whilst taking action immediately to mitigate climate change. We continue to work with our business partners and have just agreed with our taxi provider that going forward, all taxis serving the airport will shortly be ultra-low emission vehicles, helping to reduce the carbon impact of travel to the terminal. Aircraft technology is constantly developing. The runway extension would allow Southampton Airport to attract new low-cost airlines which tend to fly newer fleets of aircraft, like the Airbus 320neo. The A320neo offers significant environmental performance with nearly 50% reduction in noise footprint and nitrogen oxide emissions 50% below the current industry standard compared to previous generation aircraft. Allowing up to 180 passengers means that there's roughly 20% fuel reduction per seat. A fuller and larger aircraft means less fuel per passenger and fewer movements. Southampton Airport, as part of our larger AGS airports, is fully engaged with the Jet Zero Council and sits on the Sustainable Aviation Fuels Delivery Group. It is a common misconception that hydrogen or electric fueled aircraft are some way off in the future, but in fact, the first commercial offerings are likely to be available in 2023, and the next leap in this technology available by 2027, just around the corner. Even at this stage, 2 airlines that you're all well acquainted with, Logan Air and British Airways, have partnered with technology providers to understand how this can be delivered. Trials involving Logan Air have already commenced back in December 2020 and will continue to May 2022. It will see electric aircraft test flights taking off from Exeter Airport and flying to Newquay. At Southampton, we are committed to the UK Aviation Net Zero Action Plan, which sets out the deliverable roadmap for the UK aviation industry to reach net zero. These programs are a huge step forward in transforming the future of air travel and helping not only airports, but the UK to achieve its target of net carbon flights by 2050. We have no intention of stopping there. Together with over 200 airports across Europe, Southampton Airport, through AGS, is a signatory to ACI Europe's Net Zero 2050 pledge. This is a commitment to achieve net zero for the carbon under our control by 2050. But we're taking this a step further and committing to our ambitious target of net zero across all 3 emission scopes by 2045. In addition to this, by 2022, we aim to achieve Airport Carbon Accreditation Level 3+, also called neutrality, where airports are required to compensate for their remaining carbon emissions that cannot be reduced by other means. Further to this, we remain committed to offsetting any remaining carbon emissions annually by achieving PAS 2060, where we'll make use of gold standard offsetting schemes. Southampton is already carbon neutral, and we have ambitious targets for net zero. We are taking action today to combat climate change while still providing the travel needs of our local region. Let's see the Council work with us today to lead the way in implementing new technologies as well as welcoming new airlines that will bring new aircraft with the latest technologies. Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Amy. We will now move to James Peat from WSP. Good evening, James.
Good evening, Madam Deputy Mayor and members. I'm James Peat, and I undertook the carbon assessment of the proposed development. I'm an associate consultant who leads on carbon assessment within EIA for WSP. I have 10 years of carbon assessment experience and have authored, led or reviewed over 50 carbon chapters for EIA. I recently supported Leeds Council by providing advice on the Leeds Bradford Airport planning application's carbon assessment. I'm a chartered environmentalist. I hold a master's degree from the University College of London in environmental science, and I hold a BSc from Southampton University. In line with the principles of EIA, the assessment of the proposed development that we undertook is a comprehensive assessment. It's covering all material emission sources associated with the development, including road travel. It is a worst case assessment, and it includes substantial mitigation of the airport's emissions. Because the assessment is a worst case assessment, it includes radiative forcing, which are non-CO2 climate change impacts from aircraft operating at altitude, and both the departure and arrivals legs of each journey to and from the airport. Standard practice used by the government to quantify emissions from aviation does not include radiative forcing because its impact is considered too uncertain, and does not include the arrivals leg of any journey to avoid double counting of emissions globally and within the UK. However, we did include those to make sure that the assessment was a worst case assessment. But this means that the aviation emissions we report are approximately 4 times higher than if they had been quantified using standard practice. When thinking about these numbers, the important thing to understand is how they compare to other sources and to other assessments, so that the context can be understood and therefore the impact of the development can then be understood. So, for example, when comparing these numbers on a like-for-like basis using the same methodology as the Department for Transport's aviation forecasts, we can see that the emissions from Southampton International Airport with the proposed development are predicted to be lower than the Department for Transport's aviation forecasts that are set out in the Making Best Use policy. The same principle is also true when comparing the emissions from the proposed development to emissions from Eastleigh, as many have done during these hearings. It is important to do this on a like-for-like basis and again using the same methodology. The data on emissions from Eastleigh are published by the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, and they do not include either aviation emissions or road transport emissions that occur outside of Eastleigh. Therefore, when emissions from the proposed development are compared to these figures, it must be done on a like-for-like basis using the same methodology, and therefore should not include either aviation emissions or transport emissions occurring outside of Eastleigh. This comparison is included within the assessment and it was found that on a like-for-like basis, emissions from the proposed development are 0.27% of the emissions of Eastleigh. This highlights why the government's approach to managing emissions from the UK and from UK aviation in particular is at a national level. Each local authority area is not held to a specific carbon budget, because this would be difficult for any local authority area that hosts industry, power generation or transport infrastructure that serves a population beyond its own boundary. The government can use policy mechanisms such as the UK ETS, which is the emission trading scheme, nationally rather than local policy as a mechanism to achieve national emissions reductions in line with commitments. This is also why the UK's target is to be net zero by 2050. It's not an absolute target by 2050 because the approach is to balance carbon emissions and carbon removals across the UK. And as such, there will be areas that are emitters and areas that are removers. And the proposed development should be seen in that context. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor and members.
Thank you very much, James. Our next speaker I'd like to introduce is Robin Henderson, who's Associate Director from Savills. Good evening, Robin.
Good evening, Madam Deputy Chairman, and along with my colleagues, many thanks for the opportunity to speak to you this evening and for your attention. I'm Robin Henderson. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and an Associate Director with Savills. I've been working with your officers on this project now for the last 2 years, and you have an incredibly well-informed and well-crafted report in front of you as a result. As my colleagues have already said, please do be assured that your officers, Andy presenting to you this evening, Craig, his colleague, and their army of technical consultees have been rigorous in their scrutiny of the proposal. At times I've felt quite bruised by that, but all the better for it. This is demonstrated through the time it's taken to bring the application to committee and the amount of supplementary information that they have sought and the additional commitments that they've secured over that period that the application has been with you. I commend the report to you and the recommendation and ask that you do give it full and all due weight to the work that the officers have done to get here. Granting this planning permission provides the Council with a unique opportunity to secure a broad raft of new controls over operations at the airport that have not existed to date. These include limits on vehicles and noise, which effectively constrain operations to approximately 3 million passengers per annum, and commitments to operating with carbon and air quality benefits and ongoing monitoring and mitigation of a range of related effects. I'd like to pick up on a few of the points that have come up and set out some of what we are doing by way of management, control and mitigation of some of the impacts of the proposed development. As you've heard, there are no objections from the highway authorities. The proposed development is not expected to result in any significant adverse impacts in road capacity, congestion or safety. However, at ELAC, Councillors Campbell and Tyson Payne, both local councillors who are very familiar with an experience of the roads in and around the airport, expressed surprise, and understandably so, that the Highways Authority could have concluded that the additional traffic on the network that's attributable to the proposed development won't exacerbate existing levels of congestion experienced during peak periods. Now, the answer to this is complex and it is multifaceted, but in large part it's because the traffic generated by the airport tends to occur outside the periods at which the road capacity is most constrained. The airport staff and the first wave of passengers each day will already be at the airport before the morning peak on the roads, and subsequent arrivals and departures are also modelled to be putting people onto the highway at times when there is adequate road capacity for the quantum of traffic that's generated to be accommodated. The transport cap that we've proposed, and you've heard about at length, as part of this application is in response to a recognition of the capacity of the road network. So please do have confidence that your officers and the Highways Authorities have looked at this extremely carefully and that their findings are justifiable and robust. On air quality, the environmental statement shows that the airport will have a negligible impact on air quality with no exceedance of air quality standards in any location that's attributable to the airport operations. Nonetheless, the airport has agreed with your officers to continue to take proactive steps to further reduce its air quality impacts. We will continue to roll out fixed ground power to stands to reduce the reliance on diesel generators. We'll commit to an air quality strategy and support the Council with regard to monitoring and identifying any contribution from the airport to air quality effects in the AQMA. And the community fund that you've heard about will contribute proportionately to mitigate adverse effects on people who are living close to the airport and who have health conditions that make them especially susceptible to the impacts of airborne pollutants. I have a technical consultant that undertook the air quality assessment work, Bethan Tuckett-Jones from WSP, available in the meeting this evening, and should you require or any further assurances on the findings in that respect. You've heard from my colleague Lisa on noise and Steve earlier as well, but I'm going to touch on it briefly because we do recognise that this is one of the main issues before you this evening. Yesterday evening, Councillor Tidridge was concerned that the application was lacking in the absence of full details and assessment of the noise effects of the construction period. However, until we know if and when planning permission might be granted, it wouldn't be rational to have finalised the fine detail of proposals for how and when the proposed development would be constructed, and thus what the impacts might be and how they will be mitigated. We do, however, know that the noise of construction activities will need to be very carefully controlled in the interests of neighbours and are committed to doing this. We know the noise levels that cannot be exceeded and that the construction proposals will need to be devised to stay below these. It's therefore absolutely right that we will be obliged to obtain the Council's further agreement to the means of construction and measures to ensure that this is done in a way that's compatible with maintaining appropriate living conditions for our neighbours at the appropriate stage. There's nothing unusual or deficient in that approach. The operation noise from the airport is almost entirely attributable to aircraft movements, as you've heard. Yesterday, you heard queries from a couple of speakers about the robustness of the noise assessment work, particularly in relation to aircraft movements and how they've been modelled. You've just heard from Lisa about how the noise impacts of the proposal have been modelled and how they've been assessed. But in response to the very specific criticisms levelled yesterday and as stated in the ES, the noise modelling does take account of the effects of topography surrounding the airport. The noise modelling has been carried out using the approved Civil Aviation Authority software. The ANCOM model contains a noise database with data for specific airframe and engine combinations in the form of noise, power and distance NPV curves, and thus it is applicable to any airport. And as Lisa has outlined, the assessment has been reviewed extensively by your officers and found to be robust. I would assure you that it does represent a very robust worst case basis on which to demonstrate the potential noise effects that are before you this evening. Your officers have agreed with the ES that without mitigation, the noise generated by aircraft facilitated by the development would constitute a significant adverse effect, and nobody is stepping away from that, albeit not an unacceptable one in planning policy terms. Accordingly, we've devised and agreed the range of mitigation measures that have been outlined to you, and which lead your officers to then conclude that the effect remains adverse, but moderately so. Again, as the committee report explains, national policy for noise requires a sequential approach to noise in development, being firstly to avoid impacts on the health or quality of life. If those effects can't be avoided, we then mitigate and minimise the effect and then contribute to measures which improve health and quality of life. It's a sequential approach. The permission here will firstly avoid and then mitigate and minimise noise impacts through a range of measures, as you've heard. A noise action plan will be prepared in accordance with the relevant regulations and the DEFRA guidance and will include measures such as differentiated aircraft charging based on noise generated, an operation of noise abatement procedures and noise preferential routes, including the circumstances in which reverse thrust should not be used on landing. One particular intervention is a requirement that Airbus A320s at the airport will have to be subject to restrictions if they have not been subject to a particular design modification to address a whining sound on landing. Although we understand that the majority of A320s that are operating within this market have been subject to this modification. The commitment to deliver noise insulation will involve surveying all properties that fall within a 60 dB contour and offering bespoke interventions such as double glazing, through wall ventilation and or loft insulation where required to ensure an acceptable internal and ambient temperate environment is secured. The cost, which has been costed on at an average of £5,000 per household, will be covered entirely by the airport. Application for the policy for the 60 dB contour exceeds policy requirements and will represent a material benefit for the 350 of the 1,000 households that already fell within the 60 dB contour in 2016. In addition, the airport will contribute to a community fund, as you've heard, from which enhancements to outdoor space can be derived, targeted at addressing the effects of outdoor noise upon the population close to the airport. And as you've heard, your officers have in the past few days secured a substantial upfront contribution to the fund to be able to front load some of those interventions. And last but not least, the airport will enter into an upper noise control, the noise cap, devised in consultation with your officers to provide absolute surety around the noise impacts. We all acknowledge that the noise impacts of aircraft movement on the populations to the north and south of the airport are significant, and making a decision that may increase impacts is tough. But with the mitigation proposed, we agree with your officers that the impacts are acceptable when balanced against the very significant benefits of the proposal in social and economic terms. Likewise, no one in the airport team is in any doubt about the importance of or the contribution of carbon emissions to climate change. As Amy has explained, the airport is a leading proponent and a key ally of Eastleigh Borough Council in its carbon reduction ambitions. However, as my colleague James has also just outlined, and for very good reason, the responsibility for managing and restricting the carbon emissions from aviation is appropriately managed nationally and internationally. The fact that the entire quantum of carbon that will be attributable to the proposed development has already been provided for in the DfT budget in national aviation policy should provide you with further confidence on this point. To underline it further, we cannot ignore that displacing passengers from our region to more remote airports and/or other equally carbon generating modes of transport would have an unintended effect of increasing per passenger emissions, undermine the national policy strategy, and be counterproductive in tackling climate change. The environmental statement evidences that 77% of the people who would fly from Southampton will travel to and fly from another airport if the services aren't available here. You cannot assume that the remaining 23% will just stay at home, or that they will not take less sustainable transport options. Indeed, you have no evidence before you how much, if any, carbon emissions would be saved if planning permission is refused today. This reinforces the point that greenhouse gas emissions from aviation, the majority of which will occur hundreds of miles away from Eastleigh, really cannot be controlled or managed at a micro level. The aircraft that will be facilitated by the runway extension will have lower per passenger CO2 emissions than the smaller aircraft that can currently use the runway. Granting planning permission for the runway extension will allow more carbon efficient aircraft to fly from your local airport. As part of the mitigation package being offered by the airport, we've committed to a carbon strategy that will set out how the airport will seek to achieve and therefore maintain at least level 3+ neutrality under the airport carbon accreditation scheme by 2030. The carbon strategy will also set out steps that the airport will take. Will seek to achieve level 4 and level 5 under the airport carbon accreditation scheme over time, and the measures that the airport proposes to take to reduce scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions. It will include an obligation to report to the ACC annually on its performance against the carbon strategy. I'll stress again that the UK national aviation policy has been established to align with the UK's commitments under the Paris Agreement. And thus the UK's explicit provision for growth at Southampton Airport we are proposing is consistent with national policy on aviation, which acknowledges the UK's Paris commitments. The proposal will immediately be able to accommodate more carbon efficient aircraft to prevent residents of Eastleigh and the Solent region having to travel overland further afield to access those services elsewhere. And so on the social and economic effects of the proposed development. Others yesterday and today have explained why the runway extension and the regional international connectivity is so critical to the economic well-being of the airport, Eastleigh and the region. An effective and thriving economy is good for us all. There are direct correlations between wealth and health amongst populations. Please do not be drawn in by rhetoric that the benefits of this scheme are for faceless profiteers at the expense of the local population. Many people within the local population are employed by the airport or businesses that rely on the airport, and they rely on this income to care for themselves and their families. Many more benefit from the environment and the public services that are funded by income generated by the airport, the businesses that rely on it, and their thousands of employees. Socioeconomics also considers the benefits of the services provided by the airport to well-being. Regional and continental aviation and the associate ability to travel take holidays and to connect with family and friends is immensely important to the well-being of the local population. You've heard this in your thousands of representations that the council has received. Nearly 1,600 additional jobs in the Solent region and nearly 2,000 jobs in the wider UK attributable to the proposed development represent a major significant economic, social and health benefit of this proposal. In addition to providing and supporting jobs, the applicant has committed in the Section 106 to target and upskill and employ people from the local area and use local businesses and suppliers during the construction of the development and in its future operation. Refusal of planning permission and the displacement of the economic benefits to other airports and their hinterlands will prevent the airport from regaining a profitable trading position following the irrevocable loss of Flybe. It'll prevent an immediate £15 million investment in your local economy, diminish the opportunities proposed by the Freeport, and send a conflicted signal to those who have endeavoured to secure growth and investment in the local economy. It will fail to accrue the modelled economic benefits, jobs and associated well-being for thousands of households in Eastleigh and the region. And so on to the balance. The key here is that the impacts need to be weighed in the balance. There are pros and there are cons. Your officers have given you a clear and well-informed steer as to the justifiable balance of the modelled effects based on the inputs of highly qualified consultees and their own extensive expertise. With appropriate weight applied to national and local policy on climate change and the way in which noise impacts should be assessed and addressed, and taking account of the extensive mitigation and operational controls that your officers have secured as part of the planning application, the balance tips in favour of securing the significant social and economic benefits and the associated well-being for thousands of households across the region that the application will facilitate. You can have confidence in your officer's cautious and well-crafted recommendation that planning permission can and should be granted, and I commend it to you. Madam Deputy Chair, many thanks.
Thank you very much, Robin. And last but not least, I'd like to invite Steve Sloy into the meeting. Good evening, Steve.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Can I just say your IT and the support from Democratic Services has been absolutely amazing. And thank you for giving so many people the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much.
We've had so many points made, lots of passion on both sides, and there's no easy decision to be made here. It's a very contentious and a very divisive issue. So let me start by saying, if you back us, one of the first things I will do is to extend the olive branch to our opposition. They are our neighbours, and also to those of you councillors who vote against us. So when COVID restrictions allow, I'd like to invite you all councillors and key members of AXO, to a tour of the airport so you can see the physical constraints. You can better understand the physical link between runway, size of stands, how many aircraft we can actually park. You know, you've heard about 20 aircraft an hour, but I asked where we're going to park them. How would we service them? How would we unload them, refuel them, board them and then dispatch them? So I want you to see the logistics of how a terminal building works and how we're constrained by our throughput and our flow. And I think a good analogy might be the speedometer in your car. In your car, the dial probably goes up to 130 or 150, but how often do you ever actually go past 70? Please don't answer that. But I'm hoping that we can find the common ground. And I think there is common ground. I think there is an overlap, and we can see how we can deliver this project, taking into account the very real concerns of those who oppose it. And I'd like to dwell first of all on a bit of the airport as a business. So as a business, we have to adapt. We've got no right to exist simply because of an illustrious or a proud history. And consider Thomas Cook, 175 years gone. And we've seen over the past few years many household names disappear. Thomas Cook, Monarch, Flybe, Mothercare, C&A, Comet, British Home Stores, Toys R Us. I understand in Eastleigh we lost famous names such as Ford, Kipling, Pirelli. No business has a right to exist. No business will just be all right. But this planning application, this is our plan. This is our plan to adapt, to make sure that we do become a viable business again. And objectors say that this is our own fault, putting all our eggs in one basket. Well, okay, it's a bit more complicated than that. But 2 years ago, this was our plan to grow and to get away from that reliance on Flybe. And now it's a battle to make us viable business again. And I refer you to paragraph 332. And this is your own Eastleigh Council Economic Development Department, which says, and I quote, "It's difficult to imagine how the airport could recover. The proposed extension has moved from being an ambitious project for future growth to a survival strategy." That's paragraph 332. I could not have put it better myself. And when people say, oh, the airport will be okay, I'd love to know what maths they base this on. You know, you have to look at the customer numbers, you have to look at the passenger numbers. The simple answer is there is no maths. There's no maths that suggests the airport will be okay, none at all. So please let me spell it out to you. The airport will not be okay. We cannot sustain losses of £6 million, £8 million a year. Cumulative losses of £33 million over 10 years between now and 2030. We'll very quickly reach a point where we've got no capital to invest. This year, even as a failing business, we have to invest in a new radar, new baggage screening technology and runway repairs. That's another £7 million in capital spending just to stay safe and secure. So what happens? What happens to a business that can't balance the books? Well, as my CEO just said, we've got some very, very real difficult decisions to make. But let's not dwell on that. Let's be positive. Let's look at some of the positives. I want to summarize with a look at the positive reasons as to why I think you should say yes and why you should approve this extension application. Number one, £15 million of investment. £15 million. This is not public money. This is external investment into our airport. £15 million into the heart of Eastleigh that will immediately create 265 jobs in the construction phase as we emerge from a pandemic. So please use it, grab it, ensure that that 15 million is invested in Eastleigh. Opposition have said it's a waste of money. Well, that's just nonsense. You know, Southampton, and we've got a lot going for ourselves. We've got 3 million people in our catchment area. The need for flying is definite. I'll give you an idea of scale. In Aberdeen, I had 250,000. Bournemouth has got about 700,000. And this is basic business. It's footfall. It's bums on seats. And furthermore, we know historically, 2 million people have already flown from here in previous years. So we know there's a huge demand. We've also got these excellent transport links. If we can extend the runway, get the airlines and the routes, people will be able to travel from Eastleigh instead of having travel up to the London airports. We're already a fantastic integrated transport hub for the region. Locally, you've got the airport, the port, train station, 99 steps. Airports can only dream of that. A motorway with amazing connections, and given those fantastic transport links, given the footfall, Eastleigh has a very bright future. For just 164 metres of tarmac within our existing boundary. And we stay small. This plan gives us a wonderful, small regional airport. To give you an idea of scale, if we were to get to 3 million passengers by 2033, we'd go from being the 19th largest airport in the UK to the 17th. And that's over a 12-year period. So please, ignore the hyperbole. You've seen pictures in the weekend, maybe of 747s flying over rooftops. You know, do the maths. The extended runway goes from 1,724 to 1,888. Have a look at Wikipedia. A 747, the takeoff requirement for that is 2,800 to 3,200 meters, over a kilometre more. It's never going to happen here at Eastleigh. Again, in leaflets this weekend, we've seen 2 league tables, but strangely showing only 10 airports. And again, we would go from the 19th to the 17th. So what happened to all the other airports? Exeter is 23rd biggest, Newquay is 30th biggest. So why just 10 airports? We will be a wonderful, small regional airport. Particularly As we develop the Freeport, an extension will provide the opportunity to connect Eastleigh to the whole of Europe, to wherever business demands. In Aberdeen, business wants oil and gas, so airlines they connect to places like Bergen, Stavanger, Oslo, Copenhagen. For Eastleigh, maybe it's cruise connections that business want. Maybe the destinations of choice would be the likes of Malta, Rome, Bergen, Dubrovnik, Barcelona, with people flying in and out to connect to cruises without having to use the London airports. And I think the breadth and the depth of the business support that you've seen both yesterday and in the report shows why the extension will help facilitate further economic growth and jobs in the community. And it's not just big business, it's taxi drivers, it's bus drivers, it's car park attendants. But of course, it's not that simple, is it? Climate change and noise. And we have never shirked from the data or what we can do about it. It's our data. We've made sure it will stand up to robust scrutiny as a worst case. It's complicated data, but that's why you have an expert planning team spending months analysing it on your behalf. And that's why you have to be careful of selective misrepresentations of the data, of just cherry picking the bits that you like, but then saying the other bits are all lies. Take leakage, for example. Look at paragraph 495. It's black and white. The figure is 77%. And I quote, paragraph 495, 77% would still fly to the intended destination using other operators at other airports. So you've got figures in front of you, figures that we supply, the worst case scenario. But then let's look at what's happening in the real world. The real world doesn't stand still. Things will change between now and 2033. Look at how research and development into sustainable aviation fuels and greener aircraft is developing. There's serious new money being pumped into this. Growth will be exponential, and it will be in the next few years, not decades away. Look how quickly we got vaccines. When needs must, we rise to the challenge. And needs must, there's nobody here denying climate change, nobody. We know we've got an emergency to deal with. We do disagree with people on the methods of tackling it. I firmly believe with a sound economy, we can find the technological solutions which will decarbonise the country as we move towards our net zero targets. Now, back in the army, back in Afghanistan, we're always taught when dealing with first aid or dealing with an emergency, don't become a casualty yourself. You can't help people if you become a casualty. And I think somebody said yesterday in one of the representations, don't cut off your nose to spite your face. Now, back the extension, make us a viable business again, and we can tackle climate change together. So we understand the issues surrounding noise in the environment. We've provided the data, we've listened, we've mitigated. Please look at what's on your doorstep. What an opportunity. You've got an airport, you've got fantastic universities, you've got a free port opportunity, and you've got land in our northeast development zone. This could be a historic moment for the town and for the borough. Back the airport, back the free port, back the development of green technology in your own backyard. So it's difficult. It's very difficult. When you look at the overall planning balance, months of effort and crunching through data by your planning team, on balance, we get a recommendation with conditions. And those conditions are important. Now let's look at the section 106, where you have huge control. The section 106 is really important. It ensures that we not only deliver as promised, but we also raise the bar wherever we can. You get huge control over the future of this airport. And an example is since 1991, there's been in the 106 no night flights. We honour that. It's part of the DNA of the airport. It's just what we do. So let's work together for the next 20 years with a new 106, one that gives you huge control over the operational parameters of this airport. I want to quickly turn to the public vote. Now, I know it's not strictly come dancing, but you have heard the voice of the public. And what can be seen from the planning report, the results of the formal consultation are amazing. And I'd refer you to paragraph 24, 52, 70 and 76. In those paragraphs, you will see there are 7,863 voices, nearly 8,000 voices, 4,727 of which support the extension. That's 60%. In modern politics, that's a landslide. The majority of the public want this extension. The public are asking you to vote for this extension and for the jobs that come with it. And that's incredible, 7,863. To give you an idea of scale, recently in Leeds and Bradford, 3,200 made a representation. The population here have felt motivated enough to respond to your consultation. Please do not let them down. Now you could have a quick look at Facebook polls in Eastleigh and Chandler's Ford, which show well over 80% support. Chandler's Ford is 139 for and 14 against. Eastleigh Neighbours is 891 versus 142 against. But obviously you can dismiss them. It's Facebook. You can dismiss those polls if you like, but please do not dismiss your own consultation. The people have spoken. I want to turn very quickly to jobs and the economy. The pandemic has hit everyone hard. Unemployment is up. We need jobs. Your constituents need jobs. And by voting this extension, you'll be securing and providing further jobs. That gift of employment, that is in your hands. You tonight hold the key to thousands of jobs, both in the construction phase, 265 jobs, see para 486, and in subsequent years as airlines return to Eastleigh. 1,410 jobs on the airport by 2037, and in Solent Lep, you see that in the wider region, this can be a vote for 2,367 jobs. Again, that's in paragraph 677, 2,367 jobs. And think about what those jobs mean for those people, for the well-being of those families, for the sense of fulfillment, the sense of satisfaction. Taxes being paid, taxes that allow us to help those that need some sort of assistance, council tax being paid, so Eastleigh can allocate resources where it's needed. And these are good jobs. These are good jobs at the airport, quality jobs across a wide range of skill sets. Working at an airport's fantastic. People love working here. They love working at the airport. It's a huge asset for Eastleigh. And so a vote for the runway extension secures our future. It secures current jobs. It creates more jobs. 2,500 people, 2,500 families. So let me conclude. Yes, there's issues. Big decisions like this aren't easy. And that's why you volunteered to come into public service. It's a tough ask. And again, thank you for putting yourself in the hot seat. I realise many of you lost your Easter weekends. You had to read all the documents and watch all the briefings. So again, thank you for your public service and for being prepared to make these tough decisions. I sympathise with your struggle. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. And social media as well. Social media can be an absolute sewer. And I would please just urge everyone listening, whatever the result, please be kinder to each other and respect other people's different opinions. You'll find in the end that we've all got more in common than the differences that we have in this single issue. So let's recap. I want you to say yes. I want you to say yes to the extension. I want you to say yes to a new and detailed section 106, which sees us become heavily controlled by yourselves. I want you to say yes to an airport and a staff that are desperate to work with you, desperate to impress you and be the greenest airport in the UK, something that we can all be proud of. I want you to say yes to the business community who've shown overwhelming support. Say yes to the 60% of public who responded to your consultation and supported the airport. Say yes to £15 million investment to be spent on your doorstep. Say yes to helping us become a viable business again with an exciting and vibrant future. Say yes to unlocking the potential of the Freeport development to bring green technology to Eastleigh. And say yes to 2,500 jobs, 2,500 people and their families, earning, paying taxes. And very finally, say yes to your own detailed planning report, compiled by your experts. 250 pages, nearly 1,000 paragraphs, months in the making, a balanced report, looking at the data, looking at the pros and cons, and on balance, it recommends that the extension should be approved. So on behalf of myself and all my staff, I wish you good luck in your deliberations. We're here to help with any questions. I hope you vote for the extension and I hope you vote for jobs. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Steve. And may I thank all of you for your detailed and very comprehensive presentation on this application this evening. Now, I've already been indicated we have several councillors who already wish to ask questions. So given that, and for people to gather their thoughts and any other questions that people might want to ask, councillors, I think it's an appropriate time that we go for a quick 15-minute break. Thank you very much. Good evening, councillors and members of the public that are watching, and welcome back. As is usual after our breaks, we will now go to Laura for a roll call, please. Laura.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Airy.
Present.
Councillor Allingham.
Present.
Councillor Asman.
Present.
Councillor Atkinson.
Present.
Councillor Bearder.
Present.
Councillor Bicknell.
Present.
Councillor Bourne.
Present.
Councillor Broadhurst.
Present.
Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Corbyn.
Present.
Councillor Caldry.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Cross.
Present.
Councillor Dean.
Present.
Councillor Doogie.
Present.
Councillor Dogood.
Present.
Councillor Garton.
I'm here.
Councillor Gomer.
Present.
Councillor Gruevski.
Present.
Councillor Groves. Councillor Holes.
Present.
Councillor House.
In attendance.
Councillor Irish.
Present.
Councillor Jerd.
Present.
Councillor Curl.
Present.
Councillor Mann.
Present.
Councillor Manning.
Present.
Councillor Marsh.
Present.
Councillor Parker Jones.
Present.
Councillor Pragnall.
Yep.
Councillor Pretty.
Here.
Councillor Rich.
Present.
Councillor Tennant.
Present.
Councillor Tidridge.
Present.
Councillor Trace.
Here.
And once again, Councillor Tyson Payne.
I'm here.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Laura. And before we move to questions, I'm going to ask Andy Granfield, do you have any points of clarification or comments from the airport's presentation, please? Andy.
No, I don't. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Andy. In that case, then, I'm now going to open it up to councillors for questions to Andy Granfield on the application. Now, when I say Andy, we also have environmental officers, ecology officers and officers from the economy, as well as the airport. So I would respectfully ask councillors not to repeat questions which may have already been answered, please. And although there is no limit on the number of the questions that a councillor may ask, I would ask them, please, not to be repetitious. Thank you very much. And in that case, then, we will move to our first question, and I will do them in the order that they came in. So the first person I will go to is Councillor Tyson Payne. Councillor Tyson Payne, and this is for questions only at this time. Thank you.
Can I just clarify, Chair? Thank you. That's questions of Andy, or are the airport answering some of these questions?
Yes. What will happen is if Andy cannot answer the question, then he will direct it to the appropriate person.
Okay, so as this is a question, why was this not in the report that the airport would close in the event of not getting the extension? And therefore we cannot make a decision on this evening because the situation has changed. So why was this not in the original report? And if it had been in the original report, would we not have had to have also looked at alternative options for the site, i.e. whether or not it could have been used for green economy industries and a number of other things, certainly not housing. So there's two questions there. Next question is, I'm concerned about the figures for profit because from my reading of the company's house data, they have made a £34 million profit in the last 10 years, not a £33 million loss. And lastly, the Sky Scanner data shows that, let me just bring it up on my screen, shows that the airport will be just below their break-even point by the 28th of June, given the flights that they've already started to put in. So three questions. Why was it not in the original report? Does that not make the original report defunct? The question about the finances and the question about the Sky Scanner data. I hope that was succinct enough for you, Andy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tyson Payne. Andy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Tyson Payne. Very succinct, thank you. In terms of your first question about the closure of the the airport and why that's not included in the report. Obviously, this is a topic which has come up a few times through the various meetings that we've had. The environmental statement is how we have to consider the planning application. So it's the information that comes in as part of the environmental statement and the supporting documents around that, of which there are many. And within the environmental statement appended 2, which came in January of this year, it was made clear in terms of the viability issue of the airport and where the break-even point is, about 1.2 million. As part of that, they have not said that the airport would close if the runway extension was refused. What they have said is it makes it, in terms of passenger numbers, difficult to get to that break-even point, and they'd have to consider alternatives. And so that's why there's no reference in the committee report to the closure of it. You're quite right that if there was reference within the environmental statement and supporting information to the potential closure as part of the way the environmental statement works, you have to consider the impact of what that closure may mean, of which there could be benefits and disbenefits of a multiple range, which obviously makes it very difficult to quantify exactly what the impacts would be. So in terms of the report and the information submitted on which the planning application is being considered, the option of closure was not a matter for consideration, but there was an obvious inclusion this time with the information about the viability of the airport, which is a subtle difference. In terms of your second question, in terms of the profit figures, that's not something I would be able to answer, so that's probably something best directed to the airport. And I would also suggest the Sky Scanner data you've mentioned also would be something that maybe the airport could answer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Andy. And do we have a representative here from the airport that can answer Councillor Tyson-Payne's questions, please?
Yes, I'd love to know where that data comes from on Skyscanner. All my spreadsheets, everything that I'm looking at, all my analysis suggests 386,000. I'll say it again slowly, 386,000 passengers this year and a loss of 8 million. So I really have no idea where you're getting any of that mathematics from, because this is what we live and breathe, the P&L, the profit and loss account of the airport. That is just what we do as a business. And 2021 is horrendous, absolutely horrendous.
Okay, does that answer all your questions, Councillor Tyson-Payne? You're on mute, Councillor.
Sorry, no, not quite. I can't share my screen, but I could actually send this to Mr. Salazar. Secondly, I'm still not sure about the profit numbers, because it was quoted as 33 million loss over 10 years, and from Companies House records I make it a 34 million profit over 10 years.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Can I come in?
Go ahead. Yes.
Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, Councillor Tyson-Payne. Yeah, that's looking back 10 years profit. Very good. Well done. But what we've said is looking forward 10 years up to 2030, which is 6 million loss, 8 million loss, losses. And even when we get to the 1 million passengers, it's £1.5 million per year loss, which is in the one of the addendums to that. So yeah, good times, bad times. But when we're looking ahead and we've got to find money for capital, for things like the new radar, for the whole baggage screen, we're not able to get the finance for that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, in that case then we will move on to our next councillor, and that is Councillor Daniel Clark. Councillor Clark.
Okay, yeah, just on this issue of viability, it does appear, I think, to a member of the public that there's a bit of cherry picking going on there. I mean, it was mentioned just a minute ago that you can't cherry pick with evidence, but I think that people watching this would feel that viability hasn't been part of the report. There hasn't been an analysis of alternative uses. However, it has clearly come up and clearly could influence some members in terms of their vote. So could Andy just give some clear sort of definitive advice so that residents who are watching this are absolutely clear on what part viability is going to be playing in our balancing act. So should we be voting based on viability or not, so that members of the public who are watching are clear about that?
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Andy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Not quite sure I can say this in a different way. The information provided clearly shows, based on officers' interpretation, that there's a break-even point of 1.2 million. The environmental statement also says that without the runway extension, the airport would find it very difficult to get to that level of passenger movement, in which case it would make it an unviable business. It's a material consideration that members have to consider, and you can decide as members how much weight you put on that. But from an officer's point of view, we have not been asked to consider the airport closure as the alternative if the runway extension was unsuccessful. So I think from my point of view, that's probably all I can say on that particular point. It really is the weighting that the members wish to put on it. But I just reiterate, the evidence before us does not say the airport would close. It would make it an unviable business, and there would have to be alternative funding or changes to the business model. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Andy. I think that answers your question, Councillor Clark. We will now move on to Councillor Dogood. Councillor Dogood.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you very well.
Thank you. I've got two questions, and the second one is contingent really on the answer to the first. And the first one is aimed at Andy. It's that I've raised in writing on several occasions that under the section 106 inclusions, that there really should be a PAX cap. This should be stepped to enable not least more modern planes to come on stream, and it should be phased in view of all the discussion that we've had on noise. Could I please ask Andy to answer that point, and then I'd have a question for Steve.
Okay, certainly. Andy.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of a stepped passenger number, the environmental statement sets out the worst case scenario, and I think we've heard that from the airport team today on a range of issues they've asked us to consider. Officers are comfortable that a reasonable worst case scenario has been presented to us in terms of all the sort of the technical areas. I think any passenger limitation that we seek to impose would need to be justifiable. Currently, we do have, through alternative caps, a limitation being imposed on the number of passengers that could pass through the airport on any 1 year. The vehicle cap at 2.45 million will restrict the number of vehicles entering the site, and through the information the airport have provided to us, we've got a calculation of that's around about 3 million passengers that would enter the site. So we're comfortable that we can control passengers through that way. In terms of noise contours, again, working with the proposed fleet mix as we look forward, the airport have provided, which wasn't included with the original submission, a noise contouring for 3 million passengers, and have committed to an obligation of a maximum noise contour for the 51 dB threshold of 16.1 kilometre, so we can control the noise output as a result of around about 3 million passengers. What we'd have to consider if there was any stepping of passenger numbers is whether that would undermine any of the benefits that come from this scheme. Also consider what the disbenefits, any improvement to disbenefits. And we'd also need to ensure that when we look at the kind of the business plan for the airport, which has been submitted as evidence, how that aligns with their future forecasting. And it would be unreasonable to introduce something which was fundamentally different in terms of a cap than the evidence we've got before us. So hopefully that answers your question, Councillor Dogood.
Well, not if I may come back, Andy, not really. I'd made a very specific proposal, which I was hoping could be included in your recommendation, and that could be appropriately taken now to facilitate discussion.
Andy. Andy, you're on mute. Sorry.
Thank you. Apologies. Councillor Duguid, would you mind referencing what that particular stepped passenger number is? Because I think that's an important element to that question.
Yes, it was that an additional item under 2 as a final point, that to support the delivery of all the above mentioned items, that a passenger cap is applied of 2.4 million packs in 2024, 2.6 million in 2028, and 3 million by 2034. I understand, Chair, I can't make a speech in support of this, and I wouldn't want to attempt that, but that was the very specific question which has been repeatedly asked.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Do you want me to come back on that particular point?
If you can, yes, thank you.
Yeah, by all means. Yeah. So I have in front of me the range of passenger growth as submitted as part of the environmental statement, looking at 2020 up to 2037. The stepped arrangements, which Councillor Duguid has just referenced, does sit within the information that we hold, so we wouldn't have to seek further informational modelling to mirror that. And looking at that stepped arrangement, it does sit in line with what the airport's own evidence suggests could be the growth rate. I have previously spoken to the airport about an option of including this stepped arrangement, and it's the view both of the airport and as officers that is not an unreasonable expectation to place. And I think what's important with that stepped arrangement, now we've amplified what the numbers are, is that it does actually give comfort to members that post the COVID pandemic and the recovery of aviation to whatever stage that might be, it gives members of the full council the comfort to know that there's not likely to be a sudden jump in air traffic movements, and that it would be a gradual over the next 12 years. And that stepped passenger number cap actually does give you that comfort that you wouldn't get all 3 million passengers within the next 3 or 4 years. So I wouldn't be unhappy with that, and we could secure as part of a Section 106 that mechanism, that stepped mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. Councillor Duguid, yes?
Yes, indeed. Thank you. So I think that could be included in the substantive motion, and I'm sure Councillor David Airy would be delighted with that. And I then have my question for Steve on behalf of the airport, and it was contingent upon Andy's answer there. Could I first of all ask if the airport would find that acceptable? And secondly, could I ask Steve, because they are linked in my mind and in many other councillors' minds, the question of noise abatement. Now, I have been persistently trying to get a noise abatement tariff for aeroplanes landing, which is linked to noise, so that there is an incentive for quieter aeroplanes to land. And this is something which is difficult to implement because in truth, with big airlines, there are always private deals done. But I am looking for a strong statement, which I don't believe we've had yet from Steve, saying that they will exercise best practice, they will do everything within reasonable limits to ensure that these aeroplanes on the flight zone are the most friendly from a noise pollution point of view. And that for me is a key question to Steve. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Right, well, I'm not a politician, so for me the simple answer, it's complicated, but the simple answer to both of them is yes and yes. As long as the planning officer is happy that by those figures, which I've written down, 2024 2.4, 2028 2.6, 2034 3, there's nothing in there which means we have to go and start modelling again and have to start moving the entire goalposts on the planning application, because I'm aware planning application is in a nice neat box. There's things that are in scope, there's things that are out scope. So as long as I'm not sort of, saying by agreeing to that, it means, oh, this is some sort of trap and now it's all got to go back to starters orders. So I don't know, Andy, can you give me some crumb of comfort with that?
Andy, thank you.
Yes, Steve, I'm comfortable with that falling within the information that we've had provided already, and so I'm comfortable. That's not new information that would be presented. So yeah, I'm comfortable that it works from a planning process point of view.
Right. Okay. That was a bit easy, wasn't it, for two non-politicians? Right. Noise abatement. Again, the simple answer is yes. Right. The simple answer is yes. We can, through the consultative committee, through the technical working group, develop what's called our conditions of use document. We already have a section in there, section 4, which looks at tariffs for noisy aircraft. Okay. And but to be honest, it's never really invoked at the minute because we don't have what's called Chapter 3 aircraft coming in. But and this is where I want to be. I don't want to say yeah. Oh yeah, that's easy. I can say yes, but you have to understand what that yes means. By saying yes, I can put a tariff in, and I can say if anybody wants to bring an all-day 320, then the landing fees are less. So we can work out those mechanisms. But I think actually, Councillor Duggan, you mentioned this when it comes to deals for new airlines. All those individual package of fees are then sort of wrapped up into an overall deal. So I think for big new carrier coming in, that would be difficult. But for the charter aircraft that come in and do, for example, football flights, things that come in through GA as well, then yeah, that would be relatively easy. So it's kind of it's a yes. We can look at that, but the devil will be in the detail, and I think that's going to be an issue for the 106 and the technical working agreement, technical working group, to actually really hammer out the detail. So I could just say yes and make you think that that's all wonderful and fabulous, but actually it's a bit more complicated than that because of the individual deals that we do with individual airlines. I don't know if I've answered that question or whether I've just made it worse for you. I don't know.
Well, Madam Chair, if I'm being invited to come back, I will, but I obviously under your guidance. I found that extremely helpful, and I understand that these deals with airlines are confidential, for one thing. I'm looking for a statement of best practice. We know, and the presentations we've had this evening say that the Neon 320 is 50% better from a noise abatement point of view, the A220 likewise. We want to have some mechanism to encourage these planes to come to our runway, which is the one which has the most dense population under its flight path. And this is now becoming a speech, Chair, and you should shut me up. But if we can get that as part of the motivation and incentive of our airport authority, that would be superb.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Dogood, and I believe that Steve Sloy has answered your question. Thank you. Right, we will now move on to Councillor Caldry. Councillor Caldry, please.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to ask two questions, if I may. First addressed to Andy, and the second, hopefully a follow-up to Steve. Andy has been harassed by me slightly with questions about how we can debate the question of carbon emissions, which seem to me very high in comparison to the carbon emissions that we emit in the town here. For various technical reasons, he says that he's not going to, that we can't debate it. And I did then suggest that we might debate it with the airline, because the major gap in the control of our airline of carbon emissions is that there is no national policy yet. So there is no control. And I had suggested that until national controls come into place, the airline commit to some form of cap on airline on gas greenhouse gas emissions set at the level equivalent to their 2019 level of emissions, and that would then conform to the Committee on Climate Change's recommendation that we don't increase carbon emissions from any airport. I got a negative response to that request, and I was just wondering. I was actually slightly surprised by that, because I wasn't expecting a negative response. I was expecting the airline to say yes, fine, because that's what we're going to do anyway. But I'd just be grateful if Andy could just explain this a little bit further.
So what was your actual question, Councillor Caudry, may I ask?
Well, the question to Andy, or I can go straight to Steve, is why won't the company commit to holding the greenhouse gas emissions from aviation to and from the airport at a level equivalent to that generated in 2019?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Caudry. Andy.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, the emissions side of things is very challenging. I think it's quite clearly set out in the report that international aviation emissions are best dealt with at a national level, and certainly how governments see it. And the aviation policies and commitments around emissions are set pre the Climate Change Committee's most recent request. So what the airport have done is, and we've heard it tonight, and it's also again set out in the report, have made commitments to addressing their own emissions, their ground-based emissions, and also the takeoff and landing and taxiing of planes as well. What isn't within their gift to control is the emissions of planes once in flight, and that is best tackled at a national level for two reasons. Firstly, that the government in the DFT reports for 2017 did a calculation on emissions for aviation, and within that there was a budget, for want of a better word, given to Southampton based on their growth, and the government committed, when looking at all of the aviation, to meet what that budget was. That is a commitment, and that is something which is policy at the moment, and it's reflected in the national aviation policies. The additionality that comes from the runway extension, it was already included within that budget, that calculation from the DFT, and therefore it's already been considered at a national level. So if the airport were asked to place either additional limits, either a carbon cap in effect on their property or on their development, or to give assurances they wouldn't exceed 2019 figures, which is in effect a restriction that's imposed on them, that would in effect be double counting with the national position. And that is something which I've checked with our climate change manager, and he is of the same opinion that it's not something at this stage that we should be imposing or reasonably imposing on the airport. Now, there is a gap in policy, and I think that's the key thing. The Climate Change Commission committee have produced recommendations around a whole host of emissions, including aviation, but those are recommendations currently, and so they are out of step with policy, and that's where the gap is. And we know that the government have got an obligation themselves to consider those recommendations and amend, adjust policy accordingly, and there are statutes or plans in place that's going to be picked up later on this year. So at this moment in time, the gap in policy, there is no national policy, there's a gap between the latest recommendations from the CCC and what the policy position is. So from a local authority's point of view, my advice is it would not be reasonable, either to condition or through a section 106, to impose restrictions, albeit setting a level of 2019 emissions on the airport at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. And I believe, Councillor Caudry, you have a second question.
I have a supplementary first to Andy, which is is that I do not understand how the proposal that I made is double counting, because they're not counted at all now by the government's position, which doesn't cover anything, which isn't in place at the moment. When it comes in, my proposal falls away. So I'm not asking for a temporary commitment, not to make things worse whilst the government brings in its commitments. It's whatever it decides to do. Now, this seems to me entirely reasonable. The moment there will not be one particle that's double counted, because the government isn't counting anything at the moment, and then it goes. And then when it does start, the proposal that I made falls away. And so that's why I'm very surprised that the airline doesn't say yes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Calder. Can I just remind councillors that we are in questions only at the moment. We will go into debate later. Andy, did you want to come back quickly on that one?
Yeah, I think it would. I think it'd be really useful if I brought in Andy Brennan, the climate change manager on this point, who's a specialist in this area, and Andy will obviously give his interpretation of that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andy. Andy Brennan.
Good evening, councillors. So in regards to the double counting, the UK are currently developing the UK emissions trading scheme. Previously, when we were in Europe, we were part of the European Union emissions trading scheme, and that covers heavy polluting industries. So it includes power generation, industry and aviation. And it's a cap and trade system where a cap is put on the amount of emissions that organisations, companies can produce, and above that cap they are either fined or they have to buy credits. The UK ETS was due to come in January. It's been delayed slightly. It was announced very recently that the first auction for the emissions is going to be in May. So this is something that the airline and industry will have to be part of. Alongside this, there's also an international system called CORSIA, which is the Carbon Offsetting Reduction Scheme for International Aviation. And that is looking at aviation emissions that will be outside of the UK and the European Union Economic Area. And that system is to purchase carbon offsets. It's not without its challenges, because there is some issues around carbon offsets, that in order for them to generally offset a new unit of carbon emitted, you have to guarantee that that carbon that is either being grown or produced is additional. And there was some research done by the European Union in 2017 that found 85% of those offsets weren't additional. So at the moment, the Climate Change Committee's advice is that the government doesn't include that in its overall carbon offsetting. But the long and the short of it is there are two schemes going on. There are companies already like EasyJet who are offsetting their emissions. So it would also provide a challenge in how you would run a scheme, because a company that has bought accredited offsets, regardless of the controversy around them, is carbon neutral. So therefore their emissions will not count towards an emissions cap. And just the final point I'll make is that if you look at the Climate Change Committee's aviation sector advice in the 6th budget, they don't talk about a carbon emissions cap. They refer to sustainable aviation fuels, improved aircraft efficiency and demand management as the 3 measures.
But these systems aren't in place yet.
Excuse me, Councillor Calder, I think that was a very comprehensive answer from Andy Granfield and Andy Brennan. Is it possible we can move on to your second question, please?
Well, it's all bound up to say, but I was hoping that there would be an acknowledgement that these systems are not yet in place, and that in the interim, the airport will ensure that airlines flying from it don't go and put a coach and horses through the whole system. That's all I was asking. I thought it was a very minimal ask. Seems to be made very complicated for no very good reason, as far as I can see.
Councillor Calder, did you have a second question, please?
Well, that was the second question. Will the airport commit to ensuring that the airlines flying from it will not put a coach and horses through this, through the emissions systems that they're expecting until this new system is in place, the new CORSIA system is put in place and the new national system is put in place.
Okay, I honestly believe that Andy Granfield and Andy Brennan have already answered that question, Councillor Calder.
I was asking the airline to make a voluntary commitment to make it easy for us to say that we have the climate change greenhouse gas emissions policies under control, but we clearly don't. So there we are.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Caudry. Right, we will now move on to our next councillor, and that is Councillor David Airy. Good evening, Councillor Airy.
Good evening, Chair. Thank you. 3 quick points from me. It's well known that passenger access to the airport is difficult from the east by public transport because of slow trains and changing requirements at either Eastleigh or Southampton or St Denis. And I'd like to see identified within the surface access plan and the staff green travel plan a trial using buses and coaches or coaches to connect with the airport from some of those eastern locations like Fareham and Portsmouth. And I would just want to try and get that into the 106 agreement if I can. The second point, it refers to the community fund governance and would request that the Airport Consultative Committee had a place on that if that's set up later on. And the third point, 2 Winchester City councillors spoke the other day and mentions a noise preferred routing for Winchester and the lack of it compared to Southampton and Eastleigh, and I'm wondering whether that is being considered or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Airy. Andy.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, we've looked at the opportunities for improving of access to the site through sustainable modes of transport. As we've heard, this is a well-located site for the railway station, but it's acknowledged within the submission that access from the east is challenging. I think encouragingly, the service access strategy sets targets which are secured within the Section 106 to improve access from sustainable modes of transport, reaching 30% by 2033, so that's 30% of all passengers coming in via sustainable modes. Because the levels are high at the moment, what the service access strategy is doing at the moment is setting a framework of opportunities that the airport will explore and that they will be reviewed on a biannual basis. And speaking with the airport, they recognise the limitations of accessibility from the east, and also they've got a number of staff which are living in that direction. So they will, as one of the priorities within reviewing on that biannual basis, both their staff travel plan and the service access strategy, opportunities to provide some form of bus link to the east. And at this moment of time, that's the level of detail that we can go into. There's a commitment to look into it, and we will secure that through the Section 106 via the surface access strategy.
Perfect. Thank you.
Your second question, Councillor Airy, is around the sort of community health fund and the governance of that. Again, officers and the airport see this as a very significant move in most recent weeks in terms of sort of addressing that and underpinning the health strategy, and it needs to be targeted at that local level. Previously, we talked about whether the Airport Consultative Committee were the governing body, but I think it's right to introduce an element of transparency and impartiality to that, and so I don't see a problem with a representative from the ACC being part of the committee or the group that consider that. And certainly one of the first things, should this application be approved, that we will be working with the airport on is, with almost immediate effect, looking at how we set up that governance framework, who's represented on it, how often they meet, etc. So we can get that up and running quickly.
That's perfect as well.
Thank you. 2 out of 2. Thirdly, the issue about preferred routes and the reference both this week and also a couple of weeks ago for the ELAC committee, we talked about the Winchester orbit, etc. Now there are preferred routes secured as part and parcel of the Section 106 or the noise abatement plan within the Section 106 from 92. They're looking to be rolled over to this new 106. We do have to be mindful of the airspace changes which are likely to be coming in, and there's opportunity through that to look at the preferred routes option and undertaking much more of a consultative approach with the local authorities affected and the communities to inform and influence where those preferred routes are. So I think if we imposed that at this stage, it has a potential to conflict with future airspace changes. So it's an area which the airport are very much well aware of and have made that commitment that with the airspace changes they will review that, particularly that element around the Winchester area. Thank you.
You get three out of 3, Andy. Well done.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Airy, and thank you very much, Andy. Right, we will now move on to our next councillor with questions, and that is Councillor Tina Campbell. Good evening, Councillor Campbell.
Good evening, Chair. Thank you very much. I have a few questions for various different people. So do you want me to say them all or do it one at a time?
Yeah, you can just go for it, I think, Councillor Campbell. Okay. Thank you.
So my first question was specifically about one of the conditions, which was around the dust management strategy. And this did have a part of it which said that no construction vehicles would travel through Eastleigh's area, air quality management area on the A335 Southampton Road. So I was going to ask about that because that got taken out, that bit, and I think that seems like a really good idea to not allow those vehicles to go through it. Then in one of the presentations today, and apologies, I can't remember now, we've heard so many who said it, but one of the airport presenters did talk about construction traffic and said it wouldn't be allowed on Southampton Road Wide Lane. So just can we have some clarity? What I'm looking for is, can you confirm that no construction traffic will be able to travel through our air quality management 1 area? So that was the first question. The second one, I'm really sorry, Andy, but you're not going to be surprised to say that I would just want to slightly revisit. I've listened, very closely to your answers this evening on this, and we've talked about it numerous times before. But Mr. Derek Provan, the chief exec, he obviously was absolutely explicit this evening of the consequences of not getting the extension approved. And in the answer that you gave, I think it was to Councillor Clark, you sort of talked about the viability, and then you sort of said, well, there's the break even, and you said we'd have to look at other alternative sources. But Mr. Provan said, he was quite explicit that he said there were no other alternatives, there were no subsidies, and he said sort of making a loss for 16 years, that just really wasn't reasonable. So I am really struggling to see, so I would really like your help to see how we can determine this evening, because it seems very clear, Mr. Provan has made it very explicitly clear that it is part of their submission, that we can't, that it will end if we don't have the runway approved tonight. So surely if that's the case, that is the worst case scenario, that's going to happen, or that would be the new worst case scenario. And as such, we need to pause and do some further analysis to actually look at what that might be. So that's my next question. Then in terms of the road network and the highways, You may remember that at one of our technical sessions, we were talking about the highway, and I asked the question, I think the young lady's name was Gemma from Hampshire County Council took part, and I asked about the modelling that had been done, and I asked whether it had taken account of the fact that the vast bulk of the traffic, it wasn't evenly spread across the year, that a vast bulk of the sort of airport traffic obviously is concentrated in the summer months, and at exactly the same time as the sort of highway network in this area is also heavily concentrated, because obviously we get a lot of traffic coming down. We're a beautiful area and people coming to this part of the world. So and her answer was no, it hadn't taken that into account. So can you confirm whether any modelling was then done, you know, on that specific point? In terms of the insulation scheme, what is going to be done to make sure that that insulation, the measures or whatever is actually done, is actually effective, i.e. after it's, you know, been installed or whatever they've done, that actually that does bring the levels down to a sufficient, you know, so that it would no longer be problematic? Because I know I think one of the submissions from Public Health sort of queried how effective insulation was. And then I have just a question, I'm not quite sure, I don't think this one is for you, Andy, but maybe, I don't know, the chair or Dem Services or somebody. But bearing in mind, not least, that, as I say, the very clear steer that we've been given from the airport tonight, I would ask, is it possible that we can actually release standing orders, or whatever the correct phraseology is? Because it seems to me that we cannot possibly debate this properly tonight with councillors just having one 5-minute submission. There just is far too much here now that we really need to be talking about. So would it be possible to do that? And then my final question is about the 2.45 million traffic cap. Could you just explain how that equates to a 3 million sort of passengers? It may be immaterial now if Councillor Dogood's suggestions are being taken into account and we're going to put a cap on, but as it stands at the moment, we've got the 2.45 traffic cap at 2.45, and we're told that equates to 3 million. Steve Thurston, in his presentation to ELAC, talked about the private vehicle figure being in 2019 at 48%. Not sort of the 25% using sort of public transport. So does that mean, if that's right, does that mean actually that would equate to 5 million passengers? And also on that scheme, how is it going to be sort of monitored? So I know it's it talked about the automatic number plate recognition, and I couldn't find it quickly, but I'm sure I read somewhere that it would be in place on sort of, would it be Mitchell Road, you know, the road to the airport, and also it would be at Southampton Parkway Station. And I was just wondering, well, how does that pick up whether you're there as a passenger, you know, for the airport, or whether you're there as a passenger for the sort of train station? So yeah, that's my final question for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Andy, over to you.
Thank you. Start with the easy question. First of all, the condition about routing of traffic through the air quality management area. There was a bit of a duplication in, I think it was the ELAC agenda, with that routing being steered away from the air quality management area 1. It was in the dust management, but also in the construction environmental management plan. So I think it's condition 3E covers that now in terms of discouraging vehicles from passing through the air quality management area. And I think what will happen is as part and parcel of that construction environment management plan, it will be set out in there that vehicles entering the site or entering the airport and leaving it, particularly the heavy goods vehicles, will be asked to turn away from that air quality management area, so we can ensure that it's set out there. And then generally what a developer will do will make sure every of the sub operators and companies that are serving it are aware of that, so that they will be reminded. And obviously we do have the enforcement opportunity should that be breached. The second question about I think it was Derek Proven and the CEO's comments. I personally didn't hear him say the airport will close. If this is it, he made it very clear there's some difficult decisions that would need to be made, and that was also echoed by some of the other speakers tonight. We have gone back and checked the video to make sure that that wasn't explicitly said, and so I think actually what was said in evidence tonight isn't materially different from that which is what's been presented within the environmental statement or set out in my report. The third question related to highways. And I recall the conversation with Hampshire County Council and the summer additionality and transport movements. And I think the highways officer there said that it would be unusual to explore down to that level when you're looking at transport assessments. You look at it across the sort of the totality of the year. They didn't do any further review, they being either Hampshire or the airports. But I think we can take comfort from the fact that both Highways England and Hampshire County Council as a highways authority have felt that the methodology and the information presented in the transport statement or transport assessment is robust, and they've identified where there is or isn't impacts and concluded that where there is an impact it's negligible, and so there's no additionality, no additional mitigation required. In terms of the noise insulation package and the insulation opportunities there, there has been some criticism which you've referenced in terms of the effectiveness of that, but it is best practice. It's acknowledged within national aviation policy, and what the noise insulation package will do, and obviously we'll be fleshing that out within the heads of terms and the subsequent 106, is there will need to be an element of ensuring that there's an effectiveness to it. So we've already established what would be covered, the costing associated with that. It doesn't mean that every house will be then measured to see what's happening, but what is likely to happen is the different types of glazing and the different types of ventilation. There's known quantities with that in terms of the effectiveness of what it achieves. So through knowing what the noise level is currently, and if a property has double glazing, if it goes to triple glazing, because that is an option, we will know by doing that it will reduce the decibel level by a certain amount, so we can have that assurances that it works. And that's not an uncommon approach to any form of development which requires some form of noise insulation. Standing orders question I'll leave for somebody else to answer. That'd be at the end. The 2.45 million traffic cap. Now that's which is evolved through the SRTM, so the sub-regional transport model, I think it's called, which underpins the highway assessment associated with the local planning, so for the 2016 to 2036 plan. And within that, there was an element of additional traffic movement gifted, for want of a better word, to the airport, or attributed to the airport. And that worked. There was a figure set for what that might be. Now, looking at that figure, looking at the passenger movements, the number of people coming by car compared to other routes, it is quite technical how they've got there, but the evidence provided for this application shows that 2.45 million vehicle movements is approximately 3 million passengers. And that's something which has been reviewed both by our own officers, the Sustainability Transport Officer, as well as Hampshire County Council, and should I say Highways Authority, Highways England and Southampton City Council have also obviously had an input into reviewing this information. So I think that those professional highways officers are happy that that's a robust methodology in terms of the number of vehicle movements, and then with the evidence produced by the airport, we've been able to project that up into passenger numbers, which we find is comfortable. And then in terms of monitoring the vehicle cap, it's something which there's been a lot of discussions over the last sort of 15 months, 16 months on that. And it would be predominantly based around the automatic number plate recognition system. There's a sort of a one way in, one way out scenario through Mitchell Way. So there's opportunities to install the number plate recognition system in there. And I think through the discussions, what we found is that there is a potential for people to be dropped off-site, and Southampton Airport, the Parkway station being a primary option with the 99 steps tag that we've heard. So we're exploring ways with the airport about how you would capture people who would fall into that category. So that is something which is developing, and we'll be looking at as part of the sort of the heads of terms. But I think whilst there's a recognition, there is likely to be people dropped off there. In terms of the numbers of that, we're not aware of a particular complaint or problem with that at the moment, but I think it's an element we need to capture to make sure that we've got a robust assessment in terms of highway impact. But you are quite right that Councillor Dogood's passenger limitation numbers that has been put forward tonight, which we've accepted as an addition to the 106, would in some ways either negate or certainly strengthen that position. I think that was all your questions other than the standing orders one, so I'll pass it over to somebody who's better informed on that than me. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you very much, Andy. And Councillor Campbell, thank you very much for your request and comment regarding waiving the 5-minute rule. Given this evening that we have a separate section here for councillors to ask as many questions as they like, and given that there are nearly 40 councillors who might wish to debate this evening, I think it's only appropriate that we keep that 5-minute rule this evening. But thank you very much for your suggestion, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, we will now move on to our next councillor for questions, and that is Councillor Gin Tidridge. Councillor Tidridge.
Thank you, Mayor. I have I think it's 5 questions. I've added them up right. My first couple of questions are about noise. In particular, paragraph 551, the nighttime flights. Nighttime, well, that's actually very early in the morning, between 6 AM and 7 AM. I'm a little bit confused about how the number of flights and the noise thing works. I mean, so it says between 13 and 20 flights. So if it's fewer flights, they can be noisier. I'm a little bit confused about that one. So I'd like some clarification there, please. Secondly, noise insulation, paragraph 584. I'm really concerned about overheating. Insulating properties, particularly retrofitting to properties, has to be done with good ventilation in mind. And I don't mean simply a little bit of purge or trickle vent ventilation. I mean proper ventilation that can actually achieve a level of thermal comfort for residents. Particularly important when you're looking about acoustic insulation, because when it's really hot, you tend to open a window. So, and given that we're looking at more extreme weather going forwards with the impacts of climate change, that's going to be more and more of an issue. So I'd like to know whether or not the £5,000 estimate has been based on a model that includes decent ventilation, sufficient, in line, for example, with the acoustics, ventilation and overheating residential design guide, for example, where it lays out some quite clear design features around that, whether or not that £5,000 is modelled on that or not. I'd also like to know on the vehicle side of things, the 2.45 million vehicle movements, presumably that's passenger vehicles, that excludes freight and cargo, and yet presumably freight and cargo, particularly if the Freeport goes ahead, that's going to be quite a big issue there. So that's something which I'd just like some clarification on that, please. On the economy, paragraph 333, if you read the first sentence quite quickly, it looks like 29% of the flights from Southampton Airport are business and all attributable to B&Q. I don't think that's quite accurate. And thank you very much indeed, Andy, for clarifying where the information regarding B&Q came from. You confirmed that it was based on a communication between the council and the B&Q's then chief executive in 2017. And I was a little bit surprised because, as far as I'm aware, most of my colleagues, I work for Kingfisher, most of my colleagues tend to take the Eurostar rather than the plane because our base in France is not in Paris, it's in Lille, which is not attached to Southampton. So what I'd like to know there in terms of a question is, has anything been done to talk to big employers, big users of the airport, for example, B&Q, to establish what their needs will be post-COVID? Because it's changed so much. I haven't travelled at all for business in the last year. I'm sure I'm not alone in that. Representations were made from various business organisations today and yesterday, and I can't see the levels of business travel returning to the level that they were pre-COVID, not least because it's expensive for companies and we've learned we can be more productive without it. So I'd like to know about that. And then finally on viability, I know I keep asking about viability, and thank you so much for your patience in responding to me. I'd like to ask a direct question, please, to the airport. Would the airport like to defer the decision on the planning application so that they can amend their environmental statement to include a more explicit explanation of viability, given that it's turned into a very, very binary debate outside of this meeting in terms of support the airport, don't support the airport, let it close, don't let it close. And so much of the statements we've had tonight from the airport have certainly been giving us the impression that they're talking about closure. And so from that perspective, given that I think the airport want to be really, really clear and transparent about this whole thing, would it not make more sense for them to amend their environmental statement to make it very clear whether or not they're talking about closure or not as a reason for applying for this extension? That's a lot of questions. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tidridge and Andy.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So running through those questions, your first one was around the shoulder hour, that's 6 to 7 o'clock in the morning, and the difference between 13 movements and 20 movements. What that is, and the Environment Health Officer is here and could explain it in much more technical details, but I'll try and explain it as I understand it, is that the 13 movements within that hour, because of the noise associated with that, sort of the maximum noise, the one-off noise, 13 movements within an hour would be classed at that low level, so the lowest observable impact, so when there could be an impact on somebody. At 20 movements within an hour, that would increase it up, so 20 individual movements, that would increase it up to the significant observe affected level. So that's where it is. The more movements, then the worse it would be. And so at the moment there's a condition recommended there should be no more than 20, because otherwise it then moves into the sort of the unacceptable, or up towards the unacceptable areas. In terms of noise insulation and the overheating, so the ventilation is obviously a very important part of what the noise insulation package needs to tackle, and the applicant, the airport, has made commitment to consider as part of their insulation package sort of through wall ventilation, so not just trickle vents, but actually how it could work. And they've made reference to the Independent Commission on Civil Aviation's advice and any best practice that comes in as a result of addressing sort of ventilation that changes moving forward, and commitment to abiding by that. So we can ensure that it is in alliance with best practice. The third question was around the 2.45 million traffic movements. That does exclude freight and cargo, so that wouldn't include any reference to the free ports and movements associated with that, which is to be expected because this application isn't related to the free port, although there's obviously some synergy. The paragraph 33 question and the 29% of business movements, I think it was 29% of flights from Southampton for business purposes. There's probably a comma missing in there. It then goes on to say with B&Q, whose holding company, etc. So yeah, we're not suggesting that 29% of those business flights are B&Q related. And I'm not aware of conversations with the big businesses myself, but Camilla Sharp's on this call as well, so she can come back on that particular point as well once I've and I think that was the last question for me, actually, because the next one was about viability for the airport themselves. So maybe it's a good time, Chair, if you don't mind, bringing Camilla Sharp into this meeting, and she'll be able to talk around the sort of the business angle. Thank you.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you very much, Andy. And good evening, Camilla. Good to see you.
Good evening, and I apologise for my background, which I should take off, but it's probably swifter if I just answer the question. Yes, since COVID, we have been speaking to all the businesses in the borough, and it's not just the large ones that are interested in the extension to the airport. Basically, they are less worried at this point about COVID than they are about Brexit. And they had been making their plans for a couple of years before the UK left the European Union, and the extension to the airport is particularly important to them because it's opening up new markets. At this stage, nobody is telling us they plan to travel less. It may very well be the case that much can be done online, but most businesses understand that there will still be a need to travel and to newer and different destinations. I hope that answers your question.
But also most businesses are also looking at their own carbon impacts, aren't they? And reducing business flights is a key way to do that.
Absolutely, absolutely, no question about that whatsoever. But I think their markets are going to change, and there are certain things that can only be done by personal contact. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Camilla, and thank you, Andy. I know you had a question for the airport, Councillor Tidridge. Steve, are you there to answer the question? I think I probably know what the answer is going to be, but
yeah. So this is, viability and the word closure, which and the simple answer is, no, we have not said that the airport will close, and we've not said that the airport will not close. What's before you is a business which is not viable moving forward, and then the question about what happens after that. That's some tough decisions need to be taken.
Would you not just amend your application though, and just make it really clear? Because at the moment it makes it very difficult as material consideration or not.
No, I think what's in front of you again. I keep coming back to the fact that I think, as the planning officer has said, and I've said, that the application is the application. It's tightly bounded. It's what's in front of you. That's what we've got to work with.
Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Steve. And I believe, Andy, you want to come back in?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's just to correct something which I've just said. So we've looked into the transport information, the traffic movements, and the 2.45 million cap, and actually the movements would include freight along there. It's not just the cars, so it's obviously a combined movement of traffic associated with the airport side as well. So apologies for that misinformation to start off with, but hopefully we've corrected that now. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tidridge. Before we move on to our next councillor, can I just ask councillors that they keep their questions succinct and to the point, please, wherever possible. We will now move on to Councillor David Pragnell. Councillor Pragnell.
Yeah, good evening. Yes, Andy, four quick questions for you, if I may, although you may not answer them all. In the presentations, Robin mentioned about a noise cap. I wonder if you could just explain the scope and process of that noise cap. That would be the first one. James gave a very interesting presentation on noise, but unfortunately he did lose me in one little place. And I wonder if, Andy, you could explain to me what radiating forcing is and the implications for the this application before us. Although you may want to perhaps defer to James. The Amy talked about green power or renewable energy, and I appreciate that everything is important to make sure that all their suppliers green and are doing that, but I didn't hear much about the airport. I just wondered how much renewable energy do you know that the airport generated in the last 12 months? And then Lisa gave a fantastic presentation on noise. In fact, I would really appreciate if we could hear that again before we vote, if that's possible. I don't know, but if it could be, that would be really good. But in any case, she spoke about an improved APF, and I'm perhaps remiss here, but I've absolutely no idea what the implication of that is, or how it impacts this application before us. And I just wondered if that could be explained. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with the noise cap. Again, I'll explain this in simplistic ways as I understand it, but we do have the environmental health consultant with us who can talk technically if needed. The noise cap sets a maximum size for the 51 dB contour. So that's the level at which you would notice there could be an impact on people as a result of increase in noise. And based on a forecast fleet mix of planes who would serve the site for 3 million passengers, the airport would be able to predict where that, or the scale, the size of that 51 dB contour, which is, I think, 16.1 kilometers square kilometers. And as part and parcel of the Section 106, there will be a monitoring mechanism or modelling mechanism set in place so every year the airport will forecast what the traffic movements, the air traffic movements will be over the next 3 years, and they will be able to produce contours, noise contours, to show what that does in terms of the various levels that you would measure noise contours at, including the 51 dB contour. So the noise cap will ensure that through the forecast modelling of noise associated with air movements, the size of that cap would be no greater than 16.1 kilometres. Without a cap in there, it is possible for noisier planes to be used, still at the top end, offset the impact on properties through the noise insulation package, but it actually wouldn't minimise the number of properties that would notice a difference in noise levels. So that could expand out and out and out. And I think Gatwick's 51 dB contour is something like 70 square kilometres. It's a large area, but with what we've done here, and it's something which isn't in place currently, we've given a maximum size, so we've given comfort that we know that it will be no bigger than that area, and we'll be able to control that through forecasting and noise modelling. James talked about emissions. I can't answer that question, but I've got Andy Brennan here who potentially could come back. If not, we can ask James. Yeah, Andy's indicated he could do that. We could have James come back on that. And equally, I couldn't answer the question in terms of how much renewable energy as the airport have used.
No, generated.
So yes, sorry, I think that would probably best bounce back to the airport themselves. Yeah, Lisa's explanation was really good in terms of noise and how that's done. The APF, what she's referring to there, the future one, is the government have before them sort of I think it's called Aviation 2050, and it's sort of forecast or planning the next stage of aviation policy, and I think that's what she was referring to when she talked about the future APF. So if that's okay with you, Councillor, I'll pass over to Andy Brennan, who can pick up on the emissions side of it and the non-CO2 element. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy, and we do appreciate your comments. Andy Brennan, thank you.
Thank you. I'll remember to turn my camera on this time so you can see me. So the main greenhouse gas that's released when flying is carbon dioxide. However, when you're flying at altitude, there are other emissions that have an impact, and one of them is water vapor and the contrails that form behind planes. And along with this, you also release nitrogen oxides and sulfates, and collectively these non-CO2 gases and emissions have a warming effect. So what tends to happen when you're looking at emissions or greenhouse gas emissions from aviation is you look at the carbon and then you add another factor to include the radiative forcing effect. So it's an additional factor to take account of emissions being released higher in the atmosphere.
Thank you. Was that succinct enough for you?
It was actually. Thank you very much, Councillor Cracknell. Thank you. You were satisfied with those answers.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But I'm afraid, unfortunately, I don't think we'll be able to rerun that presentation later on due to the time constraints. Thank you. Right, we will now move on to Councillor Adrian Trace. Good evening, Councillor Trace.
Good evening, Madam Deputy Mayor. I have a few questions on the various caps, although thankfully for us all, Councillor Campbell and Councillor Tidridge have covered the vehicle cap. But if I could start with the simplest one, hopefully, the shoulder cap, the cap in the shoulder hour of 20 flights. This, firstly, in section 912 of the heads of terms, it doesn't appear to be listed there. I assume that's an oversight and it is actually in the heads of terms. But secondly, 20 flights appears to be the maximum that we'd be happy with, that we're putting a cap on, when we're looking at a maximum of 118 air traffic movements a day, limiting the first hour of the day to 20 of them, when you've got 16 hours, could make that the busiest hour of the day, so isn't really a cap. So I was wondering if there was a basis where we could actually make that a cap which protects residents from noise in that hour more forcefully. And similarly, the noise contour cap, which seems, from my reading, and it may be my misunderstanding, but it looks like the projections have used, for all the additional flights, the most noisy Airbus A320, which therefore makes the cap the absolute limit maximum that it could be, rather than assuming that some of the additional flights would be with quieter planes, and then have said, right, we won't exceed that cap, that limit, when if you start using the Neos, which are half as loud, then presumably you could have twice as many flights and still meet that, be within that cap. It seems it's not really a cap in the way that the other caps are stepped to take us from where we are now upwards as the airport grows. This is saying what we think the absolute worst case maximum is right in the future when we have the maximum passengers. We'll cap it at that when we probably won't reach that. So I was wondering if there was any way of making that tighter and more of a cap with teeth. Yes, I think there's some questions in there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Trace. Andy.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the shoulder hour, which is what we're talking about there, is rather than, I suppose it is a cap, and it would form part and parcel of the section 106 agreement. Sorry if it's not been spelt out within that. We originally put it in as a condition, but decided it was probably best to include it within the heads of terms. So it's obviously got lost in translation there, but it is at the upper end of what we think would be acceptable. It's not saying that there would be 20 flights in that hour, but it was above that we would find would be unacceptable. So that's where that 20 came from. In terms of the noise contour, I think there needs to be sort of some clarity around this. Is that originally when the application came in, there was no noise contour proposed. There was no noise contour cap, and we felt that did open up an unknown quantity of how many properties would fall within a 51 dB contour, which we already establishes the limit we need to be looking above. And as part and parcel of the negotiations through the application, we've agreed with the airport that working off of the expected fleet movement associated with 3 million passengers a year, that to have a 51 dB contour cap was the right thing to do. And you are right that that is based on a worst case scenario of the noisier planes, those A320s. It also doesn't include any discount for any quieter planes that may come in over future years. So I think the comfort that members can take with that is that's the absolute worst case scenario that you've got there at 16.1 kilometres, and actually as planes potentially are quieter, And we're not saying that will be the case. And I think we need to make that very clear that whilst there's a every likelihood planes will get quieter, we can't guarantee to what extent. And therefore, by having that noise contour cap at the site as it is, we know that is the worst case scenario. And that's really what we should be considering as part of an environmental statement. What's the worst case you could expect from it? So there is a likelihood that it would be a smaller area that come 2033, when there are potentially 3 million passengers flying out from the site. But I think the comfort that members can take, and this is where the cap is, it will get no bigger than that. And that's a marked improvement from when we were back at the tail end of 2019 when we first started considering this application. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Andy, and thank you very much, Councillor Trace. Councillor Manning has now withdrawn his question, so we will now go to Councillor Ray Dean. Councillor Dean, please.
A few questions for Andy. Well, the first one's definitely for Andy. In paragraph 430, it's on about the surface access arrangements. It says we're supposed to be pushing to, or that the idea is to increase access by bus, cycle and pedestrian. If you then go back to paragraph 426, it actually says that Wide Lane Bridge is basically very restricted for cycle access. Now, to me, that means the only way for anyone riding a bike to the airport safely means they've actually got to go off, walk onto the railway station and try and either carry their bike over the footbridge or use the lift. Because the access across that particular bridge, riding a bike across that bridge is dangerous and extremely frightening. And if you were to meet a cyclist coming the other direction, there's not a pavement on the other side of the road. And knowing the amount of commercial vehicles, and I used to drive them over that bridge, I know what it's like. It's extremely dangerous. Is there anything being done? Because we can't encourage extra cycling to the airport if there isn't a safe cycle route to get there. And I haven't seen anything in the report saying there's going to be anything done to improve cycle routes to the airport from Eastleigh. That was the first section on there. The other one really would go to Steve, and I'm talking there about the, as he succinctly put it, bums on seats for the 3 million passengers target, and it sort of ties in with possibly the free port and cargo planes. So it's possible to ask him later on those ones after you've covered the first one for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry, Andy. Thank you.
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you, Councillor D. Yeah, there's a recognition there are some limitations over the bridge in terms of the width for cycles. It's not ideal, but it's certainly not unfeasible that cyclists can come from that direction. But obviously that's but one direction of accessing the site. It's something that Hampshire County Council looked at as part of the Highways Authority when considering the sort of the overall accessibility of the site, and they noted it, but overall it was felt that there was good cycle access into the site from all directions when you took it as a whole. So I think it's right that the surface access strategy does promote alternative means of access to the site, of which cycling could be one of them. I think you said your next question was aimed at Steve at the airport. Thank you.
If I could please, yes.
Steve, can you come back, please?
Sorry,
Thank
Steve. What
Oh,
was
sorry.
the next question? Sorry.
That's two Steves. My goodness, sorry. Who's going to answer this one?
I don't think he's asked it yet, though, has he?
Yes, that would be absolutely wonderful, Steve.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
That's all right.
Getting a bit lost in this, I think we are. Thank you.
That's all right.
Carry on, Councillor Dean.
Yeah, but basically the original thing was saying that we were talking about a 3 million passenger target in the future. Now, as you were saying, like I said, bums on seats. When we're talking 3 million passengers, well, are we actually talking 6 million bums on seats or 3 million bums on seats? Because are we talking about return there and back is 2 trips? Because if so, it makes a difference. By my calculations, what an A320 will take,
Yeah,
the difference between 51 flights a day and 102 flights a day is an average.
Absolutely, it's two-way. When we talk about figures for passengers, it's two-way.
Yeah.
So when we talk about British Airways being 60,000 for this summer, it's 30,000 people going out on holiday, 30,000 people coming back on holiday. You know, so yeah, passenger numbers are two-way.
Right, okie doke. The second part of that was allowing for that number of flights. If the Freeport comes into being, and we actually get that far, what will be the increase in flights concerning the fact that really a Freeport is to do with goods? It's not to do with people. We don't keep them without customs. So therefore, we're obviously looking at cargo flights.
Yeah, well,
have you got a scenario or a plan for how many cargo flights would possibly be added into the scenario in the future?
Well, the answer, and I'm sorry, I'm going to sound like a politician. I'll hand over to Steve for a bit more detail as well. So yeah, but the answer is it depends. It depends what is built here within the airport. You know, on the Northeast Business Park, but also as well, we're not geared up for cargo. We're not geared up to be a big cargo airport. At the minute, you know, we haven't got the facilities to handle aircraft with cargo in the belly. You know, we have Embraer jets and turboprops, and 320s also have sort of limited cargo. There are opportunities, for example, Royal Mail through firms like West Atlantic operate mail flights, but probably our night flight restrictions might preclude them coming. So, Steve, you're my expert in this field. Is there anything else you want to add on there or clarify that?
No, so I think Steve's explained it really well in terms of the current, you know, without the runway extension, the fleet are very limited in terms of only being able to carry very small loose packages, generally to Amazon odd boxes to the Channel Islands. Containerized freight is just not possible on the aircraft using the airport. With the runway extension, again, you know, we've talked about this. This is only a limited runway extension, and it wouldn't allow the capacity. So once the plane's full of passengers, it just would not allow for the additional weight of cargo on top of that in the Airbus 320s that could potentially carry containerized cargo. So that's from a sort of airport capability. So the only way we could operate with the runway extension would be dedicated aircraft that operate as cargo planes. In terms of the Freeport, the proposal under the Solent Freeport is that the sites, which has been termed as the airport cluster, which includes our Northern Business Park, Network Rail Land to the north, and the Diageo Railway Works, that is actually going to be designated as a tax site. So the main port of entry for goods as part of the Freeport is going to be the actual maritime port of Southampton and the port of Portsmouth. So that will be where goods are brought in, etc. Our sites hasn't been fully fixed yet. It's now the next stage of the Freeport development where we determine the exact use of our land, which is likely to be very much around research and development, light manufacturing, but that has yet to be agreed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dean, and thank you very much, Steve. And Steve, right, we will now move on to Councillor Tim Bearder. Councillor Bearder, could I have your questions, please?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. I'd like to ask my questions iteratively, if I can, of Andy, because his answers may preclude other questions further down. So, Andy, first question then is it not the case that it's well established that decision makers must take into account matters which are so obviously material to a decision, a failure to consider them amounts to an error in law? There's been the Supreme Court's decision, Samuel Smith's Old Brewery versus North Yorkshire, that kind of thing. Accordingly, the sixth carbon budget report, which says there should be no airport expansion, is obviously a material consideration which should be taken into account, and its admission here might be might make our decision an error in law.
Over to you then, Andy. Thank you, if you're able to answer the question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Bearder. I think we've set out in the report that the sixth carbon budget is material, as is a number of other guidance and policy documents. But what we've also set out in the report is that at the moment the sixth carbon budget isn't in place. We've got the CCC, so the committee's view on and their recommendations of what should go into the future sixth carbon budget. But those recommendations aren't a matter of policy before us, and therefore it's right that weight should be given to the policy, but with an acceptance that there is a recommendation coming forward. And the reason that we wouldn't apply significant weight to the recommendations, or certainly more weight to that than the policy, is we just don't know how government will carve up the commitments that need to be made on the back of those recommendations, because it covers all service areas, all polluters, all greenhouse gases. So there may be some element of greater penalties in some areas and lesser in others, but so I think that's why we're in this position at the moment. We acknowledge that it's there, we acknowledge that it's material, but it doesn't necessarily, for want of a better word, trump the other information we have to consider. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. That's great. So we can take it into consideration and give it weight, but it's not a material consideration for the report. Can I ask Andy Brennan then? The airport is projected to emit 753 kilotons of carbon dioxide by 2036. Our borough-wide reduction by 2030 was meant to be 1,046 kilotons. So it's 73% of that, 72%, 75% of that. In fact, the airport will be emitting as much carbon dioxide as the entire rest of the borough. Now, when we unanimously declared the climate emergency, we didn't say we're going to exclude the airport. And in fact, we did factor in a reduction of carbon dioxide from the airport. In this context, how are we expected to meet our climate reduction targets? And if there isn't any rational way of doing so, would we perhaps have to abandon that commitment?
Andy Brennan, are you able to answer that question for Councillor Bearder, please?
Yes, well, I'll give it a go. Are we all right to carry on? We've lost Councillor Dean.
Just bear with me one.
That's the power of my questioning. Everyone's gone.
We're just pausing just for one moment, and I shall be back with you shortly.
I'll say nothing insightful for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm back in, I think.
Are you back with us, Councillor Dean? Yes?
I think so. I hope this all seems to be working.
Yep, I think I can see you and I can hear you. So I think in that
So
case,
you can see me?
well, just your little your
That's right, yeah,
circle
brilliant.
there.
I couldn't shut the camera off before. That's brilliant. Cheers.
Okay, right. In that case, then, thank you. We'll go back to Andy answering Councillor Bearder's question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So just a little background to what we included in our climate emergency. We've got two targets, one for ourselves as an organisation to reduce our own emissions to net zero by 2025. And then as part of the wider declaration, we included a reduction to net zero by 2030. As Councillor Bearder said, that there was an estimated budget put together for the year of 2030 as to what would be emitted during that year, which was 1,046 kilotons. Standard practice is that you take local area emissions data from the government, and that is quite constrained. It doesn't normally include aviation, and it doesn't include lifestyle emissions, such as the things that you and I buy and eat and the food we take on. We as a council decided that it would be remiss not to give the bigger picture. So as part of our declaration, we included a measure of 48 kilotons for the airport to recognise that we do have an airport in our borough. And we also did some work to apply a factor of what the consumption is for the average resident of the area. Looking at the numbers, that 48 kilotons was a big underestimation. If you look at the numbers in the ESA for 2021, they're sitting around 319 kilotons. So we were low on that to start with. In terms of, does it make it harder to meet the net zero target? Yes, I mean, if you add more carbon into the number, it makes that target bigger and it makes it harder. With the 2030 target, there's a reliance on government and national institutions to play a role in that. We recognise that we as a council provide services and we can take actions and support residents to reduce emissions. But when it comes to things like large scale retrofitting of homes, greening the energy grid, providing electric vehicle infrastructure and managing aviation carbon emissions, then there is a role for national government to play. Now, as was mentioned earlier, there are schemes in place. There are limitations with CORSIA. The UK emissions trading scheme, when it was announced, is supposed to align with net zero, but that's a net zero 2050 date. So the intention will be that, as it is in the ESA, the 753 kilotons are emitted. We would expect some reduction in that. Now, one of the things with climate emergencies is you declare the intent and then you develop the actions. And one of the challenges around the area of actions is that we're reliant on government to develop some of the policy and to bring forward some of the measures to help us achieve the 2030 target date.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brennan. Councillor Bearder, you are actually on mute at the moment. Do you have any further questions?
Yes, I do. Yeah. Okay, well, fine. Thank you, Councillor Brennan. This one then, probably sticking with you. There have been many arguments that have been made in the debate over the last 2 days that having a local airport reduce CO2 emissions by reducing travel to places like Heathrow and Gatwick. So, you know, it's beneficial in that way because people have to travel less far. Is it not the case, though, that we could equally well argue that if Southampton builds more capacity, it will attract more passengers from further away, as happens with Heathrow and Gatwick, and it is a two-way road? The longer travel may result from not building extra capacity and also from building that capacity. So my question is, what assessment has been done of the extra CO2 produced by the wider catchment area of a more active airport?
Yes, it may be one that James might want to speak about, but within the ESA, it did include it did include carbon emissions for people travelling to the airport, and what the modelling did was looked at historically where passengers were travelling from, calculated the carbon emission, and then applied it to the number of passengers on flights. So there was, you know, an average taken with the carbon factor. in terms of the question around carbon savings from driving to different airports, there wasn't a study done to provide us with that information. I mean, I think, for context, I think my view would be that it most probably will evolve over time. Now, with the aviation sector, you're looking at a growing industry. The Climate Change Committee's 6 carbon budget advice looked at a 65% increase in passenger numbers as a baseline. If you look at the DFT modelling, it's showing a passenger increase, and we see this with the likes of Heathrow expansion, Bristol Airport expansion, expansions across the board in airports. So, yeah, I mean, you may get some small savings from slight differences to which catchment airports and people move from, but I think as capacity grows, it then gets down to people's choices as to why they choose that airport and what, so we talk a lot about travelling by car, but people also travel by train, by public transport. People may make selections on choice to do with cost. So there's, there's not a study analysing all that together. But I think, for councillors, overall, you're looking at a growth in passenger numbers across the industry.
Thank you, Andy. That's really helpful. This is for probably the other Andy then, Granfield, if I may. Is it correct that there have been no assessment of the economic impacts of the increase in noise in Eastleigh and Southampton in terms of property prices and rental values, etc.?
Andy Granfield.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just turn my camera on. There we go. Yeah, that is a correct assumption, Councillor Bearder, but I would say that any development, its impact on house prices, be it rental or for sale, isn't a material planning consideration, and it's not something we'd take into account, so we would not expect that to be assessed as part of this planning application. Thank you. Sorry, muted, Councillor.
Yeah, you're muted, Councillor Bearder.
Someone seems to be muting, but you wouldn't dispute that an increased level of noise may make parts of Eastleigh and Southampton less desirable to live in?
No, I've not said that. It's not something which has come out through the consultations with either our head of economy and business or our environmental health officer. There's some arguments that, or some evidence to suggest that actually having a busy airport nearby could be attractive and could have positive impacts on values, but that's not something which has been evidenced as part of this application. So I wouldn't, from a professional point of view, say that it would either put up or down prices within the area. Thank you.
That's interesting. Thanks. The estimate of 2.8 growth in local business, in which you referred to in paragraph 964 of the report, we've been told that this is based on a 2013 report by PwC, which considers the value of aviation to the UK as a whole and is not direct to Eastleigh or any other regional airport. Is that correct?
I think going to that level of detail on the catalytic effect in the Southern region might be best answered by Camilla Sharp, the head of economy and business. So if we don't mind, Chair, if we could invite Camilla in to answer that one.
Not at all. Camilla.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the 2.8% figure is indeed relating to a report from PwC that is dated 2013, but the methodology stands up still. It's fairly standard practice that the southeast of the UK comes in second place after London, pretty much on any economic measure you care to use. And so I think one of the objections that's been made to this 2.8% is that it's UK wide. On that basis, you could actually argue it's a little bit on the low side for this area. So I'm really comfortable with the idea of using that figure, because it could in fact even be higher, given the fact that the southeast is normally above the average for the UK.
But it is quoted in the report as saying it is estimated to result in circa 2.8 growth in the Solent LEP by 2027. But
yes, that's absolutely consistent with the methodology they've applied.
Okay, and this, you will be pleased to know, is my final question.
Thank you, Camilla.
At paragraph 574, yeah, thank you, Camilla. At paragraph 574 of your report, Andy, you explained that without adequate mitigation, the increased level of noise exposure would be unacceptable. Then at 579 to 591, you consider mitigation. As I understand it, the mitigation is improving the sound insulation of 1,000 homes. You then explain that this mitigation will have no effect on the outdoor spaces at paragraph 588. And of course, it will not affect the many houses outside the 60 decibel threshold. I could not see in the report any technical analysis of how much the proposed installation will reduce the noise inside the 1,000 homes. Has there been any?
Andy, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the noise insulation, there's sort of manufacturer specifications which we know if you install a certain type of glazing, for instance, into a property, if you undertake certain types of insulation, that it will reduce decibels by a set figure. So that's kind of an industry standard. So we know that through adding in, say, triple glazing in certain properties, then that would reduce the decibels by a certain level. I do have the environment health consultant on this call as well, who might be able to give you a little bit more information on around that in terms of the actuals reduction that could be achieved. But we do have to be mindful that the noise insulation package and the reduction in noise is associated with aircraft movements. And so it's not, it wouldn't necessarily be an insulation package to address all the noise that those households are experiencing. It's associated with air traffic movements. So obviously some properties will already be in noisier areas, some of them will be in quieter areas. So we do have to factor that into the effectiveness of or the ability to reduce noise levels. But Chair, if you don't mind, we've got Sue Thomas on this call who could probably provide a bit more of a technical response to that. If we can invite Sue into the call, please.
Absolutely, yes. Sue, good evening. Are you there, Sue? You're currently on mute, but I'm not too sure whether you're actually here with us.
I am. Hello. Oh, hi. Sorry.
Hello. Good evening, Sue.
There's a bit of a time lag on my microphone icon, so I was pressing it and then pressing it again, and it was switching me on and off.
Thank you, Sue.
Here I am. Thank you, Chair. Sorry for that. So yes, as Andy says, the contours that we've got only look at aircraft noise. So the properties that are affected, some of them may also be affected by traffic noise or train noise to similar sort of levels, but we're only looking at insulation against the aircraft noise. Generally, if you've got a house that's already double glazed, you'd be expecting that sort of double glazing would give around about 20 decibels protection when the windows are closed, maybe a little bit more than that. So what we'd be looking at is something that's enhanced and above that. Because it's retrofitted, we're not specifying an internal level that needs to be met, but we would be looking we'd be looking at the guidance that ICAN, the Independent Commission on Civil Aviation Noise, is producing to make sure that it's keeping in line with best practice, and generally looking to make sure that it's an enhanced package. It's not just glazing. We'd be looking, depending on what the needs are of the property and how noisy the area is. It could be glazing, it would include ventilation, it might also include some improvements to the roof and things like that as well. But it's a lot of this needs to be done in consultation, and so there is still some work to be done on the exact details, but hopefully that gives a bit of clarification.
Thank you very much, Sue. That's great.
Thank you very much, Sue, and thank you very much, Councillor Bearder, for your questions. Right. I fully appreciate that councillors have lots of questions that they wish to ask this evening, but there again, can I ask that you keep them succinct and to the point? Thank you very much. We will now move on to Councillor Bruce Tennant for your questions. Councillor Tennant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. I have three questions. So the first question, is probably directed to Steve. Southampton City Council have voted against this application. That they want us to vote against this application. Rather, they're opposed to the runway extension. In light of that, what's the chance of renaming the airport back to Eastleigh Airport from Southampton Airport? Make us proud of the airport. It was called Eastleigh Airport. So that's my first question. The second question is directed to Secretary of State for Transport, I suppose, Grant Shapps. But as he isn't here, I'm interested in what the Solent LEP and the Solent Region MPs have done to lobby Grant Shapps about upgrading the railway line from Portsmouth to Southampton. It's currently single track in a couple of places where there are tunnels. So if it was upgraded, we could speed up the time it takes to get from Portsmouth to Southampton, because at the moment the quickest journey time is 45 minutes for a 20-mile journey, which is about 28 miles an hour. And the train stop is in Southampton city centre, so you have to change trains and come back out to the airport. So there's some national government investment required there. So the third question is to do with the Section 106 developers' contributions. I want to better understand the extent of the contributions and how we can be involved in directing those contributions. So there's a community health fund. Does that cover specifically noise issues, or can other issues be included? So residents have been asking me about an area that's under the flight path. It's a wooded area, amenity space, Marhill Copse. And they've wondered if monies that are available from Section 106 could be spent towards Marhill Copse. And there's an added complication in as much as that Marhill Copse is not in the Eastleigh boundary, it's in Southampton city boundary. So does that mean that 106 monies can't be spent in Southampton? So those are my three questions, Madam Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tennant. So I think we'll take your first question regarding the naming of the airport, and we will go to Steve at the airport. I don't know which Steve we're going to.
Well, I have to say that's above my pay grade. It's quite a difficult job to change airport names. It can be done, but it's quite a difficult job. Things that we've seen lots on social media about London Eastleigh, all sorts of, Spitfire Airport. There's all sorts of things, Mitchell Airport. There's all sorts of things that are out there, but it's a difficult thing. I also, as well, I want to assure people there's no animosity between us and Southampton Council. We've got to work with Southampton Council. I think what comes out in all this debate, in all these meetings, is what a difficult decision sits before you, and where each and every one of you has to decide where you balance and where you weigh that up. And sadly, from my perspective, Southampton Council weren't prepared to back us. Since then, obviously, we've changed things, we've moved things. There's £100,000 in the community fund. There's a lot of things that have changed. But I've got to spend actually the next year, I think, trying to build bridges with Southampton Council rather than sort of, throw my toys out with the pram and go, yeah, I'm going to call it this. And it's above my pay grade anyway. So,
okay. Thank you very much, Steve, for your very honest answer. As you mentioned, Councillor Tennant, we don't have Grant Shapps with us this evening, so I will move on to your question for Andy Granfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the question related to the contributions that would be secured through Section 106, and it's the Community Health Fund contribution, which is what we would be securing. So the 100,000 up front, so that we can plan what's needed even before the impact happens. You're quite right, Councillor Tennant, that the not just Marhill Copse, but some of the areas which are impacted fall outside of our borough, and this fund is not a top up of, say, the noise installation policy and looking at people's properties, but it's actually targeting either those areas of the community which are affected through their health and well-being, or looking at how improvements can be made to open space to improve quality of life and active lifestyles. So Marhill Copse, even though it is outside of our borough, could be a suitable destination for some funding. But I think what is key is making sure that there's a broad representation of the community and the areas affected who make those decisions about how the funding is spent. And at the outset, I talked about the governance of that fund and the projects, and having representatives from Eastleigh and Southampton councils. Councillor Aries asked for the Airport Consultative Committee to be represented on there, so they would be included. Hampshire County Council, I think, would be very important to have them on board because of their public health hat. And it may be even that there are people from the community who are involved, or community groups, so that we've got a broad cross section of not only people who have got an interest, but people who have got access to the communities and can start informing what are the real projects in targeting it. And I think one of the things which we'll have to kick this off once we've agreed the framework and who the members are is doing some research into sort of what is needed, because it's not just a pot where people will put their hand up and would say, can I have some money for X? I think we need some structure around that and target it to those areas which are, or those areas of the community which are most affected or by the proposal. So I think it's going to be evolving. I think we've got some good loose framework at the moment, but as I said earlier in this evening's presentation, the first thing we'll do if this were to be approved is to really home in on that structure and make sure that we know where we're going with it should this get approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. My second question about the upgrading of the line between Portsmouth and Southampton. Has there been talks that you're aware of to put funding there? Is there a timeline? Is this somewhere in the future? Because it's clearly very necessary.
Andy, do you have any information on that, please?
I'm afraid I can't provide any information or any update for you on that one, Councillor Tennant.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Tennant. And I believe the discussion for the renaming of the airport is something for another day we can possibly put on the back burner. Right, my next questions are from Councillor Margaret Atkinson. Good evening, Councillor Atkinson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you. First of all, I just want to say a big thank you to Andy Granfield for the very clear and professional way he's answered all our questions and presented information to us both tonight and yesterday. Now, within the presentation, one very important aspect of this application are the many conditions that are being placed under Section 106 agreements. And I wonder, Ms. Granfield, if you could expand, please, on how the monitoring process is going to be put in place to make sure all these conditions are properly undertaken and fulfilled. What happens if they're not? Do we have an enforcement process? What is that process? And I think perhaps most importantly of all, this is going to take a lot of time if we're going to monitor correctly. Perhaps you could assure us that Eastleigh Borough Council does have the resources to make sure that this monitoring and enforcement, if appropriate, is done effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Atkinson. Andy.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Yeah, there's quite a big obligation, I think, on all parties involved with the planning obligation to ensure that it works and the ongoing monitoring. The airports are tasked with undertaking various reports, either quarterly or annually, which will go to the ACC and into the council. And we obviously need to review that, and not necessarily just ourselves, but we may need to involve other organisations as well. So Within the heads of terms, there is a requirement that there's an agreed Section 106 monitoring fee. So that would be a fee which comes in to ensure that we can adequately resource that monitoring and give it the attention that it needs. And whilst we'd hope it wouldn't be the case, we do need to be mindful that there does need to be an enforcement arm to this as well. We are comfortable and confident that we can enforce any breaches of the Section 106 as well, should that ever arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Granfield. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Atkinson, and once again, thank you, Andy. Right, we will now move to Councillor Rupert Curl. Councillor Curl, good evening.
Good evening, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Firstly, just would like to know whether or not the airport has or is planning to introduce a carbon offsetting scheme or strategy to help mitigate some of the impacts of the expansion, if indeed it's passed tonight. We've had the question about noise caps, so I won't go into that. I also feel that the ecological mitigation plan on the site is very light, and maybe Andy could give us a bit more detail about that, especially as we've removed the bund and also a number of trees potentially are going to be removed off the site, and the ratio of replacement I think is very low, given that the emerging environment bill says that there should be a higher degree of replacement for removed trees. And also just a question in effect about the opportunities potentially to generate renewable energy on site, especially obviously either on buildings or the new car park with solar canopies, etc. I believe this might be in the airport's carbon strategy or reduction strategy, and I would have thought this would have been a perfect opportunity to have brought this forward within this application.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curl. Andy.
Thank you, Councillor Curl. In terms of the carbon offsetting, there's the national scheme which we've heard about already this evening, which would cover the UK. It may be worth directing a question to the airport to see if they're actually doing anything over and above that. I don't think they are at the moment. That's certainly something which was discussed. I think Councillor Caldry was looking at opportunities for offsetting as well. But as far as we're aware, there isn't a carbon offsetting proposal which the airport themselves are running. They'd be part of the national approach to that as it's set out. In terms of the ecological mitigation arrangements, there is a requirement within the Section 106 for a management and enhancement plan to come in. You're quite right that there is some impact on the on-site ecological habitat. That habitat isn't of significant value, but it is certainly of a local value in places. The environmental statement is covered by a suite of various ecological reports and recommendations, and it's acknowledged that there does need to be an improvement to particularly the grassland and the shrub planting, and that's being targeted along the sort of northern and the eastern boundary with Itchen Valley Country Park. So we then have got sort of a continuous area of green infrastructure moving into the undeveloped part, and as I'm sure you can appreciate, the airport themselves have to ensure that that's maintained at a very low ecological value for the majority of the site for aviation safety reasons. The fine detail of that enhancement plan would be worked up as part of the Section 106 process, but there's a condition, I think, within the recommendations that there's at least a 2-for-1 replacement tree approach, but that wouldn't be the only planting that went on site. It's quite a complex issue, actually, the landscaping around airports, because we need to be aware that whatever planting is put into place doesn't in itself attract birds to the site because of the bird conflict with planes. So that's something which would have to be worked out in fine detail moving forward. Around the Environment Bill and the biodiversity net gain that comes out off of that, the current policy position in NPPF is about enhancing biodiversity value on sites, and it doesn't set up a level. The Environment Bill will push or will impose a level of 10%, which is quite a step up from where we are, and very welcome. The application has come in with various measures, and as it's set out in the report, officers believe there's a marginal improvement, about 0.56, 0.58% on the value at the moment with that which has been tabled as opportunities. But what that doesn't include within how you calculate the biodiversity net gain are the improvements to, say, the nesting boxes or the areas for bats as well. So there's an additionality that's not captured in that 0.58%. But certainly working with our own ecology team will ensure that the scheme delivers as higher habitat value as can possibly be achieved as part of the section 106 as we move down that road. But I think the comfort that we can take is that there would be a net benefit to the ecology as a result of this, albeit it may not be as high as the Environment Bill would like once that becomes legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. Does that answer your questions, Councillor Curl, please?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curl. In that case, we will now move on to Councillor Louise Parker-Jones. Good evening, Councillor Parker-Jones.
Good evening, Deputy Mayoress. I've got a few questions, and a lot of them, you will be pleased to know, have been marked off by other speakers, and I'm sure that's a relief to everybody. So my first bits are actually in relation to, are in reference to a lot of paragraphs in the 200s. Would that be a polite way of putting it? And this is about the ecological mitigation, and in particular the itching and our other sites of importance in the area. Because there does seem to be some confusion about what the mitigation will achieve. Am I still on? Because the screen's gone really strange.
Yes, we can hear and we can see you, Councillor Parker.
Thank you. Honestly, it's completely changed.
Yeah, no, you're definitely with us.
So, for example, at 217, it says there is uncertainty over the impact of ammonia on nitrate deposit rates and the absence of data on likely ammonia emissions resulting from the proposed development and what those consequences might be. Have we now received any information on that? There's also a section at 215 where it says the information for the HR report proposes monitoring air quality because of the damage to European sites. However, it goes on to say that the mitigation that was proposed is not appropriate. It's not a reliable mitigation strategy, and that there is a level of uncertainty required. So there is, when the mitigation will not provide the level of certainty required to reach a conclusion of no adverse effects on the integrity of the European sites concerned. So there's lots and lots like this. There's a statement about Savills and that they haven't provided the right information. This is at 207. It said that Savills failed to appreciate the issues and only referred to the offloading of the aircraft, and that had no predicted relationship to future frequency of the A320 movements. Have we received those now? So there are quite a lot of questions that haven't been answered, and I'm wondering if somebody can update me on where we are with these strategies, because on that little table we were shown by Andy, it said that, you know, there was no impact on ecology, it was all green, but actually reading this report I've got huge concerns. So that's the start of some of my questions. I've also got questions about the Chickenhall Link Lane Road, and I also wanted to know about whether we've done any monitoring on nitrogen from the air mitigation, because aerial nitrogen is going to go over a river, which is a very sensitive river. So has that been factored in to any of this ecological assessment? So if I start there, I know I'm trying to like thrust all the questions into one so that I don't get you to answer one part, then answer another part, and then answer another part. But I have got other questions after this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Parker-Jones. If we could just pause for a second, because I need to speak to our technical team. It seems that some of our councillors are having some difficulties. If you could just bear with me, please. Thank you.
No, I haven't dropped out.
There seems to be a problem with the screen. It keeps freezing and changing.
Colleagues, if we're having difficulties, would this not be a good time to take a short break? Madam Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Councillor House.
If we're having technical difficulties, Madam Deputy Mayor, might this not be a good time to take another short break to allow for technical difficulties to be resolved?
Bear me just 1 second, Councillor House. Thank you very much, Councillor House. Indeed, that is a very good suggestion. So at this time, we will take a 15-minute break. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
Hi, Sarah, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Councillor Atkinson. Can you try just muting and unmuting and muting again, please?
Right, that's unmuted.
councillors, IT have asked that you all completely restart your devices, exit Teams, exit the meeting and restart your devices, and that should hopefully fix the issue.
How's that?
It's Laura, Malcolm. If you can all restart your devices, it should hopefully fix the issue.
I've just done that. I'm just saying that's how's that? I'm back in again.
Well, do we need to go out, leave and start again?
Yes, please, Darshan, leave the meeting and restart your device completely.
That's everyone, Laura.
I don't know, Richard, we are just going to have to, I think they're disappearing, the councillors are disappearing, so I don't think everyone, I put it in the chat, but I'm not sure if everyone's heard.
Well, Laura, I just done it and came back, so it should be okay.
Thanks, Malcolm. So you came out of the meeting and then completely restarted your surface?
Yeah, I done the leave, and cancel, then went back to the sheet and said join meeting, then come back again.
I've done the same.
You need to shut your surfaces down via restart. It's not just leaving the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've just done that. I'm back in now, I think.
Yeah, I can see you and I can hear you, Wayne. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Laura, can you see and hear me?
I can, thank you, Councillor Campbell.
You can see me, can you?
I can't actually see you, Councillor Cross.
Oh.
Councillor James, I think I'm back in. Yeah.
Right, shush, I'm not on mute.
Right, I'll leave again then.
Hi, Laura, can you see
I
me?
can see and hear you. Thank you, Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you.
And me, Laura?
I can hear you, Councillor Dogood, but I can't see you.
That's odd because it's not saying my screen is muted and I can see myself in a little picture.
Well, it may be that we've reached the maximum number of cameras. That could be why. I can see Councillor Broadhurst, Councillor Tyson Payne, Councillor Bearder, Councillor Jerd, Councillor Pretty and Councillor Corbyn.
Okay, well, I'll assume you can see me.
And I can see Councillor Marsh.
I'm back in now, Laura.
Sorry,
Hello?
who was that? It was over to another person, sorry.
It's David, I'm back in
Oh,
now.
thank you, David.
Can you see me?
I can see you, Rupert, and I can see you, Councillor Trace, and hear you. Thank you.
Can you see me, Malcolm?
No, I still can't see you, Malcolm.
Hi, Laura.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, Laura.
I can hear you, Lou, but I can't see you.
Hello, Laura. I'm back in the meeting.
Thank you. Those of you that I've confirmed I can see and hear, can you turn your cameras off? Because I think that might be preventing other cameras from popping up.
Laura, there seems to be loads of problems. It suddenly all closed down and it couldn't get me back in. Do you want me to go out again?
Yeah, have you restarted your Surface, Lou?
Yeah, I'll try again.
Try again, thank you.
Can you see me, Laura?
I could see you, Wayne.
Lou, don't do a restart. Switch it off and switch
I'll
it on
come out
again.
of that. I'll turn my camera off then.
Shall we just do another roll call?
We will do, but not everyone's back in yet, Councillor Clark.
Can you see me now, Laura?
I can't.
Well, I'm on the screen here on the corner.
Councillor Mann, can you turn your camera off? And Councillor Caldry, can you just say something so I can hear you? And then
Can you hear me?
turn off? I can. Can you turn your mic and camera off, please?
Camera off. Yes, right.
Laura,
Yes.
am I supposed to just be seeing Nikki Dunn connecting in the middle of my screen?
No, you shouldn't be seeing that, Councillor Curl. I would suggest you do what Councillor Tyson Payne did and turn it on and off again, I think, if that's what
I think the public are seeing all of this.
We've got the slide up and it looks okay on mine, but I think you're having trouble with it, which is why we're making sure that everyone's okay in the meeting.
Oh, sorry, I think the public can hear this conversation.
They can, unfortunately, but it's the only way I can communicate to you.
I got the slide up, Laura, and I got the camera off.
Okay, can you put your camera on, please, Councillor Cross? Councillor Dogood, I can see you now, so you can turn your camera off for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just switched it on. Can you see me?
No, I can't, Councillor Cross.
Oh, I'll leave again.
I can see Councillor Holes and Councillor Pragnall and Councillor Bourne.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue.
And Councillor Rich and Councillor Craig.
Yeah, it's just Rupert Kerr we're waiting for back now.
Thank you.
Can you
I
see
can
me?
see you and hear you, Councillor Broadhurst. Thank you.
Because I just got the connecting done, Nikki, flashing on the screen at the moment.
Councillor Broadhurst, I suggest you leave and come back again if you've got that.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Cross, I can see you now.
Lovely, thank you. I'll switch camera off and mic off.
Hi Nikki, Ian here. I had to log off again because I had the odd screen. I just logged back in.
I can hear you and see you. Thank you, Councillor Corbyn.
Thank you.
I'm back again.
Nikki, I think we have all councillors back now.
Yeah, I have the correct screen now, Alan.
Laura, can you see and hear me now?
I can see you, Lou, and I can hear you.
And I can see you as well.
Thank you. Let's hope Laura Laura can this time.
all of the councillors are back in and ready to go, so it's really up to when Eastleigh House is ready for us to restart.
Just to say, councillors, they're just doing a few more checks. We should be back very shortly. Right, good evening everyone, and welcome back. Apologies for those technical difficulties, but we must be certain that everyone's back in the meeting. And to confirm that, we are now going to do a roll call. Thank you.
Councillor Airy.
Present.
Councillor Allingham.
Present.
Councillor Asman.
Present.
Councillor Atkinson.
Present.
Councillor Bearder.
Present.
Councillor Bicknell.
Present.
Councillor Bourne.
Present.
Councillor Broadhurst.
Present.
Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Corbyn.
Present.
Councillor Caldry.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Cross.
Present.
Councillor Doogie.
Present.
Councillor Dean.
Present.
Councillor Dogood.
Present.
Councillor Garton.
I'm here.
Councillor Gomer.
Present.
Councillor Gruevski.
Present.
Councillor Councillor isn't here. Councillor Holes.
Present.
Councillor House.
Still here.
Councillor Irish.
Present.
Councillor Jerd.
Present.
Councillor Curl.
Present.
Councillor Mann.
Present.
Councillor Manning.
Present.
Councillor Marsh.
Present.
Councillor Parker Jones.
Sorry for breaking the internet. Present.
Councillor Pragnell.
Yeah, I'm here.
Councillor Pretty.
Here.
Councillor Rich.
Present.
Councillor Tennant.
Present.
Councillor Tidward.
Present.
Councillor Trace.
Yeah.
And Councillor Tyson Payne.
I'm here.
Thank you. That's a full house, Chair.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Laura. Right, so we will continue from where we left off. And I believe Andy was about to answer some of Lou's questions. Andy.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, so Councillor Parker Jones, you were asking questions predominantly around the ecological side, and you referenced the 200s within the report. The areas that you were referencing, 215 and 207, were the comments from the ecologist for representing the council on this one, and so they related to comments which came through during later last year, early part of this year. It's worth noting that under paragraph 205, the latest set of comments, which was the 29th of March 2021, has said that the outstanding information that you've referenced has been received, and we've been able to consider that, and that's enabled the local authority to complete an appropriate assessment and send that through to Natural England, and that has picked up on one of the points which you mentioned, which was the monitoring side of stuff, and there is a commitment within the appropriate assessment which will roll into the section 106 for the continued monitoring of air quality along the boundaries of the airport site, so that they can consider if there is any impact on the nature conservation areas to the east in particular. So we've securing that through a section 106 process. You also mentioned about the Chickenham Lane Link Road, but I don't think you asked what the question was.
I haven't got to the question on that. Can I go back to what you were just saying on the mitigation, which is under the precautionary principle, if we don't know what that level is and we don't know what that impact is, we must always, under the precautionary principle, assume it's going to be for the worst. So therefore, I don't understand how ecology was rated green on your balance when potentially we could have a significant impact on a triple SI site, our world-renowned River Itchen. So I'm having a bit of a problem understanding that. And did they actually get back to, about the sort of aviation nitrates that are produced and the ammonia levels? Have we had that now?
Yes.
And I'm really sorry, I'm sure if I'd come to all your briefings, I would have been far more aware of all of this. And actually, when I was listening to Councillor Campbell speak, it became really apparent how valuable those briefings would have been. And I know I personally would have really benefited from it. The Chickenham Lane Road, moving swiftly on because you don't want to keep talking about the nitrogen, which I have concerns about. The Chickenham Lane Link Road says it's not going to be sought to be delivered. What will be the potential cost to both the airport and potentially the council if it's not done in conjunction? Has that been looked at? Because of course it will be another period of time which will impact on those houses in Campbell Road. It's another period of time perhaps when the works will have to be done overnight because of the airport and whether it would have to close. So has that been factored, and would Eastleigh Borough Council potentially suffer an additional cost, or the airport additional cost, because it's not being considered in conjunction? Because you're actually digging up that bit, potentially digging it up, putting down a new runway and not doing the tunnelling through. So I'm a bit confused as to why it's going to be left off. So that would be helpful.
Okay, picking up on your last ecology point first before moving on to Chickenham Link Road and the impact and the precautionary principle. The appropriate assessment, which is available online, and it's got a lot of detail in there. It does actually say there will be no adverse effect on the integrity of the River Itchen conservation areas. So we are, as a local authority, as a competent authority, comfortable that there's no significant adverse impact. So it's not like we're waiting for further information. And as part of the ongoing assessment of that, then there's an obligation to continue the monitoring as we move forward to ensure that those air quality levels don't worsen as time goes on. So at the moment we're happy with the forecasting, but we just want to continue. We've asked the applicant to continue with the monitoring of that moving forward. In terms of the Chickenham Lane Link Road, you're right that it's obviously an important element of this part of the borough, or that part of the borough, and it was the Chickenham Lane Link Road itself is not an integral part of the application that members are being asked to consider, the runway extension, etc. But that application needs to demonstrate that it doesn't prejudice the Chickenham Lane Link Road coming forward, and we, both as the local authority officers and Hampshire County Council, have looked at it and confirmed that we are happy that this doesn't prejudice the bringing forward of the runway, the Chickenham Link Road. And there's again a requirement in the section 106 that the airport will ensure that land is available and offered up for adoption at such time that the Chickenham Lane link road is to be delivered. Now, as you quite rightly say, there's quite a cost associated with bringing that forward, and it's a fundamental part of the emerging local plan. So that's a piece of work which will continue on. So there isn't a requirement at the moment to assess what that cost would be either to the airport or to other bodies at this stage by it not being delivered at this moment in time. But what has come forward as part of the application is evidence to show that there is a feasible option, a tunnelling option, which could be delivered, and that wouldn't be undermined with or without the runway extension. And I think that was the important part, to ensure that if this runway was allowed, that it didn't thwart the opportunity for the Chickenham Link Road to come forward at some future date.
Okay, the other thing I had is that we've heard a lot of mention about whether the airport is closing or not closing, and having looked at the Twitter feed where it says you must sign our thing because it's the survival of the airport, and that's definitely out there in the public domain. I have huge reservations about that not being included in here, but I actually want to turn towards the other economics, the disbenefits. We've talked a lot about what the potential economic benefits are from that, but we haven't, I couldn't find in this document, and it might be in one of the other hundreds of pages, and I did try to read them all, but it's just overwhelming. Things like, what's the impact on things like if you've got a pub with a beer garden and you're under that flight path, you know, because those people will now be experiencing that extra noise. So have we done an assessment about the disbenefits, like the increased reliance upon our NHS from people who might suffer from mental health problems, anything to do with COPD and asthma that might be exacerbated rather because of this proposal? So I found things about the economic benefits in respect of what it will bring potentially to the airport, but not about some of those disbenefits, and has that been evaluated?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, in terms of the economic side, I think we recognise that there's a very broad range of economic benefits and disbenefits which could not be affected by this development, and a lot of that is probably difficult, if not impossible, to quantify in a particular way. So there's we've talked before about the catalytic impact. So what does it mean to businesses, the attraction of coming to the area? But what I don't think the environmental statement does is to say either what having an airport there would mean in terms of attracting, say, residents to move into the area or people to relocate in this area. And certainly we heard yesterday from one of the objectors, they chose to live here because of what Eastleigh offered. But equally, the environmental statement hasn't considered what the benefits to the population is as an attractive place to live by having an airport, and they haven't assessed the disbenefits of what in terms of the economic side of having a runway here and an additional noise. I've already mentioned this evening that the impact on house prices is not material, but I think that's an area that probably is very difficult to quantify in one way or the other. In terms of the NHS, and it may be that on that economic side that Camilla Sharp might be able to come back on a particular point on there shortly. In terms of the NHS, again, the environmental statement through the public health chapter has identified that there's potential impacts on certain vulnerable members of the community or elements of the community, and that's why that community health fund is so important, is to sort of target how quality of life can be improved for those peoples, be it through groups or improvements to outdoor space, and there. In terms of the NHS element, actually quantifying what the impact may be on the NHS is quite a challenge. So that's why that community fund and the health strategy is so important, to try and minimise and mitigate wherever possible that impact, so it doesn't cause additional harm to people. But maybe it'd be worth me jumping back if Camilla's around to sort of talk about that sort of wider economic benefit position, if that would help.
Yes, I think it would, and I will come on to your point about the health statement strategy as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Camilla, could you come into this, please?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
little to add, really. Andy's summarised it pretty beautifully. I think it might have been a little bit beyond the scope of what the airport application was really trying to cover, because so much of this is difficult to quantify. One of the reasons why we don't normally assess this sort of thing particularly hard is because it can go either way, rather like the house values. There's plenty of anecdotal evidence to show that house prices do go up near to airports, both around Heathrow and also in the States in particular. But also there are other places where they go down. So the one sort of offsets the other. And in much the same way, the health benefits of being employed are also something that haven't been measured or factored into this. And that would be a severe economic disbenefit if the runway extension were not to go through. If we increase unemployment in this area, if a lot of people do not have jobs who otherwise would have jobs, obviously there is a mental health concern there. So it's probably not fair to assess either, because we don't know for certain how it would be affected and how to measure it, and it can go in either direction. That's really, I think, the reason we haven't explored it in any great depth.
It's strange because you're hinging quite a lot on this about the economic benefits. So I genuinely think you've got to give a balanced argument. So I would have really liked to have seen, and I'm still confused why we didn't look at what the disbenefits are, particularly to residents and to other businesses, because I noticed on one of your paragraphs it said, for example, like the doctors won't have insulation because it has, people won't be there long enough because, people come in, they go to the doctors and then they go. But of course, there are people working there who will be affected. So I'm struggling with some of these economic arguments, which is where a lot of this is trying to hinge. Okay, I don't think I've really had some of my things answered. I'm particularly concerned about the nitrate impact on the triple SI. I know we're not debating yet, but thank you very much for trying to answer my questions, and I really do wish I'd been given the opportunity to hear all the technical briefings.
Thank you very much, Camilla.
Chair, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Camilla, and thank you very much, Councillor Parker-Jones. Right, we will now move to Councillor Adam Manning. Good evening, Councillor Manning.
Good evening, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you. And may I say you're doing a marvellous job of running the meeting this evening. It's very much appreciated. I have a question for Andy Granfield, in point of fact. Mr. Granfield, I've been looking through the report, obviously in great detail. I've lived and breathed the Southampton Airport, I think, since we became aware that we had to study this. And one particular point that I'm interested in relates to the, it's rather picturesquely referred to as the shoulder hour in your report. Almost a poetical name, the 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. period. As I understand it at the moment, flights during that hour, and please correct me if I've got this wrong, flights during that hour are reduced down to 20 per hour. Is that? Yes. I'm wondering now, of course, the hour of 6 to 7 is a very precious time. A lot of people will have young children, babies, for example, and I mean, young children might be up early at that time, for example. But they might not, and they might need their sleep. Or, for example, retired people wouldn't want to be woken up as much. I'm wondering if there's any margin for reducing that figure from 20 down to, say, 15, for example. Is that a possibility, do you think? Do you think the airport might be cooperative or attracted by that proposal?
Andy, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Manning, for the question there. Yeah, I think I explained earlier that there's a sort of a range between 13 and 20 movements within that hour, operating between the sort of the lowest observed adverse effect to a significant impact. And it's something we have talked to the airport about. And I think what they've said is that 15 would be the absolute minimum that they could accept in that area, because there is a need for a certain window of movements at that time. I think it's useful having a restriction in there because currently there is no restriction. That's 6 in the morning to 11 at night. There's no restrictions in terms of how many planes operate within any particular hour. So I think it's important that we do seek to control it for the reasons you've outlined. But I think 15 would not be an unreasonable level to pick, and we would certainly be able to amend the wording to reflect that.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Manning, and thank you very much, Andy. Right, we will now move to Councillor Richard Gomer. Councillor Gomer, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm afraid I've been adding questions as we went, which was not what I'd hoped to do, but let's give it a go. So a few on transport. Given how much seems to ride on this passenger cap, it's mentioned in relation to noise, in relation to emissions, and the fact that it's implemented via vehicle movements. I just wanted to understand how robust it's going to be. So I have a few questions on that. Does that vehicle movement to passenger conversion include the current number of passengers arriving through sustainable transport or the aspirational 30%? And will that passenger cap in terms of vehicle movements be protected if other applications were to come forward that might materially change it? So for instance, if an airport or if an application for an off-site car park were to be set up with a bus, which of course not uncommon at other airports, could we reject that one on the grounds that it would undermine the effective noise and emissions limit that we've set up through this application? And then broadly, why haven't we just put a limit on what we actually want to limit, which is the number of passengers, and gone through this convoluted vehicle movement to passenger conversion? I'm going to stop there, but I have some more.
Okay. Andy, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Gomer. The reason there's a vehicle cap before the committee and certainly before officers is related to the assessed impact on the highway as a result of the development proposed. Now, I mentioned earlier, so forgive me if I repeat myself, but when forecasting and planning the land use for the emerging local plan up to 2036, one of the elements that need to be considered in there is what's the impact on the highway infrastructure for all different types of land uses, within which the airport has an element of vehicle movements associated to it. And that broadly equates to 2.45 million vehicle movements a year. And when you add that to the other assessments that have been made throughout the local plan on vehicle generating activities, that's been used to assess the highway infrastructure and establish whether there's capacity or not. So to ensure that there's no unassessed impacts on the highway, the airport have said we will ensure that vehicle movements are kept within that which has been assessed as within capacity. And therefore we need to apply a cap on vehicle movements, and that was the starting point for looking at how we control passenger numbers, because obviously vehicle movements equate to a certain number of passenger movements. So that cap isn't directly related in terms of noise or emissions, but actually what it does do is gives you a baseline on which to then measure, for instance, noise. And as I referenced already, the contour cap is based on 3 million passengers, which is the 3 million passengers was derived from the car movements, the 2.45 million car movements. You asked a question about, is that on the sort of the aspirational 30%, I think it was, under the surface access strategy, was that correct? So 2.45 million is based on the today scenario. It's sort of the proportion that are using cars and not at the moment. And your third question was about if there was a car park built elsewhere which then bussed people in, would that mean that we'd have to amend this cap? No, the cap itself relates, as I say, to car movements. And I can imagine that the school of thought is, well, actually, if there's more people coming in, does that mean there's more impact in terms of noise and emissions then? In short, no, it doesn't mean there's any greater impact than's already been assessed, because the noise contour as capped at a certain number of passenger movements, irrespective of how they enter the airport. And as we've already set out, that the emissions is a matter which is material and it's obviously great importance. And the airport are doing all they can to offset their on-ground emissions, but actually the flight, once it's in the air, is something which is controlled at a national level. So the fact that a car park or a park and walk arrangement, whatever it might be, that could be delivered, no suggestion there would be, that in itself wouldn't impact on the purpose of that cap in the first place.
Thank you very much, Andy. I believe you have further questions, Councillor Goma.
Yes, thank you. Regarding the possibility of the Freeport increasing freight traffic through the airport, I appreciate the airport said there's no facilities at present. There is potentially though scope to build them within that northern gap, and I also understand that we don't have as much planning influence over the airport as we would on other sites because they're their own planning authority for some matters. Would a freight upgrade require planning to come via our planning process, because it seems that would potentially change some of the modelled air traffic movements if it were to be built?
Are you referring to a freight upgrade related to the Freeport itself, or just general development on the site?
Just a general development that might increase freight traffic through the airport.
Yeah, if there's a development associated with that, I think, as I mentioned earlier, that the traffic movement cap relates to cargo freight and vehicles coming into the site.
Okay.
Any other further questions, Councillor Goma?
Yes, I'm afraid I do. On noise, I wondered what the process is for saying that 13 flights above LA max is equivalent to the lowest observable effect, because the explanation in the report's a bit hand wavy. I suppose my school of thought is that if you're woken up at 6:01 by the first very loud flight going over, the last 12 feel a little bit academic and probably observable to the person who'd been woken up. And then a second noise question is, if the cost of the noise insulation exceeds an average of £5,000 to do properly, could some people be left out, or is the £5,000 literally just an estimate for information?
I'll answer your second question first, and I'll hand your first question over to Sue Thomas, the Environmental Health Consultant, to answer on the LA Max question. It's an average of 5,000 per house, and it was something which we've talked about quite a lot with the airport about whether that's discriminatory to some properties, and as a result of those conversations, we've negotiated no upper limit, but an average of 5,000 would be appropriate when you look at I think it's 1,000 properties that will be needed, having regard to the makeup of those houses and the fact there's 2, 3 and 4 bedroom properties in there. I think the key thing which we've managed to secure is that there's no cost to a homeowner as a result of that insulation package. And I think that was a key attribute of the package, which isn't currently the position if it was ever needed. I'll just hand you over to Sue Thomas now to answer the question about the 13 flights. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just trying to find it in the report actually, because the reference to it being hand wavy. So if you just bear with me a second. But yeah, I take your point. If you've been woken up by the first one, then as you say, it's the getting back to sleep. I think it might be worth asking Lisa to describe how this is calculated. This thing about awakenings at night is it's become a way of assessing it. Normally you'd look at an 8-hour average overnight, but because there are no flights for 7 of those 8 hours, it seemed better to look at it as that 1 hour. And the 13 and the 20 is based on some advice by the Civil Aviation Authority on assessing those impacts, and so yes, on an individual basis, if you're woken by the one, the other 12 are academic, but on a community basis, it's around the likelihood of those awakenings occurring, and so it becomes more about that community effect rather than an individual person's effect, because not everybody would be woken by the first one. It depends what stage of sleep you're in, and there's lots of there is science behind it. So sorry, that's not as detailed as I'd like to give you, but I haven't got all the science to at my fingertips. I don't know whether Lisa wants to add anything to that, but hopefully that's given a bit of clarification.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Gomer? We can go to Lisa.
If Lisa has something helpful to add, I'm all ears.
Okay, Lisa, please.
I think Sue's given a good explanation there. It's time taken on a community basis. So the research that we've referenced in the ES addendum, we've set up some papers in there which look at the kind of on a community basis the awakenings that would be expected, and that's where the 13 and the 20 figure will come from on that basis.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Councillor Gomer, any more questions?
I've got two more. And then I'll be done. I'll do them both, and then we can divvy them out. Look, so I would conclude, looking at the recommendations in the 6th carbon budget and what the science seems to say, that a reduction in aviation emissions should be on the cards, particularly with no evidence of sort of really major green technologies into the medium term. Albeit, I appreciate there is a little scope for growth in the very short term at Southampton back to that Flybe level. How would a short-term expansion in jobs followed by a contraction in air travel caused by government policy set at a higher level impact on the economic benefits or disbenefits, and should that have been modelled? And then my second one is around fuel. We heard in submissions yesterday, or in fact, yes, just only yesterday, that some residents have concerns about unburnt aviation fuel from planes going overhead, and I understand that turbine engines do emit some unburnt fuel, particularly when they're running at lower speeds, so I assume that means more when they're landing than when they're taking off. Has that been considered, and are there ways to mitigate that through, say, aircraft maintenance or restrictions on the types of engines that can be used?
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Andy, although we may have to go to somebody else for these particular answers. Andy.
I think the first question related to sort of the modelling of the what ifs, in terms of the impacts of the 6th carbon budget, and if that comes in, and I've got both economic and climate officers here who can jump in, but as way I would say explaining how you'd assess it under the environmental statement approach, you'd look at what's the current position, the policy position in terms of that, and as we've alluded to, the 6th carbon budget recommendations, that there no doubt will be some changes to government policy, but we can't second guess what that might be at the moment. So I think it would be unreasonable for the to expect the applicants to undertake an assessment about the sort of the what could be benefits or disbenefits of any future policy. In terms of the unburnt aviation fuel question, that may be something which Sue can assist with, or possibly, yeah, probably Sue might be better on that. I know that there's, as part of the environmental statement, there was an assessment in terms of odour, and there was found to be no significant adverse impact as a result of odour, but maybe I could ask if there's anything from Sue's perspective that could help Councillor Gomer in an answer to that question.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Sue.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I missed. I dropped out just for a second there, and I missed what the question was. I wasn't expecting it to come my way. I do apologise.
Councillor Gomer, would you like to repeat your question, please? Thank you.
Okay. We heard yesterday in some submissions that residents have concerns about unburnt aviation fuel, and I understand that turbine engines do emit some unburnt fuel, particularly at lower speeds. So I'd assume that's more at landing rather than takeoff. Has that been considered, and can it be mitigated through, say, maintenance or aircraft restrictions?
Thank you. I'm so sorry to make you repeat yourself. It's quite a common complaint around airports, this sort of this odour issue. I'm not sure what the solution to it is. It's probably around efficiency of engines. There was an odour assessment that was carried out, and it wasn't found to be something that required anything further. But I don't actually have an answer to that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the solution is to it when there's certainly nothing in the assessment that gives us any advice on that I can recall.
Chair, it might be if you wish to, the applicant may be able to shed a little bit more information on. They've got their air quality consultant on the call if you wanted to direct that question to the airport team.
Yeah, that might be useful, Andy. Yes, member of the airport, please answer Councillor Gomer's question.
Shall I take that? I'm the I worked on the air quality assessment. I worked for WSP.
Okay, thank you.
On
Yes,
behalf of the airport. Yeah. Okay, my name is Bethan Tuckett-Jones. I'm the head of air quality at WSP, and was myself and my team responsible for undertaking the assessment of air quality. In terms of the unburnt fuel question, we did 2 surveys. One was we looked at odours, because obviously these would be deposits which could be, or emissions which could be potentially odorous because they're volatile organic compounds, so you might be able to smell them. And the conclusions of the assessment were that beyond the airport boundary, we couldn't detect any odours from the aircraft. Yeah, and we looked at different phases of the landing and takeoff cycle. So we looked all around the boundary of the airport, and when aircraft were at the gate, if you are very close to the fence line of the airport, where you got the public access areas, then yes, there is an odour there. But by the time you get to residential areas, then we couldn't detect any odours from the airport. So our conclusion for that was that odours themselves were not an issue. We did also look at the question around unburnt fuel deposits, because there were quite a few questions were raised. And the way we looked at that was that we took we took swab samples from surfaces around the airport and underneath the flight paths to see, and we analysed those in a laboratory to see if we could identify any markers that would indicate aviation fuel. And the swabs all came back negative, and we even took swabs off the existing screens at the end of the runway. So if there were any substantial unburnt fuel being released during those periods of, kind of, as you say, low engine turnover rates, then you'd presume that that would have been the place that we could have detected it if we had been able to. But we simply weren't able to find anything that was indicative of aviation fuel, because it has quite a distinct, it's different to the fuel that we use in our vehicles on a day-to-day basis. So yes, we heard those reports, but we could find no evidence on the ground of them.
Super, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That's much appreciated. And thank you, Councillor Gomer, for your questions. Right, I'm looking at my list and I have no one else who has indicated that they wish to ask a question. So in which case then, as is often the case during the question and answer session. Oh, sorry. I believe Councillor Curl, sorry, you indicated in the chat that we didn't answer your question. Let me just. Yeah. Councillor Curl, yeah. Would you just like to ask your question again, please?
Yeah, sorry. I apologise. I asked I asked 3 questions, or whatever. I think I got 2 answers, and I missed the end one. And then I actually said yes, that's fine. Thanks very much. But yes, it was actually about using renewables, taking the opportunity of using renewables across the site, renewable energy generation. So that could be solar canopies or whatever on the car parks and buildings. And I was just wondering why that wasn't being included potentially in the plan, given that I think it is in the airport's carbon reduction strategy. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Curl. Andy.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Curl, for that question. It's something which we noted there was a missed opportunity there, and certainly came out through the consultative responses. Whilst it's not fundamental to the current application that we've got here, I think it is a missed opportunity. I know that the airport team, Amy for the airport, can answer that question in probably a bit more detail for you. So it might be worth, if Chair, if you're okay, to bring Amy into the meeting.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine, Andy. Amy, thank you.
Hi. So we absolutely do have a roadmap to net zero, of which sort of solar power and the further installation of electrical charging points and a number of other initiatives are included within that. And we can definitely look to include them within our carbon strategy, which is part of our Section 106, the new agreement, which the Council would be able to review alongside us. In the meantime, while we're working on our roadmap to net zero, we have the commitment to purchase renewable energy for the use on site. Yeah, so that's, but we do definitely have a roadmap in terms of the initiatives that we want to use or implement across campus in energy generation specifically. So that'll look at using existing infrastructure or parking lots, yeah. That's right.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Curl?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much again, Amy. Right, councillors, as I was saying, as often is the case during the question and answer session, there have been some changes to conditions and the Section 106 agreement agreed by mutual consent with the applicant. Andy, before we go to debate, can you remind us what they are, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The two updates that I've got noted here is related to the shoulder hour and ensuring that allows a maximum of 15 air traffic movements within that hour. So that would be something which we captured through the 106. And equally, there was a suggestion right at the very beginning of the session tonight that there's a stepped increase in passenger numbers. And I'll just remind you of the dates and the figures we had there. It was 2.4 million passengers by 2024, restricted to that, 2.6 by 2028, and 3 million by 2034, and again that would be included within the Section 106. I think those were the two updates which came out of tonight's session. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Andy. And indeed, we will now move to the debate. Councillors, you are reminded that you each have 5 minutes to speak, and you will be getting a 30-second warning and will be muted. Your microphones will be muted if anyone overruns, and I trust that this will not be necessary. You will also know that in accordance with our constitution, this time limit does not apply to the leader of the council. I know that councillors may seek to introduce amendments, and you are reminded of Part 4, 11.5 of the Constitution. Any amendment does not have the effect of negating the original motion. So if a councillor, in proposing an amendment, introduces a change of wording or even additional conditions that would mean the application is no longer in the form which it was submitted, I will take this as negating the original motion and not allow it. On this, I will be guided by Andy Granfield, Richard Ward and/or Ian Austin. So we will now move to the debate. I understand Councillor Airy will be proposing the recommendation. You are reminded, Councillor Airy, that you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I'll move the motion to permit as amended and with all the updates in conditions and changes to the 106 agreement that's been discussed so far this evening and as read out by Andy a minute ago. In over 30 years as a borough councillor, this has been the biggest application in terms of being controversial and of the levels of public consultation and response that I can remember. I see this proposal as making best use of an existing runway which will improve the efficiency, viability and safety at the airport. Regional airports are important and they will continue to be so in the future. Regions with an airport tend environmentally to perform better than those that don't. They can assist too in the process of levelling up for local communities. Technological changes will make changes to all aspects of aviation over the coming years, and that will bring greener, more environmentally friendly industry as a result. 164 metres is quite difficult to visualise, so I did a little estimated to get an estimated sense. I walked 164 paces to see what that looked like. My walking stride is less than a metre, but it gave me a rough estimate of what we were thinking about. And I walked from the bar gate in Southampton 164 metres, which took me just beyond the entrance to West Quay. So roughly, and very roughly, we're looking at from the bar gate, the pedestrianised area where the shops are there as the distance of the new section of runway as that goes up as far as where the NatWest and Santander banks are. For many of the opposition contributions that I got, the perception of continuous flights with 737s and A320s, and that won't be the case. Many of the flights will continue with smaller planes. Blue Islands, Loganair and Eastern typically fly the smaller planes. Of the 29 destinations planned for operation this summer, looking at that, looks to me that only 11 will be probable jet flights, and of those 11, 7 of them were actually flown by Flybe, KLM or TUI with jets in time gone past. New airlines such as Jet2 and EasyJet, if they arrive, will provide competition and hopefully ending the reliance we've had so much on one single airline, as has been the case with Flybe. Competition will also bring choice for the passenger in terms of destination and price. Night flights will continue to be very strictly restricted. There will be no long haul. The additional flights using the 737 or A320s or whatever will be to more European cities and holiday destinations. The furthest destination will be somewhere, I guess, like Cyprus. Freight flights also, as Steve Thurston's pointed out earlier, are likely to be few and far between. Partly because they were likely to want to depart at night time, but also there will be difficulties in having the number of parking spots on the tarmac for the very much larger planes. Some of the new routes will operate daily, some will be all year round, some will be seasonal. Some of them to some of these holiday destinations may only go once or twice a week. So I think the sort of idea that there will be constantly these larger aircraft operating is not quite as it will be. Southampton will never be a large airport, and it should be compared with somewhere like Southend and not Stansted. Bournemouth has been spoken as an alternative. Yes, it has a long runway, but it's very remote. It's got no rail access, no direct motorway access, and actually there are only 5 buses a day to the airport with none at the weekends. It is a smaller catchment area and a very rural catchment area compared to Southampton. I'm going to add now a few quotes from some of the people who've emailed in. Somebody said the opportunity has arisen, so let's develop the airport to its full potential. Another said the Central South continually struggles with its identity. If we lose our airport, we will further slide off the government's radar with regard to capital investment. A correspondent explained how Plymouth Airport closed, a massive loss to the city. A Britton Park resident wrote that she had lived there for 15 years without any negative effects from aircraft on the enjoyment of her life. And former staff have written writing about the pain of losing their jobs at the airport, a place that they really enjoyed working at. The section 106 is really important with this application and its contact in the context of this application. The vehicle cap that James Dewgood has proposed is to be supported, very much so, and Adam Manning's proposal with regarding the reduction in numbers in the early hour is also to be strongly supported. The Community Health Fund, that it has huge potential, and I'm also looking forward very much to seeing how the surface access plans work. Despite the 115E policy, the application is, in my view, compliant with the National Planning Policy Framework, and on balance, in my view, it can be supported. I will end with this. Another quotation where somebody wrote, "Hampshire is one of the finest counties in England and it deserves to have one of the best airports in the country for its people and guests." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Airy. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'd like to second, please, Chair. Councillor Bourne.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bourne. And are you reserving your right to speak?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much indeed. In that case, then, members, we will move into debate. Do I have anyone indicating to speak, please? Okay, thank you. We'll start with Councillor Tennant. Thank you, Councillor Tennant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The opinion of West End and Horton Heath residents on the future of Southampton Airport is very important to me. Taking advantage of the recent good weather, I've been cycling around my community asking residents what they think of this application. I received an overwhelming response in support of the application. Many reasons were given, but I shall recount just one since it covers a number of bases. This resident, who is in his early 20s, told me that one of the reasons he supports the airport is that it enables his elderly grandparents to visit their family. The grandparents live in Holland and can easily catch a bus to the railway station that takes them to Schiphol Airport, where very shortly afterwards they arrive in Southampton Airport. Besides what residents have been telling me, I've considered factors such as the environment, the economy, and what the planning inspectorate might decide if this committee should be minded to refuse to extend the runway. Apart from noise, all of those objecting to the airport have done so on grounds of harm to the environment. Whether that is by aircraft flights or car journeys, the results are measured in carbon emissions. I'm normally critical of government for being too centrist, yet with respect to much of this planning application, government is absent. Regional airports are part of our national infrastructure and as such must be considered as a whole. The aviation policy framework is great, but it cannot absolve government of its responsibility to fund an integrated national transport infrastructure programme. We district councillors have no authority over Network Rail or even the Highways Agency, nor have we influence over bus services connecting to the airport. It is government that has the ability to fund an interconnecting rail network to provide quick and easy access to all airports. It is government that can ensure an integrated bus service that will see buses waiting for arriving train and plane passengers. It is government that can reduce the volume of car traffic the airport would otherwise generate if the runway were extended. It can do all this by investing in our national transport infrastructure. I've long wondered why the quickest journey by train from Portsmouth still takes 45 minutes for a 20-mile trip. That's equivalent of less than 30 miles an hour and does not even directly connect with the airport. Government must consider carbon emissions from all airports, not just one. For example, if Heathrow and Gatwick had the extra runways they need, would that result in fewer journeys from regional airports? Or would larger regional airports reduce the overall carbon emissions from aircraft as potentially fewer would use the two international airports? Advances in technology will reduce carbon emissions, but government must drive this change. I have an example of where government is driving change, albeit without much enthusiasm. Government funded Zero Avia to the tune of £2.7 million to further its research into zero carbon aviation. Who are Zero Avia, you might ask? Zero Avia are an Anglo-American company working towards their first commercial zero carbon flight over a distance of 500 nautical miles for up to 20 passengers by 2023. Last year, in a partnership with Cranfield University, Zero Avia were responsible for a 6-seater Piper M-class aircraft taking off from Cranfield Airport. It was only a 20-minute flight, but it proved it could be done. The fuel in question, hydrogen. Regional airports are an important part of this development because as technology improves, so will the distance flown from passenger carrying capability. Separately, Airbus recently unveiled 3 zero-emission hydrogen-fueled commercial aircraft concepts that it claims could enter service by 2035. Zero Avia also has a target for that year, 200 plus seats and a 3,000 nautical mile range. Some of the messages of support I've received about the airport relate to the economy, such as the airport's responsible for employing a great many people who contribute financially to the town. Passengers have the potential to contribute to the economy of the town. In leaving the EU, we've purposefully impaired our economy. The double whammy of COVID has further negatively affected our economy, with some businesses never to recover. Do we want to risk further our regional economy by voting against this application? I would suggest no. Please support this application.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tennant. We will now move to Councillor Pretty. Good evening, Councillor Pretty.
Good evening, Councillor Garton, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much. I appreciate the concerns that have been raised over noise and pollution, but I believe the airport has demonstrated a serious commitment to reducing these. The TAA requires strict control over flight paths and heights, which hopefully will minimise the noise footprint. Noise may be considered a problem, but aircraft are, as Bruce has said, becoming quieter and more efficient. Pollution was raised as a problem by Southampton City Council, which I find a little odd and disappointing because of the effects of the 5th cruise terminal and the expansion of the docks that have been announced today, and the effect they will have on pollution in the town, or in the city rather. Other airports were proposed as alternatives, but how many people will give up their cars and use public transport to reduce pollution? Electric vehicles are mentioned. These are fine if you can afford one. However, the effects of the decision on the economy must be given equal weighting. Our best chances of combating climate change are by working with business. Most technical advances are developed by businesses. Businesses are run by people with families whose future they care about. Businesses have resources at their disposal that most individuals won't have. Partnering, working with them is the best way of solving problems we face. It's not just about economy against environment, they are interdependent. There's nothing short-term about economic gain. Economic gain means growth. Growth is ways of a profitable place, and growth will enable us to help look and create the agreed solutions to the problems we may have for future generations. Until the collapse of 5B, the airport employed 950 people, many more on off-site indirectly in supply chains. They created a contribution of around about 160 million a year. They serve flights to leisure and business markets. The viability of the airport has been raised. The extension isn't just for more profit or for shareholders, although this is important to ensure investment. The extension of the runway is needed to allow new carriers with different types of aircraft to operate more efficiently to a greater number of destinations and thereby securing the future of the airport. The extension will enable flights not just for holidays but business as well. 6 of the new proposed routes are primarily business destinations. They are likely to increase in inbound business as a result. It will without doubt open up new markets for easily businesses in the Solent region. As I said before, it's difficult to quantify the number of jobs GVA the airport may create, but there will be employment created, maybe by the reinstatement of jobs lost to date. It's not just jobs at the airport, but within the local economy. Passengers need taxis, restaurants, hotels. People working in those businesses will receive income, they'll spend them locally and create a multiplier effect. We will all become hopefully prosperous as a result. Further employment will be created in small and medium businesses, both locally and in the Solent area. The Section 106 clause requires labour to be local wherever possible, a brilliant idea for apprentices. I believe it would be significant to the recovery of the prosperity of Eastleigh and the Solent region, and I would have expected the ease of the airport connections would have helped Southampton in their bid for the City of Culture status in 2025. The Solent LEP submission to create the Solent Global Freeport was approved in March. This included Southampton International Airport as a tax site within the port. Work on the business plan for this is going ahead now, and there are great opportunities to see development and realisation of the Northern Business Park and Riverside areas, which we've wanted for many, many years. The airport, although not essential to the Freeport, is an integral element of it, and the extension will ensure that the airport remains so. Working with partners, we can see many hundreds of jobs created, as well as acting a catalyst for the improvements in our road network, and particularly, I would hope, in the Chicken Lane link. Having an airport is an enviable jewel in the crown of any economic area. There are potentially massive benefits to be gained by allowing this extension, so I shall ask you all to vote in favour of the approval today, subject to the conditions and amendments that have been offered in the report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pretty. I will now call on Councillor Alan Broadhurst. Councillor Broadhurst, good evening.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I must say congratulations to our fantastic staff and yourself for this marathon. They do very well. Moved to Eastleigh in December 1960 as a teenager. About 6 months later, I was at the top of Pitmore Road on the Itchen Valley side, and I watched one of the Silver City Bristol freighters lumbering up out of the airport. I was actually amazed, and it's still in my mind. I could see the top of the sun glinting off the top of the wing as it went below me up the Itchen Valley, making one heck of a racket. Several minutes later, it had got high enough to climb out of the valley, and running back to Jersey, it came back over us, still running very slowly, making a heck of a noise. And if it had been a normal aircraft, I'd have been able to see the pilots, but the freighters, the pilots were rather up on top of the bulbous nose. I worked in Barton Park Industrial Estate and Design Office directly under the flight path, and then sometime I taught in the Works Training School off Campbell Road up until the early 2000s. At that time, British Airways were operating the BAC 111, which was about the noisiest aircraft I think that's ever gone out of Southampton, and working right directly under the flight path when they were very low. But even then, spending half a day of every day in a classroom, it didn't really interrupt the lectures very much. Something Councillor Gomez said about the smell of fuel, certainly in the late 90s, early 2000s, when Air UK operated the Friendships out of the airport, we used to get a very pungent smell of kerosene when they were taking off to the south as they taxied to the north end of the runway and turned. And this you could smell from South Street and the allotments there as far as Sherburgh Road back into Arnold Road. And I think that might explain why people have complained about the smell. The aircraft were operated by Flybe and Blue Islands usually taxied down on one engine to reduce that, and we didn't get the smells then. So looking at the airport, yes, I mean, I've got solar panels on my house. Some of you will know I tend to try and ride to council meetings in Eastleigh House on a push bike, because I think we've all got to take our part and do our part in saving the environment. People might think I've got a vested interest in flying. I have not got a passport and I've never had one. So it tells you chances of me flying are not that good, other than for short local hops. we've got to decide this application before us as it is. It's a small extension to the runway, and if the planes start their run further back to the north, they're going to take off sooner, and they're going to have greater height when they fly up over Townhill Park and Bitton. If we're using the same aircraft as at present time, it's going to make it quieter for the residents because they will be away a little bit quicker. Modern aircraft climb out much faster, so the higher they get, the less noise there is at the ground level. So I think that this small extension does make best use of an existing runway, as Councillor Airy said. It will be good for the economy of the area, and it will actually, when we take all things considered, we need to encourage an airport long enough so that the electric or hydrogen planes can come in. And I don't believe that they're that far away. I think the first 15-seater electric plane is already flying in Canada. And what really I find really important is the Channel Islands people have to use our Southampton General Hospital. With a good airport here and with its public transport links, it is possible for Channel Islands people to fly across in the morning, perhaps go for treatment, and fly back in the evening, travelling by public transport between the airport and the hospital. No other airport in the country can offer that. Neither can they offer a railway station or a small airport alongside. So I think this is be supported.
Thank you very much, Councillor Broadhurst. We will now move to Councillor James Duguid. Councillor Duguid.
Thank you indeed, Madam Chair. I think this has been a very useful build-up, and I am absolutely delighted that officers and the applicants have accepted the inclusion of the passenger cap that I proposed. I think this is really important to the noise debate because it does enable these planes which are more fuel efficient to come on stream and us take advantage of those in a phased way. As I understand, the original traffic movement cap wasn't stepped in the same manner to the same degree. Also, I think, as various speakers have pointed out, particularly Tina, that the ability to link traffic movements with a passenger cap is extremely difficult to achieve. Matt Letizier was the famous case study of the guy who wouldn't pay for being dropped off and always went to the station and used to boast about that. And we all know he's a great hero of ours we've always liked to follow. I think it's a very substantial shift in position, and I would really say to the famous five, and you know who I mean, that this should enable you elegantly, respectfully, to reconsider your position from the earlier debate at ELAC, because this is a considerable enhancement and safeguard that we have this evening. Thank you to the good work of the officers and the applicants. I think in relation to the climate change debate, which is very dear to the heart of many of us, the important thing is to have a level playing field and for us to all work together to increase the passenger airport departure tax for all airports. That needs to go up to, let's say, 10% a year for the next 5 years. It's been frozen for a number of years. We can't tax fuel because it's an international commodity. And I could give you a 2-hour teach-in on that's why the cruise industry is creating such appalling emissions of NOx and SOx, having been a director of a cruise line for best on 25 years. I think there are 2 areas I hope still, and I feel from the earlier statements by the applicants that they were going to give serious consideration to this. The blast screen or the baffle plates are, to my mind, as I judge, the minimum industry standard. They could do better in that regard, and I think from the tone of this evening's meeting, they will. Additionally, I think in terms of noise positioning for takeoff and landing, computer systems that are used by Frankfurt Airport and other more sophisticated airports, which are far bigger in size and complexity than ours, optimize noise as one of the considerations in landing and takeoff. And again, I think that's something with goodwill, officers and applicants can work out successfully. Final point I want to make is that in this area of Hiltingbury, which I represent, I know from focus groups I've conducted with huge numbers of people, huge numbers that I've talked to on doorsteps, that the support for expanding this airport is over 80%. I'm absolutely crystal clear of that. And that is, we are representatives, we're not delegates. We shouldn't do simply what our less informed members of the public wish us to do. But it is a major consideration in making this decision. So I want to support the motion, and I sincerely hope that as many of my colleagues who've been having doubts and concerns about this are now able to move over and support it as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dogood. Right, we will now move to Councillor Lucy Jerd. I'm going to say good evening, Lucy, but I think it is quite good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you see me?
We can hear and we can see you,
Great.
Lucy.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank all the officers and Andy Granfield for answering all the questions and putting in some very late evenings to support us in determining the application. This is a really, really tough one. Nobody wants to see the airport close. As it's been mentioned, it's a valuable asset to the region, especially in terms of the economy, transporting patients to Southampton General Hospital and providing valuable transport links to the Channel Islands. However, we've been told tonight that we're not deciding on the closure of the airport, and this has been a really confusing point for a lot of us tonight. If we were, then we would have received viability reports to scrutinise and studies exploring other revenue streams and uses for the airport. We've not received any of these. We can't read between the lines, as one of my colleagues suggested we do at the ELAC meeting a fortnight ago, as that doesn't quite seem the correct way to go about determining a planning application. So given we've not received these reports, we can't be swayed by the threat of closure or viability without having the reports to scrutinise. So I'm going to leave that there and address the application on its actual merits and weigh those up against everything else in the planning application. So the economy, this undoubtedly will bring jobs to the region, short-term jobs during the development phase, and I really welcome the fact that there's some provision in there to try and ensure that those jobs will be filled from within the region. And then once operational, the airport will create, if I read that right, 1,410 direct jobs and 2,367 indirect jobs across the region. So once operational, that's 4,000 jobs. But we have to put that into context and offset that against the negative impacts to over 30,000 residents, which takes me to my biggest area of concern, which has also been raised a lot tonight, which is that of noise. Those 30,000 residents have not previously been affected by noise. They didn't choose to live under a flight path, which is some of the arguments that I have heard, much to my disgust. Moreover, they'll be within the 51 to 60 decibel contour, which means they will be suffering the adverse effects of the noise, but won't receive any of the mitigation or compensation. I'm not going to dwell too much on climate change, but I just wanted to pick up a couple of points raised by speakers in favour of the application, that if the runway doesn't go ahead, then more people will get into cars and travel to London airports. But as mentioned earlier in some of the questions, that argument works both ways, and there will actually be people travelling into the region if we increase demand of flights. And guess what? They'll be using cars too, bringing their cars into the region. Climate change is, of course, a global issue, and Southampton Airport does only have a small part to play in the overall global carbon emissions. But I would argue that just 0.001% increase in carbon emissions is 0.001% too much. And a great quote I heard recently on a Netflix documentary was that nobody can do everything, but everybody can do something. And quite frankly, we need to do something. So in summary, we can't be swayed by this scaremongering and viability. We haven't got the documents to base that decision on. I think the economic benefits have been slightly exaggerated. We're only talking 4,000 jobs once operational against the negative noise impacts and detrimental health impacts to over 30,000 residents. So when weighing up all of those concerns, I'm inclined not to support the application tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jerd. We'll now move to Councillor Rupert Curl. Councillor Curl.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just firstly, I'd just like to reiterate the thanks to all the officers, yourself as well, for conducting all of our meetings in such a professional manner, which is fantastic, and all the in-depth questions and answers that we've had, obviously from officers and obviously other attendees from the airport, which is very much appreciated. Sorry. Also, just wanted to thank everyone who's emailed me and probably every other councillor as well, with their letting us know the views on the application. We've had some very passionate views held from both sides of the argument, and I have not only read all of the emails but also listened to all of the submissions which we've all heard. As we've heard from many who have contributed, Eastleigh Borough Council declared a climate emergency in 2019 and set ambitious targets for the borough to be carbon neutral by 2030. This declaration was in full knowledge that we share many challenges to other councils, but both do not have airports to consider within their plans. This presents a challenge, but one we are committed to trying to work through. Eastleigh is well connected through the motorway, by train, airport and with the port at Southampton. Many choose to live here because of these networks which benefit jobs and the economy. But with this comes impacts on the environment, our wildlife and contributions to climate change. Everything we choose to do as individuals through travel, work and what we eat, what we buy, consume and waste, what we do for recreation, where and how we get there, are all factors driving climate change. These are some of the biggest climate impacts, and it's how we all address these which have the biggest positive impacts on the effects of climate change. From an environmental perspective, two elements of the application need careful consideration. First is the physical airport expansion, and second, the impact of the expansion will have on the environment and climate as a consequence of increased flights and passenger numbers. I am concerned about the noise impacts that many more residents will have to endure if this application is passed. I welcome the commitment to the community fund, which I think will bring some benefit to residents who will be affected by the extra aircraft noise. Many environmental impacts will be addressed through conditions in the S106 agreement and in the CEMP, which is good to see. However, I would have liked to have seen more ambitious mitigation plan for the loss of the trees, bund and grassland, which I know I asked questions about earlier, and with a better tree replacement ratio rather than 1 to 2, and a greater overall biodiversity net gain across the site, closer to the 10% as outlined in the Parliament's emerging environmental bill. I would have liked to have seen more use of renewable energy across the site, including clean energy generation through solar canopies on buildings and car parks. There really is an opportunity here, which sadly I believe has been missed, to enhance habitat and improve biodiversity, given the difficulties to mitigate emissions from the increase in flights. Rather than just carbon offsetting, this could be an opportunity to redress some of that impact locally on and off site. I do welcome the noise insulation policy, action plan and noise cap. This will help those affected from noise, but I would have liked to have seen more of the affected residents included in the scheme. I also welcome the air quality strategy, ongoing monitoring and reporting, as well as the use of electric ground power for aircraft. I welcome the carbon reduction strategy ambitions for ground fleet to become more sustainable, and also the cap on passenger numbers and restrictions on flights, which will help address impacts on nearby residents. A real concern of mine, I know one of the previous speakers has mentioned this, is the gap in government policy, which really is unhelpful here. If we are genuinely serious about reducing greenhouse gases and carbon emissions, then it's the government's responsibility to legislate with ambitious targets for reductions across the industry as a whole, including aviation. There have been references to the Climate Change Committee who advise government, but they are advisors, and although they have said there shouldn't be any airport expansions, government haven't as yet made this mandatory. It is the same with the carbon budgets. I'm not sure that the 4th or 5th budgets have been achieved, so waiting for the 6th will only tell government what we already know, which is that they are failing in their commitments to really tackle climate change. They need to bring in far-reaching carbon reduction targets across all sectors with a strategy and finances to make them achievable, along with real investments in jobs within a greener economy. However, it is evident that we're not going to stop flying for leisure, using our cars, or stop eating meat, but by doing these less by encouraging behavioural change in lifestyle and consumer choices, we can limit and mitigate climate change. This will be achieved through improvements in science, innovation, technology, advances in more efficient energy and fuels. In conclusion, I am very concerned about the numbers of people who will be affected by noise, as well as the carbon emissions that this expansion will bring. I'm not anti-business and fully recognise the importance of a strong economy for jobs and investments and ongoing economic sustainability. I am very concerned about this application. I have remained so all the way through this. I've listened intently to all the arguments on both sides, and I still am swayed one way or the other on a knife edge as to whether to support or to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curl. Our next contributor will be Councillor Tim Bearder. Councillor Bearder.
If we continue on our current path, we face the collapse of everything that gives us our security. Please make no mistake, climate change is the biggest threat to security that modern humans have ever faced. I honestly can't understand why people aren't taking these words more seriously. They're not my words. They're the words of Sir David Attenborough when he addressed the UN in February this year. Do they not believe him? Do they not think he's serious? Or that this is serious? I spoke to another very intelligent man, David Bannister, the Professor Emeritus of Transport Studies and Senior Research Fellow at St Anne's College at the University of Oxford. He's no skin in the game. I approached him independently and he told me offsetting is not a solution to the problem. The only solution is to travel less and to travel shorter distances and not to fly. Efficiency gains will be marginal and have been more than offset until recently by expansion in air travel. The UN Corsica Agreement is voluntary until 2027 and only applies to new aircraft. The UK's own Climate Change Committee have said there should be no net expansion of UK airport capacity unless the sector is on track to sufficiently outperform its net emissions trajectory and can accommodate additional demand. Our own climate declaration says we will get to net zero by 2030, but apparently if you read the small print, that's only if government does all the heavy lifting and you don't make us include the airport, which will emit the same volume of CO2 as the entire rest of the borough as a result of this expansion. This application makes a complete mockery of that motion that we all voted for unanimously. Given the context here, the wealth of specialist advice and the dire consequences of us not taking a precautionary approach, I'm frankly astonished that we're even contemplating this application. Yes, government should be doing more. Yes, they should not have left a policy vacuum that has put us in this position. But we as councillors of Eastleigh Borough Council can only do what we can do, and that means taking the right decision for our environment this morning. I've heard the argument made repeatedly that if we don't do it, someone else will. That's totally illogical. If you follow that logic, then no one will do anything at all. And Sir David's predictions will come true. I won't be a part of that. I will not be a part of condemning future generations to suffer the collapse of everything. So I will not be supporting this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bearder. We will now go to Councillor Margaret Atkinson. Councillor Atkinson, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The decision Council takes on this planning application is probably the most important decision that this Council ever takes, as it will shape the future of the borough and of its residents for generations to come. That also seems to be the view of the many residents who have taken the trouble to write to us councillors with their views, whether for or against, and I thank them for making their contributions to this debate. Local authorities are given the right and privilege to decide on planning matters that most affect those living in the immediate vicinity of their location. Often those applications are of significant yet important consequence to a few. This application has consequences for us all. Southampton Airport is already a large employer within Eastleigh Borough, not only directly but also indirectly, and its contribution to the local economy is significant and cannot be disregarded. It is easily accessible by road or rail for national and international travel, whether that is for pleasure or business or medical services. Also, significantly, it provides a vital link to the Channel Islands. The recent announcement that Freeport status being granted for the Solent area, something this council and local MPs have long campaigned for, is likely to attract more businesses to the region, and the provision of good airport facilities will make the attraction even greater. Eastleigh Borough needs these businesses and the spending power they bring if it is to prosper and continue to make good jobs available locally for its residents. The rejuvenation of the town centre would follow. Southampton Airport will play an important role in the development of the Freeport, so we must and should take great care and consideration in tying the hands of one of our region's greatest assets at a time when its true potential is about to be reached. To me, the economic case for the airport has been clearly made. There is little doubt to me that in refusing this application, we will be signing the eviction notice for the airport. This weighs heavily in making my decision for this planning application. That does not mean that objections to this application can be ignored. Far from it, as there are significant issues of environmental concerns as a result of carbon emissions and public health due to the increases in particulate and noise pollution. We must balance those concerns with the mitigation strategies forwarded by the applicants and then rebalance those in the overall global struggle against climate change. If we refuse this application, it pushes the problem onto different shoulders and removes our chance to be part of the solution. Aviation is an integral part of our lives. It is out of Pandora's box, but that does not mean that the industry has a free pass. Quite the contrary. It means the industry must strive to create sustainable alternatives. Noise abatement in particular must be a major consideration for the future of acceptable flying. This evening we have a choice, to be part of that development or not. We are witnessing some successes in other sectors. Electrical cars are no longer pipe dreams, and only last weekend the United Kingdom generated 80% of our electrical from carbon neutral sources. Problems that once seemed insurmountable are being replaced with everyday solutions. Changes can and are being made for the improvement of the environment. The airport has put forward ambitious proposals in their quest for carbon efficiency. They also wish to play a part in the global solution of aviation-related CO2 emission. We should look to embrace and encourage this. Would it not be fantastic to see the first generation of green commercial flights taking off from Eastleigh? Noise is a major consideration of this application for not only the residents in the flight path, but also for schools affected. Thus, the monitoring and enforcement of the steps proposed to mitigate the effect of noise is a vital part of the conditions of this application. And I trust Eastleigh Borough Council will make the resources available to ensure this happens effectively. I have not found making a decision on this application easy, but on balance I will be supporting the office recommendation to permit the application, subject to all the conditions as have been detailed within the presentation of the motion.
30 seconds, please.
I want our airport to be at the forefront of our local economy and the forefront of innovation for the entire industry. I urge my fellow councillors to take the same stand. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Atkinson. We will now move to Councillor Ian Corbyn. Councillor Corbyn, good evening or good morning.
Good morning, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yes, I'll try not to repeat many of the points that have been made previously. That might be a little bit difficult, but I'll do my best. The first thing I am going to do is to repeat thanks to you and officers, particularly Andy Granfield, for his very clear and concise presentation and answers to questions earlier this evening. Also, at the beginning, I wanted to say a thank you for the many emails received, both for and against the application we're considering this morning. Clearly, we're not all going to agree, but that is normal in a contentious planning application. Clearly an emotive subject. This application asks us to consider balancing between the planet and noise and the prosperity of the wider borough and our neighbours. Arguably, long-term planet and noise, short-term prosperity for the borough. Right down to the sharp end of being able to take a quiet walk in the park or put on a Sunday dinner on the table for the family, being able to earn a wage from extra jobs that are going to be created on and off site. Opinions expressed are pretty black and white, polar opposites in many cases. Not helped, I have to say, by emails received from neighbours in the same street, one in favour, noise not an issue, one against, noise being deafening. And that really sums up for me the individual issues that we're thinking about here. That's why when we started yesterday, Andy Granfield said our decision must take account of planning balance. Yeah, indeed, balancing arguments for and against economic, social, environmental issues. My view, though, is quite clear, and I'll state up front that on balance of the evidence and the facts presented, I agree with the officer recommendation to permit this application, and I will be supporting it. By supporting the application, I'll be supporting jobs, supporting growth, and supporting Eastleigh Borough and its residents who choose to call it home, as I've done for the last 50 odd years. I'm not anti-environment. Why would I be? Eastleigh Airport's, Eastleigh's airport contributes a very small amount of in emissions in an already small overall air industry emissions figure. It can do better, but this is a task which really does sit with government, not this borough council. I'm choosing to promote short-term jobs, short-term growth and short-term prosperity for the borough, but long-term environmental issues have got to be taken into account, and the government, I'm charging to do that. If rejected, there'll be a strong argument, as the gentleman from the airport said earlier, of having cut our nose off to spite our face. Southampton International Airport, our Eastleigh Airport, is and always will be a regional airport. A loss-making business on its knees currently following COVID and Flybe's demise. One or two people I've heard from have said it's on life support. Yeah, I don't doubt that at all, colleagues. I don't know what the future holds if this is granted. We are told we should ignore suggestions the airport would close. Absolutely fine, no problem ignoring that. But the point has really got to be made that by approving the application, the viability has just got a whole lot better. We don't need to know what the downside is, but by approving the application, the viability has got better than the projections we are presented with in the reports, which show years of break even, less than break even passenger numbers. Very few businesses shrink to greatness, by the way. Just think about the break-even number of passengers for a moment used in the reports. We've spoken about it earlier as well this evening. And a number which is at the moment, thanks to COVID and Flybe, a figment of hopeful imagination. 380,000, I think we're talking about this year. The hope that break-even number might be regained. How many businesses would be happy to break even? That's a lot of effort to stand still, and we're not even there. Let alone an airport where constant improvements and capital investment are needed, but not available without tapping up shareholders. The please, sir, can I have some more approach? That's really not the way I would suggest to run an airport. Would shareholders invest in such a business? Break even may be a target when you are loss making. It isn't a business model for growth. This application gives the airport a chance to grow. No more than that post-COVID. Who knows who will be flying? If people aren't flying, that means less air traffic movements, less noise from an airport with an extended runway that we would have supported. I heard more than once that this is a dreadful site to place an airport. Well, I really need to remind whoever said that this is an airport since the 1930s, during which time developed the Spitfire. We're not putting a new airport here. There's an incremental change. Back in the 1990s, Eastleigh Airport and Eastleigh Borough Council signed up to being one of the most regulated and restricted airports in the country. We're adding to that today. We're We're adding the noise cap, we're adding the limitation on vehicle movements, and the improved fund that we've heard about as well. My support doesn't come unqualified. I expect feet to be held to the fire. Commitments made must be met in good faith and on time. The airport has been a good neighbour. I want it to be a great neighbour, exceeding its environmental promises, lobbying within the industry for cleaner, quieter aircraft in the future.
Would you bring it to a close, please, Councillor?
I'm going to be supporting this application tonight, and I hope colleagues do too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Corbyn. We will now move to Councillor Steve Holes. Good morning, Councillor Holes.
Good. Am I on?
You are
Right,
indeed.
thank you.
You are.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you. First of all, I would like to say that this is an application that has the potential to have a huge impact on our future within the borough and the wider region for all sorts of reasons that we've heard over the last 2 days. And I'd like to thank everybody that emailed and wrote in and spoke yesterday. I listened and read every email that I received, and it really helped me understand the issues. I grew up in Christchurch, just down the road, and I'm familiar with Bournemouth International Airport, or Herne Airport as I know it. I was a councillor there in the 90s when Christchurch Council approved the new terminal. At the time, the two big considerations, because it was controversial, were the transport links against the new whisper jets that were coming in and were really held as cleaner and steeper climbing and less noise dispersing solution to air travel. Since then, the jets have become cleaner and more efficient, but the transport links have worsened. No direct rail link, no motorway link, no cross-conurbation direct transport links, increased pinch points at junction 4 of the M27, M3, Cadnam and Polner Hill. It's next to the New Forest National Park. It's crazy to suggest that any leakage from Southampton would be sustainable environmentally. And that doesn't even consider going the other way towards Gatwick and further afield. I know people that go to Stansted from Southampton to save £30 a head on their flights. It's ridiculous. Our region has a port that has just been granted free port status. We also have a ferry port and a navy port, although that's a lot smaller than it used to be. We have a train, mainline trains rail track. We have 2 motorways, airport. They're a vital part of making the free port successful within our region. And it becomes a central southern regional transport economic hub. The environmental issues on both local and national levels are really important, and a lot has been done to mitigate the environmental monitoring, etc., that everybody has mentioned over the last 2 days. And I'm quite confident that the measures are there, and they could be improved on. Councillor Curl mentioned 1 or 2 of them with his green energy. It's essential for our health and well-being goals and aspirations, and they must be supported. Considering the application, though, it is a balancing act, weighing up all the issues: health, well-being, environmental and socio-economic. Overall, I feel that gives the mitigation and monitoring resolutions that have been put in place. I am left to weigh up the environmental issues and the socio-economic issues. We are treading a very fine line with our economy. 4 years after voting to come out of the EU, so much is yet to be determined. Trade agreements, border control issues are just 2 of them. The red tape is another. We are a long way from seeing if we've made the right decision. We've also had COVID. That has made a big difference and slowed everything up.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you very much. Our wider economy is so important. Our recovery is so important, and our growth is so important. If we have strong economic base, then we can do a better job of dealing with the environmental issues. I've got more to say, but I'll leave it there. We have to have a strong economy in order to be able to deal with the environmental issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Holes. We will now move to Councillor Jin Tidridge. Councillor Tidridge, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to start off by thanking EC Borough Council's officers. They've been absolutely amazing. Big thanks especially to Nick, Laura and Andy, especially Andy for dealing with the slew of questions I've been chucking at him over the last 13 days. I do not want Southampton Airport to close. That's why I've been trying to get clarity on this question, and it's also one of the reasons why I wanted this meeting to be deferred, because I just feel that it's not a complete application. I'll come on to that in a minute. I'm very concerned about the airport's future. I do not believe that business travel is ever going to go back to pre-COVID-19 levels. And at 29% of pre-2020 flights, I actually think this could be at least as much of an issue as the demise of Flybe to the airport. Business travel is expensive in both financial and environmental terms, and we are now finding it in business to be increasingly unnecessary. I note that Alderney, Guernsey and Jersey all have shorter runways than Southampton. Newcastle has a longer runway than Southampton and has recently lost EasyJet. A longer runway is not necessarily going to guarantee success. Arguments around economics and health and all these other things, economics and healthcare are not separate issues. If a child misses school due to time off from asthma, if time at school is disrupted due to noise, if outdoor learning is compromised due to noise, if sleep is disrupted, affecting concentration, that child may not meet their economic potential. These things aren't separate, they're all joined up. It's one of the reasons why I'm so concerned about noise. Noise insulation may help inside homes, but obviously not outside, but only if it is combined with proper effective ventilation. This may mean expensive smart systems, and I'm concerned that this might end up being a broken promise, a bit like the Chicken Hall Lane Link Road promised to Eastleigh by the airport all those years ago and never delivered. Do members believe that flights will be transferred from Gatwick, which has a quarter of the UK population within 1 hour's travel, to Southampton? Hampshire population 1.6 million. Or will that be a new flight, adding to emissions from flights in total? I'm sure that eventually low carbon flights will be developed, but not in the short or even medium term. The aviation industry relies on offsetting and plans to continue doing so. I was so proud of this council declaring a climate change and environmental emergency that included flights. I really hope this wasn't just lip service. The report shows a significant increase in flight emissions with this extension. But timing is probably my biggest concern with this application. 13 days to prepare, no technical briefings, limited opportunities to ask questions. I do not think that this application is ready for consideration, not least because the approach to viability is disingenuous. If this is a closed or open question, then why not have that in the environmental statement, transparent and clear? But I remain convinced that we should have opted to defer and consider this application in a more seemly and appropriate timescale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tidridge. Next councillor who's indicated to speak is Councillor Richard Gomer. Councillor Gomer, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think the thing we all agree on is that this is an impossibly difficult decision, and it probably won't surprise anyone to hear that actually my main concerns are much the same as others who've already spoken. As the report concludes, the climate and environmental impact of this application has to be weighed in the balance, and we've heard a lot about leakage, a word that actually one never really wants to hear. And I suppose the fundamentals of leakage are no mystery. It's simple supply and demand. Higher supply through the price mechanism leads to higher demand. cost of course includes both monetary cost and travel time. And a large increase in local supply will mechanistically increase demand. That's just economics. This proposed expansion in local supply will increase net UK capacity, increase total UK demand, and will lead to higher emissions than would otherwise be the case. It is not shifting, it is increasing. And so the question is not whether that is true, just the degree. And the report in front of us shows that local supply increases demand by about 23%, so it's clearly not trivial. And as Councillor Tidridge just said, actually technology isn't the silver bullet. There's no path to low carbon aviation in the short to medium term. Electric planes are nowhere near commercial service. Hydrogen planes are still at concept stage. And even with a passenger cap to provide some time, this really feels like a shot in the dark, placing our bets for a survivable planet on unproven, speculative, cleaner aircraft. Actually, I would have enthusiastically supported the application had there been a route to limit the application to just what would be required to ensure viability. But actually, on balance, this application amounts to expansion. And as Councillor Curl says, it's a real shame we find ourselves in this position, faced with a climate emergency that we all recognise, yet a gaping hole in government policy that means an expansion of an airport quite possibly means uncontrolled expansion in emissions. And I accept that we can't refuse on principle, but I do place great weight on that in the balance. But I'm also gravely concerned about the impacts of noise. I actually grew up in Town Hill Park at 73 Forest Hills Drive, and I lived there shortly until shortly before my 19th birthday. That's one of the most severely noise affected areas, with planes flying low virtually overhead. So I know that actually aircraft noise isn't just annoyance. It interrupts sleep, it interrupts leisure, and it breaks your concentration. Capping the number of planes that exceed the LA max threshold is really academic, as I mentioned earlier, if you don't sleep through the first one. And I know from years of personal experience that one jet is enough to wake you up. And if others are in your community are still asleep, well, that's great, but not really a consolation. And these proposals would cause a huge increase in the number of people affected by noise, in a way that is frankly unconscionable to me. We've heard some remarkably thorough submissions from residents, and we know that the impact of that noise won't be measured in complaints or grumbles. It will be measured in the attainment of our children and the life expectancy of our neighbours. The fact is that few of us are blessed enough to live in perfect homes or to have the means to ignore the trade-offs in decisions about where we live. And I have been appalled actually at the suggestion from some that the health, well-being and interests of residents in Town Hill Park and Bitton Park can be casually set aside. We must not allow ourselves to cynically and frankly ignorantly ignore the very real residual noise effects that these people will experience, many of whom took the time to speak to us. We are not here at the behest of residents who want to limit the activity of the airport. We're here at the behest of the airport who wish to massively reduce the amenity of large residential areas of Southampton, an area where I grew up. The airport knew how long their runway was when they purchased it, and in fact they knew that at the time Eastleigh Borough Council's policy ruled out a runway extension. The report concludes that a significant negative noise effect follows from this application. Although that's not to say that I'm rigidly opposed to all airport noise, a more sensible limit that reflects the very difficult location of the airport and protected that nighttime period would have been a sensible compromise, but 15 flights between 6 and 7 doesn't do that.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you. So is this about viability or not? The airport suggests it is, but only until they say that it isn't. They use threats of closure in public, and yet our report is essentially silent on it. Fundamentally, the application does not adequately safeguard people's sleep, and it does not safeguard our ability to meet our climate deadline. So like Southampton City, like Winchester City, I conclude on balance that this application fails, as our society has for a long time, to work within the social and planetary constraints that it needs to. So close, but so far. So with a heavy heart, I can't support this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gomer. Next councillor is Councillor Sarah Tyson-Payne. Councillor Tyson-Payne, please.
Good evening and thank you. Firstly, as with all my colleagues, I'd like to thank all of the officers who have been fantastic in preparing us. I was part of the ELAC team and have been involved in the preparation for this since 2018, I think we first started. So we've heard a lot of information and I've listened to some very passionate speakers, my colleagues on the council who I am honoured to work with very often. I cannot get past the fact that we have a climate emergency. I do feel the airport are missing an opportunity to think outside the box. They are just looking at extending the runway in order to deliver more planes, to deliver more people to more destinations. And for me, it seems that there could be other opportunities. There could be another way of delivering their business, looking for green technology to assist them in that, which, you know, it's not just about hydrogen planes or better planes, it's about the whole package. I've struggled with this for quite some time. I'm not as eloquent as my colleagues. I am also very tired, but I am unable to support this. I've heard nothing new this evening that has made me change my mind since our first iteration of this at ELAC. So one of the 5 definitely isn't for changing. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tyson-Payne. Our next councillor is Councillor Wayne Irish. Councillor Irish, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank you very much for the excellent way you've chaired the last 2 days of this meeting. It's been really, really good and extremely professional. I'd also like to again thank our officers who have done a wonderful job from all sides. Planners, administrators have done a brilliant job, and it's been quite a task. And as I said at ELAC, and I probably said on Thursday, this has been probably the most difficult planning application for me in all my 39 years on this council and all my 39 years in planning, because I've been on planning all that time in various guises. So it's very difficult, and it is about striking a balance between the economy and the environment. And for me, that's been very, very difficult, because I do support our airport. I think it's wonderful. I'd like to see it continue. But I do support the residents who are going to be affected by this. I believe 46,000 people are going to be affected. Certainly people that I represent in South Eastleigh and Central Eastleigh are going to be really, really affected by it. And that's a worry for me, really. So I'm concerned about the future of the airport. I'm concerned about climate change. And I think Councillor Beard has summed it up for me really tonight when he talked about the future for our young people. And as a governor of a primary school in the south of Eastleigh, I think of those 400 children in that school that have got a very sort of threatened and future, really. You know, what's their future going to be if our climate is affected? So, and also Eastleigh's declared itself, you know, supporting climate change and trying to do something about it. And are we really doing anything about this? Now, I voted against this at the ELAC meeting, and nothing I've heard tonight really has made me change my mind. In fact, some of the things I've heard tonight have made me more certain that this is really not to be supported. And I find myself in a very difficult situation, because I do support the airport, and I do want to support the residents, and I do want us to have a bright future, and you know, and that we can tackle climate change. So, putting it all into perspective and balancing the whole thing up, I really can't support the application. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Irish. We will now move to Councillor Judith Grajewski. Councillor Grajewski, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Firstly, can I say I'm satisfied that there are no material grounds to refuse this application for issues relating to the construction phase. With an agreed construction environmental management plan, alongside the conditions in the report and the planned condition monitoring, appropriate mitigation will be provided in terms of environmental, air quality, biodiversity, highways issues and so on. And from an economic point of view, short-term jobs will be created, which is just what we need as the recovery from the pandemic starts. Turning to the future operation of the airport with an extended runway, the question is, are the proposals acceptable? And initial responses from the many statutory consultees were very helpful in enabling the planning team to formulate conditions and scheme adaptations to address concerns expressed. Very few raised an objection. We've also heard from residents from within and beyond the borough, and I understand the concerns and strength of feeling among those who've objected. On air quality, we're advised in the report that proposed measures will mitigate impacts in line with the Council's policies. On climate change, we're told we should give significant weight to the ANPS and the Making Best Use of Runways policy. The ANPS clearly guides us that any increase in carbon emissions alone isn't a reason to refuse consent, unless the increase means the emissions are so high there'll be a material impact on the ability of government to meet its carbon reduction targets. We're further reminded in the APF that action at a global level is the preferred and most effective way to reduce emissions. Action at a local level risks carbon leakage and just increasing emissions elsewhere. Paragraph 893 explains that after mitigation there would be no significant effects during the operational phase. Turning to noise, without mitigation, noise levels in the operational phase would be unacceptable. However, I'm satisfied that the noise action plan and noise insulation policy, which goes beyond the APF recommendations, will provide adequate mitigation. We need to remember that aircraft are becoming quieter and there'll be strict monitoring of noise. On human health, some are concerned about the impact of noise on their mental health. Noise is something that cannot be fully mitigated against. However, I welcome the proposed funding for a public health specialist on the Airport Consultative Committee and a community health fund. Public health is a complex mix of the many wider determinants of health and well-being, and it will be impossible to attribute health and well-being to one single factor, such as noise, when so many factors are at play, such as people's activity levels, lifestyle choices, and of course having a job. Unemployment can have a major adverse effect on both mental and physical health, which brings me to the economy. We're on the brink of a revolution in aviation technology with the prospect of greener fuels and aircraft and moving toward jet zero. I want to see Eastleigh become a centre of excellence leading the way in this area, just as it did with the Spitfire, with high-tech, well-paid jobs for local people. Many local businesses totally unrelated to aviation locate here because of the airport, rail and motorway links. They could easily move, and I expect that following ELAC's refusal, some were already checking out contact details of property agents in the Midlands, Manchester and the Teesside Freeport area. The cruise industry in Southampton is heavily reliant on the airport and will become more so with the 5th cruise terminal due to be completed this year. What about our hotels and small family businesses that rely on the airport? I want to see new jobs created, not put existing jobs at risk. If businesses move out, so will people. Without an extended runway, the viability of the airport and the future of the local economy is at stake. Refusing this application would be an act of self-harm, not just for Eastleigh, but for the whole of Hampshire and the 2 cities. So many people and organisations have worked so hard to secure the Freeport and plan for a green recovery to make our county a global destination for business. If the airport goes, some say it'll be used for housing.
30 seconds, please.
More likely a distribution centre with low-paid, low-skilled jobs. We won't need more houses if people leave the area in pursuit of better prospects elsewhere. Please let's support our airport, our economy and our future. I believe that with the mitigation and conditions proposed and a comprehensive Section 106 agreement, this application is acceptable. Madam Mayor, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Grajewski. Our next speaker is Councillor Malcolm Cross. Councillor Cross, good morning.
Oh, good morning. I must apologise. I got to learn to spell. I put spec instead of speak. Anyway, I'm going to try to attack this from a different area. It's my own area. I'm 74 years of age, and I've seen some good decisions and bad decisions in my lifetime, and I go through some of them. When I was 15, I was an apprentice with a Southampton local company, Princess Chapel. They had a contract to build a railway station at the airport. Looking back, this was a brave decision considering the economic times in the 60s, 15 to 16 years after the war. Rationing was still on. Southampton was a bit of a wreck by the this train station. At this time, they were carrying out electrification on the rail infrastructure, and that time did not take much notice. How could they look back? And now you can look back and see that they're looking into the future of the airfield and the station. Also, I've seen some bad decisions. I do remember that Southampton did want to construct a transport system some 30 years ago, and had been informed that it was not a great design, but it was a start in the right direction, and could have been tremendous infrastructure development. This had to have an act of Parliament, I do believe, and was placed in front of the House for debate and decision. The local MP must have disagreed with this and sat in the House and filibustered the bill so it ran out of time. What a short-sighted thing to do. Just think how the traffic pollution which could have been averted, the city could have had a system like Vancouver. I discuss these things because we got a decision debate and know which way is going to go. People say it's going to be bad and some people are going to say it's good. But I was surprised to see that Southampton objected to this application, and I know that they did ask to come. The airport is important to the Freeport and the cruise industry. Perhaps they have not consulted with the cruise lines or the shipping companies about this. You will be surprised how many passengers actually use the airport to other destinations. With reference to the pollution from the ships and transport to and from the docks is horrendous. When cruise ships are in and certain weather conditions, you can see the smog coming down the road from the funnels, the ships, with approximately 34 coaches per ship leaving and arriving, and an average 800 cars per and plus movements. The cars go to the airport, hire cars, they hire the cars from Eastleigh, and they use the facilities of the airport and the train station. We have to look at the economy of the whole area, not just the Eastleigh point of view. You must be aware of the effects on the economy of not just Eastleigh, but of the southern region that may be affected by this decision. We have suppliers that repair the ships, the local freight handlers, taxis, coach companies. Yes, they do employ local companies. We all look forward as a whole to the engineering development to aero engines and more efficient, lower environmental impact. We look at the controls VAR 106 agreements, which the planners have achieved, and also over the last couple of days. The airport needs the extension to survive. Southampton needs the airport, but do not want to omit this for vital Freeport and their cruise industry in the docks. We've had a wide range of correspondence, and I thank them for their hard work and perseverance with the process, and congratulate everyone who found the time to voice their opinion. We as councillors have been elected to put our heads above the parrot to make a decision for the residents and the regional areas. This decision will affect a larger area of the south and affect others and industries connected with the airport. Now, thank you, Mrs. Deputy Mayor. I will support the extension of the runway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cross. We will now move to Councillor David Pragnell. Councillor Pragnell, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wow, it's been a long one, hasn't it? We certainly have an interesting decision here today, or this evening. I don't know which day or tomorrow. Am I early for tomorrow or late for today? I don't know anymore. We've got economics on one side, the local economy, and on the other side you've got people, noise, pollution. And we need to find some way to reconcile a decision out of this that makes sense. If we say to the airport, yeah, build your runway, they will be out there fairly soon recruiting people to run airlines and run routes for them. That's what they'll need to do. And if we say no, they'll have a very difficult decision to make about the airport. Do they appeal? Do they put another application through? But then you think about if we do say yes, these aircraft, if they're going to be flying to Europe, we've already seen with Flybe inefficient aircraft, and they go bust. They can't make money at it. So they're almost certainly going to have to use the modern aircraft, which use the least amount of fuel. These ones also happen to be the quieter ones. Well, that's good news, I suppose, if we say yes. And if you land one of these clunky old aircraft over in Europe, you're paying an awful lot more to land and use their facilities than you are a clean one, just because of that's the way they operate. And I think we've here a lot of people who have spoken and have had concerns and raised them, and all the opinions that we've heard have got us to where we are today. And the application that's now before us with the adjustments to the conditions is substantially different to the one that was before Eastleigh Local Area Committee. I think that I'm not an expert on aviation. I'm not an expert on planning law, but I do know that the planning law guidance given to me by Eastleigh Borough Council officers is what I need to follow. And I do know that this application must be decided using planning law. And on balance, I believe that the airport has met that threshold of planning law, and planning law says we have to start from a position of permit, and unless we have good reason to refuse it, we are duty bound to permit. And I think that the airport in the last 24 hours has made some significant concessions. And on balance, I think we now have controls of the airport that we never had before. We certainly didn't have controls on the number of flights that they were putting out, or really much to do with the noise that they could generate, or the amount of traffic that hit their site. We didn't have this, but we will going forward. And I think that's a massive concession from them, because basically we control the rate that they can expand. Now, I think that for all those who speak and vote for a negative, I think it's perfectly okay, and I can understand that, and that is how our democracy works in Britain. Everyone has a right to be represented. Those who are against will be represented. Those who are for will be represented. And the issues, as we all come together, all the residents and indeed the applicants' needs have been considered and addressed. But when it comes down to the end of it, planning law has to prevail. We've got an airport here. They've met that threshold, in my opinion. Whether you agree with the climate change as being a local thing that Eastleigh should be leading on, seconds, or whether you think it should be the national one, that's not part of planning law. What we have to hear is the decision to make, and I think we've got to the position where we can make that decision. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pragnell. Our next councillor is Councillor Paul Bicknell. Good morning, Councillor Bicknell.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, and what a lovely time of morning it is. For those of us that are shift workers, we're still bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. So yeah, this is the norm for me at certain times of the week. Anyway, I'd like to open by once again thanking all the staff that have put in what is now the 4th marathon shift in determining this application, and with special thanks to Andy Granfield for once again, answering all the questions and staying calm. I don't quite know how he does it. And also thank you to you, Madam Mayor, for the excellent way that you've actually chaired this meeting. and we'll continue to chair this meeting because we're not done yet. As I said in the ELAC meeting, this application is, is complex, and actually none of us, not one single person, is making and taking their decisions lightly. We are all aware of the issues that have been discussed by all the members of the public that have spoken to us and emailed us and what have you. So whichever way we decide to go, we have our reasons, but we've all given them thorough thought and are taking our responsibilities very, very seriously. But at the end of the day, this is a planning application, and it should be based on the evidence that is in this report. At the end of the day, that's the book we should be quoting from at the end of the day. And it's a bit like Councillor Pragnell has just said with reference to planning law and legislation. And that, because as complicated as this is, it is actually very simple because it is a planning application. And our starting point on a planning application is the National Planning Policy Framework, which is a presumption in favour of development. Now, this is obviously backed up by a lot of the aviation policies that Councillor Gorewski mentioned. And I'm thankful for her mentioning them and picking out the paragraphs and the quotes and that, because it saves me having to do it and that. So that's our starting point. And then we have to balance all the items, or all that balance under the economic, environment and social side of things within the National Planning Policy Framework. And that is the decision that we have to make as individual councillors, is that balance at the end of the day. For me personally, I've listened once again to an awful lot of debate, and obviously we had 17 hours in ELAC, and my view does remain the same, that I will be supporting this application, and my based on the economic side, that I want, because I want to preserve the current jobs that the airport has. And then I want to be able to, through supporting this application, create new jobs and support business going forward out of a post-COVID world. Because it's as Councillor Hole said, if you have a strong economy, then you can have a much more green economy. And you can deal with the green environmental aspects better. It is no secret that those countries that do the best research and the most research are those countries that have a strong economy, which then helps everybody else. Now, just because I'm supporting this application, as others are, that does not mean to say that I'm a climate change denier and that I don't agree with climate change and don't feel for climate change. I do. I'm not going to go into my green credentials. This is not the time and the place. But the environment, and to me, and my approach is not to deal with it piecemeal. It's been said, don't cut off your nose to spite your face. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater and all that sort of stuff. But Southampton Airport has 1% of the aviation emissions in the UK, and that aviation emissions in the UK is 6% of the total. So that's 1% of 6%. It's been mentioned about leakage, and it's been mentioned about people going other places and what have you. And whilst it should not be dismissed, the carbon emissions that Southampton International Airport make,
30 seconds, please,
pale into insignificance, not into insignificance, but in the great scheme of things for places like Heathrow and Gatwick and what have you. And it won't actually impact on, the overall thing too much. Nick's just thrown me completely off course. And I think that it would be better dealt with as a whole, i.e. via the policies and the government and strategically. Now, I know that people say that we're in a climate emergency, and we should do something now, and that's right, and we are leaders in the community. We're also, as a leaders as a councillors, but also we're individual leaders. So we can, you know, as individual leaders, we can go and buy our electric cars tomorrow. We can decide and say publicly, we're not going to fly anymore.
Would you bring this to a close, please, Councillor?
So all in all, I've shot the mark somewhat, but overall, taking into a balance in the National Planning and Policy Framework, then I will support this application. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bicknell. We will now turn to Councillor Tina Campbell. Councillor Campbell, please.
Hi, sorry, I am here, but I'm having problems. Can you see me?
We can't see you, Councillor Campbell, but we can definitely hear you. Oh, I think you're about to appear. There you are.
Okay, I'll talk very quickly, and I haven't written a statement like everyone else seems to have done, and I'm really tired, so I'll do my best to make sense. So this is very much being pitted as economy versus the environment, and I think that's wrong. The economy is obviously so important, and I think it's been weighing on everybody's mind, the threat of the closure of the airport and what that means for the livelihoods and families who depend on it. But I think that's where the government needs to step in. They have a role to help those industries that are not green industries, to help them to transition to a more low carbon way of operating. But we're being asked to prioritise very much in this instance the economy, and you know, for me, it's unrestrained economic activity is actually what has created the climate change in the first place, and it's brought us growing inequality in our society, and it's brought us an epidemic of mental illness. And so I'm not sure that is the way to go here. And has the economic argument been really established here? I've got some real doubts about it. I don't think that report, the 2013 PwC report, that is enough substance to actually justify the economic growth that we're being led towards. I think it is really problematic that the economic disbenefits haven't been assessed. So we haven't looked at things like the cost to the health service, we haven't looked at things like the cost to social care, we haven't looked at the cost of pollution. Those are real things, real costs to our area, and those need to be assessed. And following Derek Proven's statement this evening, I don't think you could get any clearer from him that actually he said, you know, there are no subsidies, you can't do 17 years of losses. Basically, it seems to me the airport are trying to have their cake and eat it. And at the end of the day, you know, they've made it clear what's going to happen. So we really need to be assessing what the alternative is. If the airport goes bust, then what else could be done with that land? And is there some activity that can happen there that can create more jobs and can create more economic growth that doesn't have the health impacts? Because actually noise for me is the major issue here. 46,000 people affected by noise, and 34,600 of them are people who haven't been affected before. Daily lives blighted by noise. And for me, it's just not right to say, you know, we should say, well, OK, but people need to go on holiday for a couple of weeks a year. OK, yeah, of course, people need to go on holiday, but daily blighted by that level of noise, it's just, I'm sorry, I just can't get past that. And I don't think the mitigation in there is sufficient. And we are in a climate emergency, and I think really for me we can support and help people to get another job. There isn't another planet, so we have to prioritise climate emergency. So you know, if anything, we should have been talking about putting a cap on the airport of the 2018 figure, you know, with a 25% increase. That would have been the absolute maximum in line with the CCC, but you know, we weren't going there. I cannot play a part in us leading to emissions of 370,000 additional emissions a year, which is 44 million additional emissions over the lifetime of the development. Sorry, can't do it. We need real leadership. Stop looking short term, stop looking piecemeal, actually start thinking about, you know, what kind of world do we want to live in, and start prioritising people and planet. I absolutely will not be supporting this, and I'm really sorry, Councillor Dogood, that I can't do what you wanted me to. Thank you, and thank you to all the officers. You've all been absolutely amazing, and so have you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Campbell. We will now move to Councillor Doogie. Good morning, Councillor Doogie.
Good morning, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think you can tell we're all tired. Can you all hear me? Can you all see me at all?
Hear you, and we can see you, Councillor Doogie.
I can't see anybody, so I'm guessing that's working. I'm just going to echo some of the words that have been said before, in terms of thanking the staff for the work they've done. Not only in the last 2 weeks, but also in the last 4 weeks, but also since 2018, since this was put in place. And again, special thanks to Andy Granfield in the work he's done to make sure this report is come to us, first for the ELAC and also now here. And again, I also want to thank the airport as well in the way in which they conducted themselves, and I think that's also very important to note. Given that it's the second time I'm going through this, I'm not gonna go over some of the points that have been made already. But what I will say is that in my view, the economic arguments, the mitigation that have been put in place, and the environmental impacts of this application still don't add up. And the last 2 days have not done enough to convince me in the slightest so whatsoever. I've said it again, and I'll say it again. The fact is, the vast majority of members in this meeting, I'm sure they are young at heart, but they are all old, and they will not be around to feel the irreversible effect of climate change. Nor will most of them be around to answer for their questions, for their actions, or answer questions. That'll be left to me. It'll be left to my children. It'll be left to your great-grandchildren, to your children. It'll be left to everybody else to pick up the pieces. And most importantly as well, it'd be left to poorer communities will be directly affected by that, and mitigations such as the community fund. I think those poorer communities deserve much better than that, both in the long term and the short term. We as local leaders have a duty to lead by example, and we have that duty to ensure that our communities and future generations are not negatively impacted by our decisions. By voting in favour in this application, I think members are failing that duty. I think we're clearly making a mockery on our decision to declare climate emergency. And we're failing in our duty of being leaders. And as a 27-year-old, I think it's important to put future generation first at the forefront of our decision making, and this application doesn't do that. Not only on the economic argument, but also heavily on the environmental argument, and also on the social element of this. So for me, Madam Deputy Mayor, I will not be supporting this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Doogie. And may I just say that how well councillors have conducted themselves, and could you continue to treat each other with respect, please? Thank you. I will now move to Councillor Adam Manning. Councillor Manning.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm a borough councillor for the ward of Netley and Hamble. I've received hundreds of messages concerning this particular application, but of those that I've received from the people of the ward that I represent, Netley and Hamble, the majority, I have to say, were certainly in favour of this application. As a borough councillor, I'm not simply a delegate for the people in my ward, but nevertheless, as an elected representative, the views of the people in Netley and Hamble are of the greatest importance to me. Southampton Airport is an important part of a borough. It provides a service to people in our borough and the wider community, to both business travellers and holidaymakers. We are fortunate to have such a facility in our community. We've had the benefit of a very detailed and comprehensive report on the application, and I've been able to study that in detail. I'd like to refer back to the comments of my friend Councillor Pragnell, who made it very clear that we have to approach this situation through the prism of the planning system. And what that means is we can't simply take a wide-ranging, broad view of the situation. We can only deal with it in terms of planning law. And as a result, I place a great deal of emphasis on the report that we've received from the officers. And as a starting point and as a presumption, I'm inclined to follow their recommendation unless I can be seriously persuaded otherwise. The most important factor, it seems to me, in considering this application is the issue of climate change. I'm not going to be as modest as Councillor Bicknell. I'm going to talk about my environmental credentials. I've always been interested in environmental issues. I have a master's degree specialising in environmental law. I was writing articles about climate change back in the 1990s. And to me, it's very important, and it's one of the most serious challenges that our society faces. But my belief is that this application is actually positive in tackling climate change. I'm impressed by the applicants and their commitment to tackling issues of global climate change. I'm keen for our airport to become a centre for the movement towards sustainable aviation, because to my mind, it's an entirely misguided apprehension to consider that people will en masse in their thousands simply stop flying. That's not going to happen. What we need to do is work with the aviation field to make aviation sustainable. And so I see this application as part of that process and a movement towards that. And I'm keen to see our airport become a centre for innovation and working towards that goal. And I think that we can become leaders in tackling climate change through working with the airport, and we've seen that they are so keen to assist with us in those goals. So I think refusing the application on that basis would be an entirely meaningless gesture, particularly because the evidence is that en masse people will simply go to other airports to fly. And also what I ought to say as well is that there's been a lot of talk, there's been a gambit that people have used to suggest that we have to look into the eyes of children. Well, I have 2 children of my own, and they're the people that I'm ultimately responsible for, and they're the people whose future I'm constantly thinking about. I might not be as young as some of my fellow councillors, but I have to say I'm keen to do whatever I can for the benefit of my children. And so this, to my mind, is a practical way forward in helping them move to a greener future. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this application is good for jobs, it's good for our economy, and best of all, it's good for our environment, so I will be supporting it. Our beautiful airport is a treasured part of the borough, and I believe that we must pass this motion and get the extension to the runway started as soon as possible. And what I would say to Steve, the MD, as I understand it, at the airport, is that if he really needs the help, I'm happy to drive over to Manning Manor, pick up a shovel and meet him at the airport later on tonight or this morning and get cracking on building on the extension on the runway. So in summary, ladies and gentlemen, my motion is to support the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Manning. Our next councillor is Councillor Daniel Clark. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. When you've got 5 minutes, you can't help but speak in general terms, and as some speakers have found, you get cut off, but I'll do my best. So I cannot support this application. Still, the evidence in favour is unconvincing as far as I'm concerned. This application has had enormous support from many powerful people, the MP, the leader of the council, who, as you would expect, the MP has put a lot of pressure on, and it's also had the support of a very effective marketing campaign from the airport. And this has led to enormous pressure on councillors to support the application on grounds and arguments that really have not been proven. And the main ones we've covered today are that the airport will close if this is not approved. The emissions saved from travel to other airports will be less than the emissions gained from this extension, and that electric planes, improved aircraft technology is going to cater for a significant amount of flights in the near future. These things simply have not been proved. Once you remove these things that are repeatedly shouted at us, they're a bit like boomerangs. Once you think one of these arguments have been dismissed, they come back. Once you remove these, as Lucy Jerd articulated, the short-term socio-economic benefits of jobs pale into insignificance, put aside the health and noise impacts which will be suffered by tens of thousands of people. And this is not to mention the climate change impact, which, as Tim Bearder has said, quoting experts, this is an existential threat. You know, this actually affects everything that relates to the existence of future generations. I've often been told in 11 years as a councillor that planning application consultations are not referenda, but on this occasion it is being shouted louder and louder that a majority of people are in favour. This again is questionable, but there hasn't been time to go through all of the various different Facebook polls, etc., that have gone on. An earlier consultation that went through the council actually had a majority opposed to the airport extension. Later ones showed more people in favour, but many of those original objectors thought they had objected and they didn't need to object again. Now, you know, under the current system, planning consultations are not a referendum, but if you're going to go down that route, you would have to have a proper contest. And I have to say that if you take individually the actions that we have to take to deal with the climate emergency, not many of them individually would win many popularity contests. We have to stand up as leaders and make the case to residents to explain why some of these actions need to be taken so that future generations don't have to pay a huge cost for our irresponsibility. So the additional emissions here overall are significant, and they make a mockery of our declaration of a climate emergency. I've never heard anything so preposterous as to suggest that this is going to make us a leader in tackling climate change. So, you know, I think that as councillors, we really need to take our responsibility here seriously. Not many individuals manage to make a big difference as far as the climate emergency is concerned. We have the ability to make put a stop to 370,000 tonnes of additional emissions that can be avoided. People in the 20th century used to complain about old politicians sending young people to war, and we need to make sure that now old politicians don't take decisions that young people are going to have to pay an absolutely horrific price for. Now, last time I was touched by an email that I got from a parent who watched the ELAC meeting, who said that her son actually punched the air when I mentioned the climate emergency. And I just hope that any young people who are watching this today don't get dispirited. You know, only a small percentage of councillors are under 45, let alone young. So if you do watch this, and if sadly it goes the wrong way, I hope young people don't get dispirited. They actually take the message from that they need to get involved. They need to become the decision makers themselves so that the climate emergency is given the weight that it deserves in these sorts of decisions. And I would, one thing that
30 seconds, please,
was correct on was that the economy and the environment are interlinked. So any short-term economic benefits that we might experience in our lifetime need to be also weighed against the economic disadvantages that future generations are going to suffer because of decisions like this if it is approved. And, you know, I would also just make the point that I completely support comments that have been made along the lines of the full economic disbenefits, short-term economic disbenefits have not been properly assessed here. And I think if they had, they would, you know, that assessment would provide further arguments against this application being approved. So I will be voting to refuse this application. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. We will now move to Councillor Tonya Craig. Hello, Councillor Craig.
Good morning, Mrs. Madam Mayor. Keep getting that wrong, I know. It's late, I'm not going to worry too much. I'd like to start by thanking our officers for the time they've taken, not only in preparing the reports for us today, but also answering the many questions that have been asked to help us make a decision today. I'd also like to thank those that have spoken both in opposition and support. I know this can be sometimes daunting, and to the many people that have sent emails, not just locally, but from all areas. As many have outlined already, today's decision is one of the biggest decisions that many of us will make, maybe ever, and it's not an easy one. There's so many sides to this application that have to be worked through. Some of those planning, some emotive, and many representations from outside the borough have made these points very valid points. I read all of the emails and not just ones from the residents of Eastleigh Borough. Please be assured, unlike when Southampton City Council made the decision not to allow HGVs off the M27 at Junction 7 to go through Thornhill Park Road and instead clog Hamble Lane and surrounding areas without for local residents in Eastleigh, I have read and noted their comments. During this process, I've had to keep reminding myself that this in front of me today is a planning application, and as we all know, these can often be difficult decisions to make. Planning on whatever scale makes an impact for decades to come, and this is no exception. I do not want to repeat everything that has been said already, but given my portfolio, I want to touch on health. And I find myself at this point having to agree with Judith for the second time in 24 hours. Whilst implications to the environment have been mentioned by many, this is not the only point of general health. One thing that is been very apparent during COVID, oh, I can't even say it now, and lockdown is mental health. There have been a massive increase of all age groups needing care and support. Many of those struggling have lost their jobs and have concerns around losing their homes. I recently had a stay in hospital, and whilst there, I met a person from the Falkland Islands. They had arrived at Southampton Airport and were blue lighted to Southampton General Hospital. Without this, they feel they might not be here today. This is just one of the many critically ill adults and babies that come through this airport every year. Some of these coming from the Channel Islands, Ireland and north of, including Scotland. Without these critically ill individuals being able to touch down here, we could be seeing lives lost. I've had calls from a few nurses who are concerned that many of their oncology patients they see from the Channel Islands will not receive treatment they need. All of these issues are real for many families. I've had conversation with some of the elderly, infirm and disabled users of Southampton Airport who tell me that should they not be able to fly from here again, they'll never be able to travel again. They use this airport and it's local and have easy access. The alternatives are just not feasible. These individuals travel to see family and loved ones and live for these visits. It would be very detrimental to them should they not be able to travel again. I live very close to the M27 and the very busy Windhover roundabout, so know all too well about the noise and pollution, but also aware that we need a strong economy offering employment and a prosperous borough. I've read the reports and comments made by hundreds of people, but feel on balance I need to support this application for the future of many. Without opportunities for our residents and their families here, travel will increase in their search to find them elsewhere. There really is a problem with doing nothing. We need to do as much as we can for the future of our children. I know I might be in the old category too, but I really do value younger people's lives. They are the future, and I feel that this is the right decision to make for their future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Craig. We will now move to Councillor Ray Dean. Councillor Dean, please.
Thank you, Chair. Right from the start of this, well, when I first heard about it, I've always been of two minds. The idea of it lengthening the runway, having planes flying out much more efficiently, absolutely fantastic. I think it's a brilliant idea, and I think the airport are doing the best in many respects on that. The big problem I have is a lot of the debate is done purely with the Eastleigh Local Area Committee. The main discussions that sort of brought this plan and the things we got, the document we got, was done by a small group of people. It should have been discussed by the whole council right from the start. We could have had more input. There may have been other things, other little options and tweaks that could have been brought up many years ago and something that we would have all more agreed to. I really want the airport to survive. I am so concerned about the noise aspects, especially. We've been told take that from serious consideration down to medium weight, or whatever we put to it. Kids, the future of our whole lifestyle is our children. My child's reasonably old. I'm going to be having grandchildren hopefully somewhere, or even great grandchildren. It's their lives I'm thinking about, and at the moment the sound, the pollution, I'm afraid just doesn't do it for me the way it's been looked at in this plan, and I'm going to have to vote against purely on those grounds. It is a balancing act, and I feel the document we got isn't balanced enough to tell me to go to vote for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dean. We will now move to Councillor Louise Parker-Jones. Councillor Parker-Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I'd also like to echo all the thanks for everybody that's helped to bring this forward. It's huge, isn't it? The implications of this are just absolutely massive. And I personally don't feel prepared enough. I feel I've missed out on the briefings. I feel that there are so many more questions I didn't ask that I really needed to ask. I think there are so many things that don't appear in this statement about how the airport could have helped us to be more green. So that means I can only go on what I've had in front of me. And then I start to weigh up the amount of people that are going to be affected by this. And that's 46,000. That's huge. And we're talking about a business having that impact on local people. It's about my residents not being able to get to work as quickly because they'll be caught up in more traffic. My residents who can't sleep because they're going to be woken up all the time because the planes are getting louder. And as Councillor Gomer quite rightly pointed out, the minute you wake up, you are awake. My area is going to be badly affected. And then there's all those young people who are trying to study. Now, the economic disbenefit they are going to suffer if their education suffers, that's also huge. I don't think that we've had proper time to consider this and weigh up the arguments effectively. And I know there should be a presumption in favour of sustainable development. Well, that sustainable development definitely includes our environment. I'm not reassured that there are the right mitigation processes in place. I'm not reassured about the carbon and the climate. I'm not going to leave it up to government. I don't feel government cope. I sit here at loads of council meetings hearing people slate the national government for not doing enough, and all of a sudden it seems that we can now hand it over. We can't. If we were serious about this, we would have put this off and listened to the 6th carbon climate decision. We wouldn't have rushed it through. I don't understand the motivation. I don't understand it at all. I'm also concerned about these supposed jobs, because at the end of the day, it's 470 people that work there. We've lost huge industries. We've lost Kipling's. These were low paid, unskilled wages, very low paid, very. We've lost all that. We've lost Pirelli Works. We've lost so much. And to basically let people just keep flying out of the country on low cost airlines that don't represent the real economic and environmental cost, I just can't reconcile that against the health and that emotional attachment to my environment. I really fear for Eastleigh. I really fear why this has been pushed through so quickly. And I really, really fear that we can't argue that we will only take account of the carbon because once it leaves this borough, it's not our problem. Well, it is a problem for those countries when the ice cap melts and the waters rise and people die from more pandemics and more diseases. The climate emergency is happening now. And I am not a young person, and I don't eat meat, and I don't drive, and I haven't flown for years. In fact, you could count how many times I've flown on one hand. And I do that because I have an obligation to future generations. I know not everybody else is going to do it, but I feel so passionately about protecting this earth. There is no planet B. I want to protect it for future generations. I can't see how we can sit here saying we've declared a climate emergency, that we're going to pump out all this additional carbon, but that's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine because somebody else will pick that up. Science has told us, you know, people are saying science is going to be the answer. Science has told us we've run out of time. We have run out of time already. What we are doing, we are at a precipice. I am just mortified. I can't believe that the airport didn't put any green measures on, like the car park building. Well, I think you can pretty much guess where I'm going to be voting on this. I'm really highly disappointed we didn't defer it and go back with a better argument. So I won't be supporting this application. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Councillor Parker-Jones. We now move to Councillor Michelle Marsh. Hello, Councillor Marsh.
Hello, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. This certainly has been a poison chalice, if ever there was one. It's been a difficult few weeks reading things on Facebook. Social media certainly hasn't done us any favours, because whichever way we go on this, they're going to be a high percentage of our local residents who are disappointed in our decisions. And I think I need to say that prior to this meeting, I was not under the impression that the airport was at risk. And I did feel that that was a bit of scaremongering that was happening in order to put additional pressure on us by the powers that be. However, I can see today that that may not be the case, and there may be a situation where our valuable airport is at risk. But when I looked at this, on balance, we had to look at social, environmental and economic factors. And the economic factors are incredibly important. And I do feel very strongly that we as Eastleigh Borough Council will need to look at what mitigation can be put in place and how we support people, particularly post-COVID, at jobs. But if the airport isn't able to do this, then we might need to look at alternatives, and that isn't necessarily housing. I think it's really important that we support our residents and look at the social and environmental factors. We need to look at the humans that we are working for and who we represent. We need to look at their health and their well-being and turn it around so that we are no longer such a low rating council when it comes to people's well-being. And we need to represent the people and think about those 46,000 people who need to be taken seriously. And for this reason, I'm keeping it really short, but I teach children for a living, and we teach them to be eco-warriors. We teach them about the rainforests and deforestation, but this is on our doorstep, and this is one way that we can make a significant difference with climate change. So I respect all of my colleagues, all of the councillors who have spoken for their individual opinions, and we have a right to have differing opinions. But on this occasion, I'm afraid that I will not be able to accept this recommendation. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marsh. We will now move to Councillor Nick Caldry. Councillor Caldry, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I managed it this time. First of all, I would like to echo all the thanks that that have been expressed to Andy Granfield and his team. I think he'd be slightly surprised given some of the queries that I've raised, but he has produced an excellent report and commented carefully on everything that I've raised, so I'm grateful. There are two great unexplained, unexamined areas in this report. And that's not a criticism of the report because they weren't able to do it. First was the viability of the airport. We weren't aware that it could possibly close, or that was the official line. But it's quite clear to me, and that this is a company that's in difficulty, and this airport needs the runway to become viable. So that I don't want to underestimate the economic importance of this application. But the other great angle is that we were not able to amend this report, amend the resolution in relation to climate change. Now, I've had serious bouts with Andy trying to persuade him that this would be an amendment that I could move. What I wanted to do was to say, look, it's perfectly sensible for the government to be in control of the aircraft emissions while they're flying and to decide how to handle that. But they haven't got a policy now. So until they have a policy, we want to until they have a policy that applies to flights from this airport, we should do something about it. Now, we're not allowed to debate that. And I find that's a very extraordinary position to be in. I don't like it at all, and I think it's quite wrong. So we have a position where the airport actually needs this runway. And I don't want to underestimate the economic importance of it, but we have two huge environmental issues. The first is noise. We have 46,000 people whose lives are going to be made a misery. Do we really want to do that? I don't think I want to do that. These people will have their everything, their whole quality of life will be very severely affected. And I don't think that that's a way that we should be doing that in order to gain some genuine economic advantages. Let's not pretend they are genuine economic advantages. The other one is the climate change. Now, people say it's not our problem, it's the government. Well, yeah. I invited the airport to say they won't provide the coaches, the horses through the government's or the expected policy, and they'll keep the aviation emissions down to a sensible level, something like in 2019. But they didn't do that, and it makes me ask why. And I think the short answer is that they fear what I fear, that the government will kick the can down the road and do nothing. And then they'll be bound by a commitment that they don't really want to clear. Now, I don't like that attitude, but it is actually a logical one from their point of view. And it's the reason why we're in such difficulty in our environmental approach. We have this crisis. It's not going to go away. We have to deal with it. Technology is not going to save us this time, not soon enough. And so we have to really give very heavy weight to the environmental crisis. People say it's very small, we're only 1% of 6%, but we are only one of 630 constituencies. And so if you multiply that out, we're actually talking about, if everybody does the same as we are suggested that we do, we'll have a double of climate change emissions. We can't do that. We've got to stop the rot. We've got to stop poisoning our children, and that's why I will not be supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Caudry. Councillor Alex Bourne, you seconded this and reserved your right to speak. Would you like to speak now, please, Councillor Bourne?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Deputy Madam Mayor. So I am for the second time being asked to vote on this issue. The decision making the second time round is no easier than the first time. I've received hundreds more emails and have undertaken further investigation into the issues. I'd like to thank everyone that's taken an interest in this and thank the officers and fellow councillors for the many hours that we've spent on this, and apologies to my family for the nights I've spent in meetings on this and doing the research. Noise has always been a major concern, and the fact that thousands more will experience the noise, is concerning. So I've done more research into this and obviously listened to the airport and their generous offer to give uncapped mitigation to households where the noise level is above 60 decibels. So I looked into what 60 decibels was, and I'm absolutely amazed that it's just general conversation or a dishwasher. Now, I was expecting 60 decibels from what we're being told to be massive noise. It's not. It's not. So I don't see that it's the issue that everyone has been making a fuss about when 60 decibels is only described as moderate noise. The Health and Wellbeing Fund, I'm so pleased that that's been increased to £100,000 front-loaded contribution. It will be used to benefit residents in our borough and outside the borough. So that is great. That, you know, there are major concerns about the CO2 emissions. The report has clearly said that we shouldn't be considering that because that's on a national and not a local basis, and so I'm not, you know, I can't take that into account. The arguments put forward by supporters come from many local businesses and local national businesses with the economic arguments. You know, this is going to affect thousands of jobs, both direct and indirect. Many businesses are currently on their knees following COVID. Are we prepared to kick those businesses when they're down? Despite objections from the Eastleigh Labour Party, both Portsmouth and Hampshire Trade Union Congress have supported this application as they realise the importance of the airport and the jobs. You know, there's a clear link between employment and health, both physical and mental. And at this moment in time, we cannot put extra strain on businesses and jobs. At ELAC, it has said before that we had to read between the lines with the airport losses and whether it be sustained. It's been made clear today that viability is very much an issue. And, you know, there are no alternative funding plans, which will lead to the airport closing if they do not get this extension. I'm not prepared to play my part in killing our airport. I've been very impressed by the airport listening to the council and residents, making a number of changes and compromises over the last few months. They've proven that they care about the community they serve. Air travel will not stop. You know, it will move elsewhere. Our community is a valuable asset, which we've got a duty to protect and allow the airport to invest £15 million into this community. £15 million. That is going to create lots of jobs. It's going to create, you know, a sustainable airport. Having read the report and the associated papers, on balance, I'm happy to support our officer's recommendation to permit this application. And be under no illusions, those voting against this application do not support the airport or local businesses because they are putting them at risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bourne. We will now turn to Councillor Keith House. Hello, Councillor House.
Hello, good morning, Madam Deputy Mayor. And can I first add my congratulations to the fair and effective way, yet with humour, you've run these last 18 hours. I'm told that the talent scouts for question time today have been alerted already. And whilst I'm on the subject, can I also pass on my best wishes and thanks to the incredibly exhausted but talented team of staff that have been behind the scenes making these last 36 hours over the course of the last couple of weeks of broadcast work. If anyone had suggested to us just 13 months ago that we'd have put this show on in the nicest possible way, I think they would have been amazed and said it couldn't possibly happen. This has been a long and difficult debate, just as it was at the local area committee. A little of what I said at the local area committee I will repeat here because it is to an extent the same debate, but we have also heard more and learned more along the way over these last 2 days. But the issues we're discussing have crystallised and in essence have come down to those debated by this council when 3 decades ago BAA purchased the airport and chose to invest in it as a significant part of our regional economy. Our council debated long and hard then if it wanted to keep its international airport, and that is the debate we played out yesterday, the day before, and now this morning too. Then our predecessors put in place the tightest night flying controls in Europe. We said we wanted to keep the airport, see the opportunity for quieter planes and improvements to flight routing, and see managed rather than unconstrained growth. We also signed out of action a range of noisy aircraft. We put in place restrictions on ground running, flying training and helicopter operations. And that 1993 agreement stands. The report in front of council this morning goes further. For example, the restrictions on early morning activity between 6 and 7 AM when a full turnaround of planes leaving and being replaced has been blocked. But at root, this decision again is the same. Do we want an airport for our regional economy or not? We know that the airport has survived in recent years based on Flybe's losses. That option will not be here for the post-COVID restart. What is new is that this application gives the council and community, for the first time, the ability to limit total movements, to achieve greater controls than it's ever had in the past. And that is a significant environmental gain and residential gain for local communities. Essentially, we can gain the benefit of restricting movements, notably at a point where aviation is genuinely beginning to respond to its environmental impacts, just as other sections of the economy are, and aviation will and must continue to do. Let's look very briefly back to the BAA 2006 Airport Master Plan. That master plan operated under the existing controls we have as a council. It had a baseline of 2005 throughput, 1.84 million passengers. It envisaged growth to 3 million passengers in 2015 and 6 million passengers in 2030. Its model was in the context of the Labour government's Future of Air Transport white paper that estimated the capacity of our airport to be up to 7 million passengers. Even the current airport operator's 2018 master plan looked at reaching 5 million passengers, and our council, this council, has already supported that master plan, as we were reminded yesterday evening. What we're saying now is that through negotiation and the package in front of the council is we can limit passenger movements to 3 million each year, and even then not to reach that figure until 2034 in a legally binding agreement, and thanks to Councillor James Duguid's intervention on that point. So will the agreement hold? Yes, it will. Just as the 1992 agreement has remained in place to this day, this new agreement might not even be available at an appeal, but it is here today. The reality is that we cannot uninvent aviation any more than we can uninvent the car or our homes, all of which contribute more to climate change. We're not saying we're never going to build a new home. We're not saying we're never going to buy a new car. Tackling climate change matters. Of course it matters. It matters immensely. But we won't do that with a weak economy. It's like tackling COVID. We know that it's the rich world that will vaccinate Africa for Africa's benefit, but also for our own. It is the same with some of the hidden benefits of aviation that hold up through tourism the economies in some of the poorest parts of the world, just as tourism funds national parks, saving endangered species and ecosystems in some of the world's most stressed environments. I read an article just last week that referenced the rise in poaching in Zambia without tourism to constrain it. A 170% and 200% increase in the use of snares in 2 national parks, more lions being slain, an increase in rhino poaching. We really won't fund the research we need, the innovation we need on climate change, with an economy in decline. That's the point of sustainability. Back at home, the choice of what is most likely to be no airport or an airport with managed growth in line with this council's policy support of over 30 years is not just about saving jobs at the airport. It's the thousands of jobs in the regional economy that are at risk. And we certainly won't get a free port without our airport. We heard yesterday of the case of the smaller Plymouth airport that faced a not too dissimilar case when investment stalled and it closed in 2011 after 86 years with a significant impact on the local economy. Regional aviation matters to local economies, which is why it retains policy support from the government, and for what it's worth, it retains support from the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party too. We read in our planning report and heard policy advice that we cannot use planning applications to determine national policy, much as we might like to. The national policy position on aviation is, and probably rightly, for the government to determine. It's clear that with emissions, noise and carbon rising up both the national and international policy agenda, aviation will dramatically change in the coming years. We are already seeing more fuel efficient and quieter planes. New technology may well, over time, make aviation a greener option than much surface transport. The challenge is that aviation is not there yet. And none of this is to dismiss the concerns of residents in Bitton Park. And I don't agree with Councillor Goma that anyone was doing that at all. We've heard differing views from that community on both sides of the health, employment and noise arguments. So we have a choice to make. Either we depart from the advice given, potentially see the airport close, possibly to be replaced by tin sheds and housing, and put thousands of local people out of work, depressing our economy. Or we provide a lifeline that will take years to even reach historic numbers of passengers, with 3 million passengers not achieved until at least 2034 as a result of our new controls, by which point operators will have quieter A320s on their fleet, or better, tackling noise and emissions, yet retain the airport for those future more sustainable years. A bigger picture that recognises our airport already provides a health lifeline to communities in the Channel Islands, as we heard yesterday from Alderney and Guernsey. A bigger picture that keeps and grows local jobs from high-tech at the airport and international business to very local services such as taxis and florists in the town. A bigger picture that gives up a route to our long-promised relief road for the town and to a prosperous Freeport. Colleagues, this is a difficult and it is an emotional issue, but the planning case is clear and hence the recommendation in front of us all this morning. It has been improved and tightened even during the course of yesterday evening. I'm an optimist. I believe in the human ability to innovate, to improve. So we can save the airport. So we can not just save jobs, we can create them too, valuable jobs. And we can save the environment in the long term, as others have said this evening, with new and emerging green technology and innovation. But let's limit total passenger numbers and flights for the first time and get that planning balance right. So colleagues, please do support this recommendation this morning. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor House. We will now move to Councillor David Airy to sum up. Councillor Airy.
Thank you very much. I too would like to thank all the staff and particularly Andy Granfield for the tremendous job he's done on this with his report and at the meeting tonight and yesterday and so on, and supporting members, answering members' questions and so on. I'd also like to thank all the contributors who emails and taking part in the meeting that we've had, whether they're for or against. They've all brought something to the table that has made this a really interesting and actually a very enjoyable event, despite the fact that it's the very late hours. It's been beautifully chaired by yourself, Councillor Scarton, which has been made the event work well. And I would also like to say that yes, it has been a difficult thing to decide. It's been very passionate. All members have taken a really brought a lot to this debate. It's been a really fascinating debate this evening, and I would say that we are talking about something which is a real an application which is going to, the outcome of which could change very much the shape of the future of Eastleigh and the local region around, because it is the wider region which is just as important. Council has improved this application by the debate that we've had this evening, very much so. So the economy and the environment, the two strands that have dominated the debate, they are connected, and that's why, Madam Chair, I'm going to invite members to support the application this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Airy, and thank you very much to all our councillors. I think we've had an excellent debate this evening. Everyone's been frank, open and honest and respectful of each other. I am not going to make any comments either for or against. I'm here as an impartial chair with my Deputy Mayor's hat on. So now, councillors, we will move to the vote. The recommendation as set out by Andy Granfield and also includes the conditions, changes to conditions and the Section 106 agreement. So I will now move to Laura Johnston, please, and this will be a recorded vote. Thank you. Laura.
Thank you. Councillor Airy.
4.
Councillor Allingham.
4.
Councillor Asman.
4.
Councillor Atkinson.
4.
Councillor Bearder.
Against.
Councillor Bicknell.
4.
Councillor Bourne.
4.
Councillor Broadhurst.
4.
Councillor Campbell.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Corbyn.
4.
Councillor Caldry.
Against.
Councillor Craig.
4.
Councillor Cross.
4.
Councillor Dean.
Against.
Councillor Doogie.
Against.
Councillor Dogood.
4.
Councillor Garton.
4.
Councillor Goma.
Against.
Councillor Grajewski.
4.
Councillor Holes.
4.
Councillor House.
4.
Councillor Irish.
Against.
Councillor Jerd.
Against.
Councillor Curl.
Against.
Councillor Mann.
4.
Councillor Manning.
4.
Councillor Marsh.
Against.
Councillor Parker-Jones.
Against.
Councillor Pretty.
4.
Apologies, Councillor Pregnell.
Again, 4.
Councillor Rich.
4.
Councillor Tennant.
4.
Councillor Tidridge.
Abstain.
Councillor Trace.
I'm going to finish with a 4. Thanks.
And Councillor Tyson Payne.
Against.
Thank you, Chair. If you give me 1 second just to add up the numbers.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Chair, that's 22 for, 13 against and 1 abstain.
Thank you very much. In that case then, councillors, that motion is carried. Right, may I just take this opportunity? I know councillors have thanked our officers, and I would particularly like to give my personal thanks to all of the officers that have been involved in this application. I'd especially like to thank Andy Granfield. Andy, you have been an absolute star for answering all the questions that have been put to you, and I have to say, how impressive have you been? So thank you very much. I'd also like to thank our legal team led by Ian Austin. Our Democratic Services team have done a fantastic job. Laura and Nikki. We've also had various other, sorry, it's getting a bit late, so you'll have to excuse me if I forget anybody's name. We've had Sarah King, we've had Joe Kazar, Nikki Dunn, I might have just mentioned already. Also our economy team that have also been very much involved in this. Camilla, thank you. Also, we've had lots of support from IT. Where would we be without our IT team? They have done a fantastic job. And if you could have seen them running around earlier on when we had those particular issues, it was absolutely amazing. And I just want to say also to the rest of the planning team, they have worked really hard on this. And I want to thank everyone. If I've forgotten anybody, I sincerely apologise, but my thanks and goes to everyone, especially those people that have supported me here over these last 2 meetings. You have been absolutely amazing. And I just want to say thank you very much. And thank you, councillors, for your attention. I know it's been long and hard, and but I think, you know, it's been worthwhile. It's been a great debate, and thank you all very much. And all I have to say is, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our meeting, and thank you once again, and good night. Or good morning.
Good night.
Thanks very much.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, all.
Good night, all.
Night.
Night, all.
Night.
Chair, that